chat's got soul. From the gavel to the gas, we're watching it all. Cover in the courtroom, big case or small. Laugh when we can, cry when we must, but it's all real talk, you can count on us. We're not the pros, just fans who care, with popcorn in hand and a comfy chair. And every twist, we're right there, together like we're all in the witness chair. This is the Broken Baker, where the trials come alive, where the chat is wild and the vibes survive. We're watching the worst of what people do, but we keep it light, yeah, that's our truth. It's the only place for crime, and it feels just right. We bring the justice talk into your night, so hit that stream, don't miss the call. At the Broken Baker, we cover it all. Oh yeah. We're just flaming with the view, but we ask the things the world wants to. Digging through the facts, side by side. Even when it's dark, we bring the light. No clickbait, no fake feels, just truth and the highs and the reels. With the chat that roasts and rise, we're just here for the case and the vibes. This is the Broken Baker, where the stories unfold, with a smile in the heart, even when it's cold. Yeah, we cover the bad with a wink and a grin, where the real talk starts, come on, jump in. It's the only place to be, can't you see? For trials and truth, it's BBTV. The Broken Baker, where the trials come alive. Yeah, we'll be here, trial after trial. Yeah.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, wherever you are. 47. What the hell is that light? Welcome one, welcome all. And Helen from Holland, there is closed caption on today's video. No, I wasn't having a stroke. I had a little thingy-thing wiggling in front of my camera. But talking about having a good day, I got a en package pour la mail today. Nope, I can't show either side of it. I got a package delivered to me at 7:30 this morning, and it's from the lovely Danny T. I won't show the back because then they'll get what it is. And because us streamers, we are known for our good health and going to the gym a lot, so I got a new shaker cup. But where's it from? It's from Mike the Headless Chicken. And it has a shaker ball in them. They get really nasty. And some new swag. The Headless Chicken USDA Funky Chicken Grade. Mike celebrating long history of open minds. Valhalla, remember. Fruita, Colorado. So I got some new swag. Thank you so much, Danny T. It's so nice that people think about me. And me and Mike has a lot in common. No brain. And of course, the bag is also a headless chicken one, and it crinkles. And if I need something for my keychain, a new little headless chicken. When I saw it in the button, I thought, oh my, did she send me something naked? But no, it's a headless chicken. Thank you so much, Danny G. No, we can't see it when it hangs there. So, another little piece of funny Americana culture. I didn't know about Mike the Headless Chicken, but I didn't know he was such a big thing that he had his own merch. No, that was just how to use a shaker bottle. Thank you so very, very much. I will enjoy that when I go to the gym and people think. Just like my FBI shirt. When I have that on, people look at me weird. A headless chicken shirt is the best. It's pretty good. Well, there's a head on the chicken you sent me. I like swag as well. Free is my favorite price. Came in and was like, why is Baker talking to us from... Because Danny was so nice to send me. Do oversized shirt help or hurt a slightly oversized woman? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe not. I don't ask me about fashion. I wear t-shirts I get sent from around the world. So I don't know. I like loose clothes. Hey, Nicola. And Hyacinth. And Stacy. Hey, Brit Happens. Good morning. I prefer the Bachelor cousin boneless chicken. Don't know that. Baker the Headless the Chicken Whisperer. Now you have a headless one and a muscle chicken shirt. Who could want more? Yeah, and I have a Nebraska Cornhuskers t-shirt as well. Cap as well. So I am all for going and being cool in Americas. Oh, that's sweet, Holly. That's because I was on it. I know that. I'm such a great guest. Sorry, what? No, Brit is a doozy. Yeah, headless chickens and gamecocks. That's you two, ladies. Hey, Daria Lay. Welcome. Stay away from Zach. The rest of people here are kind of okay. And don't mind Sue. Hey, tons of fun. You like chicken. I'm not a big fan of chicken. I like chicken nuggets or a chicken burger, but I have had salmonella poisoning. So even though I there's nothing better than the crisp skin on a chicken, but I just don't eat it because I'm so afraid to get salmonella again. I have a newfound obsession with super baggy t-shirts, like 3 sizes too big, but I'm wondering if I'm adding 3 sizes to my wall size. You get to look a little too fluffy if you go that big, because people will just see you wearing a muumuu and think. So wouldn't go that big. Oil change cost 107 Canadian. How about you, Baker? I don't know how much 107 Canadian is, but if it's at the end of the month and I'm hungry, you could probably get me 25 bucks. I do like chicken, but I'm just afraid to get salmonella poisoning again. Go Huskers and go Badgers. Brit Happens. You're lucky that Jamie isn't here, because on this channel we are only allowed to support the Ohio State. Who is cooking your chicken that you are getting salmonella so frequently? I've only had it once, but when you pass out from salmonella poisoning and you spend 3 days constantly going in and out of a, not a coma, but you're never really awake, and you have to sleep in a bathroom so you have a chance to, because there's a lot of flow through. You really don't want to have it again. So since then, I've been very, very scared of chicken. It was my buddy's 18-year-old birthday party we were at, and I went to work after, and I passed out. My boss came in, found me on the floor. He said, "Are you sleeping on the job?" And I was just, what? So that wasn't a good day. And by the way, thank you, Kathleen Triple X, giggity, for becoming a member. Go Buckeyes. Just eat Norwegian chicken. We don't have salmonella. We don't in Denmark either, but I still got it. Well, luckily, knock on wood, I've only had that one bout of salmonella. Wisconsin, but dun. I don't know. 100. Oh, 500. Yeah, you can have me for less than that. I'm cheap. Why be cheap when you can be free? Just smile at me and tell me you love me. Yeah, this is stuff like that I wish I would eat, but I have some chicken breast, and when I make them, they look so great, and I put it in the air fryer, and I give them all the time. And then when I take them out, you do the thing where is it still pink? And then you end up nuking it and it's just dry. But I really like chicken, but I'm just afraid to eat it. Oh, it's the fight song. I don't know anything. Jemima, can you do because I can't do it while I'm live, just to see if it is something. Hey, Queen, why are you not covering the wife attempted unaliving trial? What wife? Have you tried to unalive your wife? I don't know. Yeah, but I don't trust thermometers. Oh, by the way, if you are waking up this morning saying, am I a little bit stupid? That's a feeling I have almost every morning. I can recommend you going and looking at this tweet. Karen Reid's audacious demand for the return of the murder weapon, presumably to sell it to the highest bidder, is yet another chilling testament to her depravity and further underscores her disturbing and morally twisted nature. You go look at this tweet and you will feel, well, at least I'm not this stupid. Because let's break it down. Her audacious demand. It's her property. She was found not guilty. Why haven't they returned it already? For the return of the murder weapon, we have had 2 trials. No one has at any point given any reasonable explanation to say Karen Reid's car hit John O'Keefe. We only have Blue Man Group who kind of say that, well, if you move your arm, you can maybe kind of make it look like it. So it's not a murder weapon. It's a Lexus 570. It's not a murder weapon because Karen Reid didn't kill John O'Keefe. Presumably, that's what I do all the time. I presume a lot of stuff. That doesn't make it true. You don't have any facts to support this. You are, as they say in French, slow. Look it up. To sell it to the highest bidder. No one at all has anything anywhere close to this, anywhere out there, that Karen Reid is auctioning off her Lexus. So why? It's just another chilling testament to her depravity. She was not guilty, so what depravity is she? Yeah, I think it's stupid to drink and drive. I don't call it depraved, but I think you are an idiot. And I'm sorry to anyone who sits here and say, well, I've always had a few and I can drive. If you get behind the wheel, intoxicated and drive, I don't like it. I think it's stupid, but I won't call it depraved. The only depravity you could get from her trial was that drinking and driving is depraved. I think it's stupid, and I think people really, really should stop doing it because it goes okay every time. Yeah, until it doesn't. So don't drink and drive. Further underscores her disturbing and morally twisted nature. Have we had any indication that Karen Read has a disturbing and morally twisted nature? The only things we have heard about Karen Read's nature is she was too good to the kids, that she was too friendly with the kids. And when she had a little bit of a temper tantrum, she picked up the bill for the people she might have yelled at. If you want to call that her deprived nature, um, you should seek your doctor, because I think your IQ is running dangerously low. That's what I'm thinking. Hey, Matianoka. Yes, but it's not depraved. Oh, the one who got pew-pewed 5 times from the stomach. That's the one Dave talks about. Okay. Buying the car from Karen claiming it's the murder weapon is like buying a used kitchen knife from O.J. Simpson. Exactly. Well, she should, maybe she can get a branding deal. What the hell? Why can't I? What? I had a notification about him. Oh, there it is. Yeah. I looked at it. I don't really want to do that, Dave. That seems like a stupid one. But always go check on if you really should be breathing when you're this stupid. Newsflash, kids and kittens. I just got Jemima sent me this one. I know we have Karen Tyler, it's a rewatch, but apparently this is starting today. Opening statement this morning at 9:30 in Florida v. Lawrence Dority. Dority is on trial for the 2022 pew-pewing of former NBA player Adreian Payne, who was unalived outside a townhouse in Orlando. Dority told investigators he acted in self-defense under Florida's Stand Your Ground law, claiming Payne threatened him and reached for his waistband, though Payne was unarmed. So the conundrum is now, should we rewatch the Carol Rentala case, or should we follow this self-defense case out of Florida? Yeah, we can all start yelling at each other about when and what is self-defense. Let me put a poll. We have a Jemima, are you promising me it's not going to end in a plea deal like the last 5 trials we've tried to look at? Boop. Boop. There's a poll up. Poll. Well, if well, I just need to make a new. We can all. I just need to make a new. I don't know Branca, so I can't get him on. Lady Di, I'm not taking you out for dinner. What do you want to eat? I'm okay with whatever. Okay, so let's go and have pho. I don't want to have pho. Let's go have Mongolian barbecue. Nah, I don't want barbecue. You want to have Taco Bell? No. I know I love Mexican, but that's too Mexican for me. Yeah, let's dual stream it. Oh, a lot of you says self-defense. Well, then I have to do some of the magic behind the scenes and make a new thumbnail and everything. Orlando Magic. I remember when they were kind of okay back in the day. Was that? Yeah, that was where Shaq started, right? Um, or was it? Was it Dwight Howard? No, Shaq was at Magic. They were pretty good back then. What is this case about? Lawrence Dority was charged with second-degree unaliving in the murder of Adreian Payne in 2022. According to Orange County, the fatal shooting happened at May 22 in the Econ Landing neighborhood in Egret Shores Drive near Curryford Ford Road and State Road 417. Payne was found with a pew and was taken to hospital where he later passed away. Investigators say Payne was pewed after trying to break up a domestic dispute between Dority and his girlfriend. Dority, 29 at the time, stayed at the scene and cooperated with investigation. An affidavit for an arrest warrant showed Dority called 911 after the fatal shooting and told the dispatcher he acted like he had a pew and I shot him. He reached for his pew, I ran inside my house and I pewed him. However, records show Payne did not have a weapon and there was no pew in his vehicle. Dority described Payne as intimidating due to his size. Payne was 6'10" and claimed his actions were justified according to the affidavit. Dority's attorney, Harold Thompson, said it was a textbook stand your ground. Payne, who played college basketball at Michigan State, go Sailors, was a first-round pick for the Atlanta Hawks in 2014. Payne played in 107 NBA games, averaging 4 points and 3 rebounds. That wasn't a lot. Over 4 seasons with Atlanta, Minnesota, and Orlando. The Hawks drafted him number 15 overall, traded him to the Wolves, and he averaged 6.7 points and 5.1 rebounds as a potentially promising rookie. In 2017, Payne signed a contract with the Orlando Magic, spending majority of 2017-18 at the G League Lakeland Magic. Our thoughts and prayer are with him and his family during the difficult times. So what happened to Kara if you switch? We'll do it on the downtime. But she will get convicted on a lesser charge. Well, I looked at the case and didn't look that interesting. That he emptied his pew and only hit her 5 times. Both were there. Yeah, remember Shaq, and I really liked Dwight Howard when he came in. He got really lazy. Yeah, is he at the Lakers still? I remember he got traded to the Lakers, but I think he got really, really lazy and fell off. I loved him back in his Superman days with Nate from the New York Knicks. Sorry, I apparently gave spoilers yesterday, so one person got really mad at me and won't come back and watch it. Yes, Sue, I got your message. Let me just. I'm just gonna chuck a new thumbnail on this. Make it as clickbaity as possible. Because that's what you do as a grifter. Make everything as clickbaity as possible. So you get all the viewers in here. I need a new computer. It's getting so slow. Talk amongst yourself. I am working. I'm not good at this job. It's almost like I've never done it before. I don't know who the divas are. I don't. Let's ask Trayvon Martin how he feels about the Florida stand your ground rule. It's neither one who got out of it. And thank you, someone, for buying me a 3 corner kisses. Someone that was nice of you, in honor of the. And now I'm switching off this case. That's how bad I am. I'm such a bad grifter. Come on, show me the message. I love the app sends me a message, and when I hit that message, it asks if I have an account. Oh, I hate this app. No, I don't want to sign up. I want to just go in there. I can't remember my login for Buy Me a Coffee. It's so. I'm really good at it. Hey, Inspire. 2 seconds, and I'm just gonna finish the thumbnail. And yeah, that's very clickbaity. Good. Hey, Vicky Hat. Oh, it's you, Pixie. Oh, well, thank you. But now chat has spoken, and 67% says 67% says we should switch over to the other case. I'm so sorry, but I will open up when I get to it. 66% says we should switch to the other trial. See, I think this is clickbaity enough. No boobs, Dave, but we can't win them all. And then I have to go into this one. My life. Details, thumbnail, change, downloads, copy, new playlist. And this is Lawrence Dority. I bet you he was mocked with that last name. Then I have to say done and save, and then edit the name. Lawrence Dority Day 1, and new description. Lawrence Dority claims self-defense in the death of former NBA player. We need the NBA in there to get the juices flowing. What's his name? Adreian Payne. Adreian Payne. And why is self-defense not in one word? Sorry. I sent a corner kiss for old time's sake, and Baker decides to change cases. Damn you, chat. It's okay, Baker. Blame Sue. And no, blame Jemima. She's the one who demanded that we change case because she wants some action. She likes people getting unalived or self-defense. No, she just loves it when we argue self-defense. New trial, new me. Who dat? Welcome all to the coverage of the. Oh, I should make it as clickbaity as they do. Orlando Magic player murder trial. And they have him in a. Jesus Christ. I know I'm not the smartest kid, but if you're going to do that, don't have him in a Minnesota Timberwolves jersey if you say Orlando Magic player. That's just dumb. This is why you shouldn't make your clickbait headlines without checking the material you're going to put on it. Why is he in a Minnesota Timberwolves jersey if it's the Orlando Magic trial? That's just dumb. Sue and Jess is at fault at all times. Mm-hmm. But this is the wonderful world of YouTube. We change. He doesn't even look like the same person. No, it's I guess so. I just read they were having a disturbance, a domestic disturbance that the NBA player tried to stop, and then he pew-pewed him. That's so. I think he was from Orlando or the Orlando area. So yeah, it's pronounced Minnesota. Sorry, I forgot that it's partly Swedish. I love a new trial too. I want to try and spend some more time in chat, even if it means staying up later. Pixie, don't stay up. You need your sleep. You clearly don't need your beauty sleep, but everyone needs a little bit of sleep now and again. It's just details. Well, it's just details, yeah. Maybe he just sat on the bench in Orlando, no action photo. Apparently, he played for the G League, D League. So calling him an Orlando Magic player is probably even stretching it a little bit too far. By the way, who was it who was a Serbian back in from Kosovo? Haven't seen her in a long time. She went on vacation, never came back. Because I got a bottle of Slipovic from my brother was just in Croatia. I thought it was Donja Nota. No, he, as I see it, he just came up on a domestic violence episode, and he tried to stop it. And either he threatened the other guy and made him scared, and he chose to run into his house, get his remote hole puncher, or he unalived him because he interfered in domestic abuse case. You never know. Some people do dumb stuff all the time. We'll have to watch the trial and see if we believe it's self-defense. We've had one professional sports case out of Florida where it also claimed self-defense. That was the Travis Rudolph case. I didn't cover it. I think who covered that one? I think MG covered it or Dave covered it. I remember seeing it. That was a really good case, and he was found not guilty, and most likely because the late night debate club that stepped up to his house with no shirts on, claiming they just wanted to talk to him, didn't do well on the stand. Let's just say it that way. No. The unalive guy is the basketball player. The basketball player is the one who is not breathing anymore. He got pew-pewed. That's why. It has nothing to do with with basketball as I read it. Well, maybe he didn't like him. But again, a guy who does 4.7 points per game, I would be more mad that my team signed him. And we have caught. I've forgotten how it is to do a live stream. No, that's not the one. That's the one. Audio on, everything's on. Do I have my booster on? We'll wait and see if we need the booster. It's no OnlyFan. We had The Rock from the 90s. We had a prosecutor calling the defendant a player on the stand. Oh my. That's Benny. Brandy had Travis on. He was kind of cool. I liked his brother more. Oh, it was Vices. Yes, that's right. Yeah, she was the one who had a Brazilian butt lift, and she was what was it? She was an aspiring realtor, or what? How was it? She never sold a house, but she still claimed she was a realtor. And that woman was absolutely disgusting. She had packed on a few pounds since the incident. Let's just say that. Yes. See, Dave, it's the sky boob. This is the only light. Yeah. Equal justice under the law. I love they write it on the back. Travis got worse the more he spoke. I don't remember him as being catastrophic on the stand. Is that a dead fly on that boob or a male? No, it has these little knobs on it. So it's some fancy smatty, kind of like the knob it has down at the boobule area. It has those around the side as well. It's to tie in the thing that ties it to the room. Well, thank Jemima for making me do it. Remember Travis' case, my very first one with Brandy when she started her channel. Yeah, I miss Brandy. She's such a sweetheart. I need to talk to her. That's a mole on the boob. No, after the trial. I remember they did a press conference out front. That's all I remember. I don't no, I didn't know Brandy back then. I was just a wee chicken, so I didn't know any fancy people. I knew Dave. Come on now. It's the Nubby Boob lamp. Oh, it just started raining outside. Well, you abandoned most chats. That's because you're a hellraiser. Nubby Booblam sounds like something Ed Gein would make. It could also sound like a high school band that likes to sing dirty versions of folk music. I think that that's my story, and I'm sticking with it. Now I have to go and edit it over on Rumble as well, so Anime doesn't have to yell at me for not doing it over there as well. Did it? And Lawrence Dority day 1. Sorry, all. I am just trying to get everything done because Jemima sneaks behind my back like this and put chat in revolt against me. Now it should be good over on Rumble as well. Hopefully it'll change the... I don't want to have... Why I'm getting ads on my own Rumble feed? Well, hopefully they pay me for it. And hey, all 7 over on Rumble, please connect in chat. We can see you in chat if I do this. We won't mention Boop ever again, because if Boop makes your dog jump and you have to say Boop at her, I won't be in any way contributing to your yelling Boop in public. O-line red. Yes, they recharged him. That was last week, I think. I covered it. It's for the lesser charges. Yes, they can't charge him again with the ones he was found innocent in. But as we were talking about when the verdict came in, that he would be recharged on the lesser because the prosecutor had already said it. I still think it's BS with all these lesser included, but them's the laws, and I could still make an argument. I know a lot of people get mad when I say it, but I still could make an argument saying it was involuntary manslaughter. Because I think the first 3 was self-defense, but the last one, the bad one, he re-engaged, and to me that took, because it's not a stand your ground state. But I know we won't agree on that one. I don't think it raises to the level of intentional homicide, but we will have to wait and see. But I think it's BS. I think 2 immunity deals to have someone testify against him is other BS. Yeah, I wish I could pull people to do interviews on my channel. I can get Plevin. It's not quite the same. Good morning again, Miss Luna. You were here. Nine hours ago. Hope you got some sleep. So what are the lessons that he's being charged with? It's all the unintentional murder, unintentional assault. It's all the things that he wasn't convicted, that he wasn't declared innocent on, but they still said we can't decide, because they all agreed he had no intent to do it. So the problem is, was it involuntary? And that is what he's going to be retried on. Britt, have a great day at work, and I hope Florida isn't too hot today. Well, it was unaliving 2 times first degree and 1 time second degree. So that's what's in it. So they can retry him, and all of them, as long as it's the unintentional parts, and that's what they're going for, which I still believe is kind of dumb, but I don't understand much of the laws. I'm here. Hello to Mr. Baker and all my little Baker buddies. It's been a bit. Hey, Jen, and you come in just as we're about to start a new trial, because we were looking at recovering the Caroline Tyler because nothing really was popping, but we then found the Orlando Magic player murder trial. Florida v. Lawrence Dority. Was it self-defense, or did he unalive someone because he split up a domestic uh, and his wife. Well, glad you're in. Good to have you back. And I don't know, RA is going on vacation. I saw him at the airport earlier. So if his people need a place to hang out, they're always welcome over here. We'll take good care of you and send you back with a clean bottom and a full tummy when he comes back from vacay. Reckless manslaughter, assault first degree reckless times two, not times three. Assault second degree reckless times one. Yeah. Well, you're not that behind. Just pop up because we haven't gone anywhere. Ahoy, ahoy. You are always a joy to have around. Hey, Tash. Yeah. Trial withdrawal can, but it's that funny situation where you're sitting here thinking, well, my audience kind of, I actually saw, I don't know how many of you saw that Will Declarer was on with Nikki Rackets this morning. And they were talking about the mental health problem that some of us streamers might at sometimes feel because we're normal people like the rest of you. And sometimes we have bad days, but we don't want to sit here and be, yeah, today's really, my personal life is just, I haven't felt the nice touch of a woman since last time I was sleeping with Val. And you don't want to sit there and do that to your audience. You just want to be, hey, thank you for coming. And maybe sometimes we should be better at doing I'm going to take 5 days off and just center on myself, just do some stuff. Because we have this constant, hey, I'm a live streamer, I need to be live. And my audience is there when I'm live, so I'm going to be, yeah, my back is killing me. My love life is in shambles. I have all these problems, but I have to stream. And they talked about taking those breaks. And I actually had, when my kid was down here with my grandson and stayed here, I had that stupid feeling where I wanted to come in and stream because I like streaming. I like hanging out with all you people. But at the same time, I had to take care of my kid and my grandkid and make dinner for them and go shop for them and make them have a good time. So you get that weird duality. And us live streamers, I think a lot of us are really bad at saying, no, it's okay. I did 8 streams in 2 days over the weekend instead of just saying, no, you don't have to do that. But I just feel like, oh, I haven't streamed today. I better stream. The expert asked me if I was going live this morning because I saw he was live, so I didn't want to do a baker at night so he could, I don't want to, maybe 1 or 2 would come over and watch me instead. And then he said, are you going live? And I was like, okay, I'll set up a stream. I was totally content not to stream, but we do it all the time. Yeah, streaming can be highly addictive because we sit and talk to people and you get it into your system. So it's a little, If you're a lonely person, you should not stream live on YouTube. Definitely quiet when you end the stream can be unnerving. Even if you're not, I'm not a specifically sociable or social animal. I like being alone. I really like being alone. But you get this massive high from streaming because right now there's 150 people combined watching, and you sit and talk to them and you blah 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 blah. And when you're done and you shut everything down and you just sit here and think, that's weird. Who am I going to talk to? So you have this performance high that you have to get out of. Oh my. Cut it. Well, you have quitted more times than anyone else, so you know how to do it, Dave. I remember your first retirement. No, he was only acquitted of the first degree intentional unaliving. That's why I didn't like it. As much as I miss our Brandy, happy she has taken time off. She has a new man, and she should be frolicking all over the beach with him. I'm just glad that I saw some pictures. It looks nice down in Florida now. I know that we didn't see the alligator about to attack them, but it looked nice. Stream during the day, good idea to end the stream in good time before bedtime so you can wind down. Well, the problem is I am a live streamer in Europe covering American cases, so I'm happy if I get to bed at 10 o'clock. Oh, and we have movement in El Cordo. Are they leaving? Did we get a plea deal? Oh, this is the defendant. What's going on? Yeah, that's the problem. There's no paid off time when you're a YouTube streamer. You are self-employed. That's always the biggest problem, but it's also very dependent on your live streams and your audience, and that's why I try to do more of the videos and try to get that going, because that gives a little more. If you hit the good ones, I can make like $10 in ad revenue, and you can still keep it going when you're off. And then I can start doing the 5 videos a day about how my channel is under attack. Yeah. But that's the thing, when you get that big, that it could potentially be your only income, you have to decide, am I going to go all in? And if you go all in, you probably don't have the money set aside, because there's also a lot of expenditures that you have to get into it. And at some point, you just have to jump. And if you can't make it, you can't make it. And I think a lot of people have broken their necks trying to be a YouTuber, because it's a cutthroat business. We have to be here. We have to grift. We have to try and find a way if we want to live off of it. But still, I hate doing that. I hate doing the grift. So that's the duality of being a YouTube streamer. I should be better at doing all the, hey, did you know you can buy? Well, you can't buy this. Well, you can if you're in Tennessee. Can't buy it on my channel. I need to sell cake mixes. My husband is a mental health counselor. It's pulling teeth just to get a weekend away because we aren't paid when he get off. And that's the problem. When you're self-employed, you want to work as much as possible. If you go all in, it's usually a mistake. Only a small percentage can do that over time. The algorithm can change anytime, and so can the percentage YouTube take from your income. And that's the thing. That's why you try to make a side hustle. But I hate taking traffic off of YouTube, because YouTube is also where I get my opportunity to stream. I know a lot of people are complaining, well, they take 30%. Yeah, but if you're renting an office, you don't do it for free either. They give you the opportunity to have your channel. So I find it's a fair transaction. Thank you, you people over on Rumble. I don't know how much they take, but that's an expense by doing this business. And I don't know why people get so mad at it, because you can go make your money without YouTube taking 30%. Good luck. If you don't want to pay YouTube, Rumble, Twitch, whatever else there's out there, well, good luck. You have to build your entire infrastructure yourself. That's why when people ask me, what do I need? Say, you need a microphone. You need. I would never go with a one screen setup unless.
5250 State of Florida versus Dority State.
Michael Smith for the state.
We're live.
On behalf of Ms. Dority. Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning. I'll note that Mr. Doherty is present, dressed out in civilian clothes, and he's not shackled. He's out of custody. All right.
It's out of
We
custody.
stopped yesterday. We had finished with the jury selection. I did the preliminary instructions. We are going to resume the trial this morning with you all each making your opening statements and then proceeding with the witnesses. I just need to know whether or not during the opening statements, Mr. Thompson, you intend to concede any element of any crime or any lesser included offense and make sure that your client is on board with that strategy.
Yes, Your Honor, we're going to concede to the fact that this was a shooting, and of course, this case is self-defense, so we have to admit that that was actually done.
All right. Mr. Doherty, you understand that's what your defense is?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're in agreement with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you've discussed that with your attorney?
Yes, Your Honor.
Why can we hear the defendant but not his attorney? They're going to concede there was a shooting. So, yes, and you need to do that if you're going for self-defense.
Anything else that I need to address from the state?
Nothing from the state.
Defense?
Nothing from the defense.
All right, then let's go ahead and bring our jurors back in.
Whew. And we're back live. No, chat decided that we are going to change to this case. I hope the thumbnail has changed. Maybe I need to change it in StreamYard as well. But this is a new trial just starting up. Former NBA basketball player been pew-pewed by this guy. He claims it is self-defense. He admits he did it, but he says this was self-defense. Apparently, he walked up on them having a domestic dispute, and shut up. Shut up. No, it's not scheduled. You shouldn't schedule it. You should just update the effing thumbnail. No. No. Hate the StreamYards. Yes, this is a new trial. New trial. I thought that YouTube had updated the thumbnail and the description. Well, I haven't heard him say anything yet, so let's wait and see before we condemn him.
All right, everyone have a seat.
Yeah,
Good
Kohlberger
morning,
really
ladies and
ruined
gentlemen. Welcome
my
back.
summer.
I trust that you all complied with the instructions I gave you yesterday. You did not do any research, looking up of any names, maps, or doing any investigation of
Thank
your
you,
own
Plushie.
reference this case. Is that correct? All right. When we stopped yesterday, we had done the jury selection, and I had given you the preliminary instructions. So we're now going to start with the opening statements of the attorneys and then start moving into the witnesses' testimony. So at this time, the attorneys for the parties will have the opportunity to make their opening statements in which they may explain to you the issues in the case and give you a summary of the facts that they expect that the evidence will show. State wish to give its opening statement at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may do so.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please report. On May 9th, 2022,
Find the microphone.
this defendant shot and killed Adreian Payne. Now, you're going to hear the evidence in this case, and it's going to show that this defendant was not acting in self-defense. He was not standing his ground. He arrived back to his house at about 1:30 a.m. and he saw the victim's vehicle, which he recognized, parked a few houses down from his residence, parked on the street. He approached the vehicle. They had a brief word, and then the defendant goes back inside his house. The victim doesn't follow. He never leaves the area of his vehicle, which is parked on the street. But the defendant goes to his house. He locates his firearm. He arms himself with that firearm, and he comes back out. Now, mind you, you're going to hear from the evidence in this case that the victim was not armed. He did not have a firearm. He didn't have any weapons. You're going to see there was a photograph of a kitchen knife on the passenger floorboard. But there was nothing that he used or threatened in this circumstance. He was not armed. He was parked at least 10 yards away from the yard of the defendant. The defendant arms himself in his home, comes back outside his home, finds the victim still by his car. He takes that firearm out, he points it, he takes deadly aim, and he shoots and kills the victim. That's the fact that you're going to hear in this case. So, you're going to hear through the witnesses and evidence in this case that the defendant was driven home that night about 1:30 a.m. by his father. He had been in an argument with his girlfriend, Tatiana Mesa. They were at a family party at the defendant's father's house. You're going to hear that Tatiana Mesa, the defendant's girlfriend, called her best friend, Tara Walker, who is the victim's girlfriend, and asked if she could come over to the residence. Tara Walker speaks with her boyfriend, the victim in this case, and he decides to come to the residence or the area of the residence as well as backup. They all get there. Well, I guess the defendant arrives before Tara Walker, but she arrives shortly after, and the victim is already in his vehicle, parked on the street when he arrives. So the defendant had previously known the vehicle, as you're going to hear in the evidence, and he goes up and exchanges words. He's upset. You're going to hear from Tara Walker that the defendant appeared to be intoxicated at the time. Again, he didn't drive himself to his home. His father had driven him to his house that night. And, there's words exchanged, but that's not the point that the shooting happens. He takes the time, he goes inside, and he arms himself with the firearm. Now, you're going to hear from the medical examiner in this case, Dr. Marie Hansen, and she's going to tell you that the cause of death was the gunshot wound that went through the arm and the torso in this case, and that the manner of death was determined to be homicide. You're going to hear from several witnesses in the case, the primary one being Tara Walker, who was present and witnessed the shooting. And she's going to let you know, as I said, that the defendant appeared to be intoxicated, that he was upset, that he was belligerent. And I expect that you're also going to see some surveillance footage in this case. Now, the surveillance doesn't capture the incident itself, but there's a camera that's near a neighbor's camera that you can hear the shooting itself on the surveillance footage, and you can see the aftermath. And on that footage, you're going to be able to hear Tara Walker pleading with this defendant. Don't take your gun out. Don't take your gun out. We were called here. Don't take your gun out. You're going to see the defendant doesn't listen. He takes his gun out, he takes aim, and all in this moment, he shoots the victim and kills him. Now, after that, you're going to see Tara Walker run to the area where the surveillance camera is located, and you're going to see the defendant's son, Adreian Dority, is running with her, and then ultimately the defendant comes out and calls his son into the house. Now, you're going to hear from Tara Walker, and she's going to tell you the victim didn't have a weapon, that he didn't threaten a weapon.
Am I wrong, or we have seen this prosecutor in another trial? I feel like we've seen this guy before. Maybe 10 pounds lighter.
The evidence in this case will be clear. This is not a case of self-defense. This is not a case of someone standing their ground. As was discussed in jury selection, in a self-defense or stand your ground situation, the facts matter. And the facts in this case are not someone defending themselves. They're someone being the aggressor, taking aggressive action, arming themselves, and committing a murder. And once you've heard the evidence in this case, we'll ask that you convict. Thank you.
Well, at least it was
Thompson,
short.
does the defense wish to give an opening?
Yes, Your Honor. May I
That's
please
what she
report?
said.
Yeah.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How you doing today? Yeah, we just get right into this. This is not a complicated case. This is a very simple case. This is a case about self-defense.
And someone mentioned the gain before. This is because I have the court audio boosted 10 times because they don't use the mic. That's why you have the humming in the background. Uh, I would rather try and hear what they say instead of we're sitting here and trying to read lips. The only time I read lips is when I do my... No, that's a bad joke, and Jamie will get mad if I say it's only when I do my hobby gynecologist treatments.
Not just self-defense of oneself, but we're talking about self-defense of one's family. Okay. Please pay close attention to the facts in this case. Every fact is very important. May 9th, 2022, Lawrence Dority was celebrating Mother's Day with his family at his father's house, not very far from where this incident occurred. Okay? When he decided to leave, his father drives him home. Okay? Mr. Larry Dority is the driver, Lawrence Dority is a passenger, and his 10-year-old son is a passenger in the backseat compartment. Unknown to him, unexpected.
I know you weren't complaining, but maybe there are new people here, so I just want to say that's why there's this humming, and it's to try and get the best out of a shitty situation. I know you never complain, is Brief Flag. I could take you to Taco Bell, and you would still be happy.
As he arrives home, he observes a black Chevy, blacked out tinted window Chevy now parked outside his car. Lights, headlights on, car running. Out of concern, he starts to walk over to the car, and he starts to realize this car looks familiar to him. He believes it's the car of his long-term friend, lady, Sarah Wall. So this is the car she has been very month. It was 6 months at a time. Mr. Dority didn't know that was her car. He didn't know that was a Wall car. He walks up and then the tinted window rolls down. One can't see inside the car. It's 1:30 in the morning. It's dark out. Window rolls down. Mr. Dority asks, "Why are you here?" You want to know what happens next? Evidence will show that 6'8", at least 6 foot, according to the medical examiner, is 80 inches tall. It's like 6'8", without shoes. Steps out of the car, wingspan of 7 foot. With a threatening posture, steps out. I was smoking. What you want to do? What you want to do? Mr. Dority immediately retreats to his home. Gets his firearm. Evidence will show that he's a concealed weapon permit.
Pixie, I think you are a little behind if you're talking about the lawyer. But no, I really like his suit, especially that it's a lighter cut. Now you're in Florida, but it's probably hot. And I like that subtle little checkered. I'm not too fond of the buttons showing under his tie. His tie, but and maybe I would match my handkerchief with my tie. But he looks, it's a good looking lawyer, and you can say a lot, but appearances is everything in court, and looking good makes the jury listen to you more. Is what I believe. That you have to dress appropriate. Hey, John.
His son is outside. He can't even make it into the house stage. He walks back out. But before that, he's still asking, "Why are you here?"
I wish we could hear what he's saying.
You need to leave. Guess what happened next, ladies and gentlemen? Mr. Dority, after being threatened, walks into his home. He comes back out, and instead of Mr. Payne, the first thing is Mr. Payne. His name is Adreian Payne. Mr. Dority didn't know that. He only knew that somebody named
I think Lennon.
He didn't know him person. He didn't know him at all. Right? As he comes back out, not only did Mr. Payne not leave, borrow closer to this. So he had the opportunity to leave. And the evidence to show that his girlfriend, Sarah Walker, actually told him to leave. She had arrived at the tail end of the verbal altercation. The evidence would show she wasn't even present when Mr. Dority approached to ask him to see who he were. You heard testimony that she's going to say she's going to call him. She would admit to you that she told him not to come to the house. He did it anyway. The evidence would show he didn't even know where Mr. Dority lived. He circled around the neighborhood to find, he found Mr. Dority's car. He was familiar with it, to say to him, whatever it is. Mr. Dority comes back out, asks him to leave again. Not just that, why are you here? Simultaneously, as Mr. Payne was reaching, Mr. Dority fires one shot, not to kill, but to repel the break. The evidence would show that bullet pierced through the bicep into his chest cavity. Only then he got back in the car. He was still standing outside the car. Okay? What did Mr. Dority do next? He didn't flee. He immediately told his got his son to come get in the house, called law enforcement, reported to them what happened. Okay? He cooperated with the investigation. This is a case about self-defense. This is a case about defense of others. This case is very simple.
It's not that simple when you have to look at your computer. Come on
Evidence
now.
would show that neither Mr. Lawrence Dority or Mr. Doherty's fiance at the time invited Mr. Payne over. No one invited him over. The evidence would show that Mr. Payne's girlfriend advised him not to go, not to come. The evidence would show that the crime scene wasn't really secure. It was contaminated before law enforcement arrived. The state even didn't open it just admitted that it was a weapon in the car. The evidence would show that that weapon, that knife, was not tested as a DNA. Fingerprints was not even taken in evidence. The evidence would show that Ms. Sarah Walker had access to that vehicle before law enforcement arrived. You would hear evidence that no firearm was located. But there is a reasonable explanation for that. Okay? Evidence would show that. The evidence revealed the inconsistency in the state's evidence in this case. It's abundance of it. Evidence revealed lack of evidence in this case.
Oh, now they fixed the audio.
This is a clear case of self-defense. After you've heard and seen all the evidence, we ask that you find Mr. Dority not guilty. This is the right thing to do under these circumstances. This is not a case of a gunman on the loose, shooting bystanders or innocent people. This is a man that is on his way home, minding his business. Okay? This is not complicated. This is a case about a man who was forced to defend himself, his child, and his father against a much larger, aggressive man who showed up armed and threatening him at his home in the dead of the night, 1:30 in the morning. He didn't come singing a Christmas carol. He didn't come with any sense of kindness or respect. He came with intent to intimidate and threaten. And that's what he did. Evidence would show that Mr. Dority did what any reasonable person would do in that situation. Ask, Mr. Payne, why are you here? Mr. Dority asked Mr. Payne to leave. Did he leave? No. More importantly, why was he there? How did you even know how to get to the house? Mr. Dority was threatened by him. He immediately went in his home and protected himself and his family. Mr. Payne postured himself in a threatening manner while outside of Mr. Dorty's home at 1:30 in the morning.
Because the courtroom isn't for us viewing audience, it's for the jury. That's why they want to go over there to establish contact with them. I feel he's doing a better job than the prosecutor. I didn't like it when he forgot his speech and had to go back and look at his computer. That kind of killed it for me. But the story he's telling could be a persuasive one. There will be the little problem. One of them had a pew-pew, the other one didn't have a pew-pew. But we saw in the Travis Rudolph case as well that juries down there, they see self-defense different than a lot of other states.
This is a case about self-defense. This is the case that the people of the state of Florida should recognize. This is not acceptable. He's innocent. His actions are justified. You heard everything we prayed, humble, and asked that you find out. That is the place to
State, call your first witness.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move to offer into evidence what's been marked for identification as States E, the stipulation of the parties, and ask that be published.
So the two opening statements for people who are just coming in. The defendant was arguing with his girlfriend, fiance at the time. The fiance had asked the victim's girlfriend to come over and help. And when they came over and helped, this guy went into the house, got a remote hole puncher, and just unalived the other guy. He had no weapon. There was a knife on the floorboard in the vehicle outside. And there was something about someone driving someone. And apparently the victim had sold a car to the defendant or the other way around. I didn't quite get that part. Audio is terrible, as always. The defense claims, well, this guy just came over and started meddling in a personal matter. And this guy had to defend his family because they rolled up on them in a blacked out vehicle, kind of intimidated him. He was a basketball player. He was bigger. And he went inside, got the remote hole puncher, and tried to clip him to make him stop. And you can tell that because it went through the bicep into the chest cavity. I don't get why he believes that's a good argument, because then it's a side shot instead of a front shot. But we'll have to see where the evidence leads us. I can't see this case going a long time because it seems kind of open shot. You need the two girls to come testify about who brought them to the scene, the police, what did we see at the scene. He stayed at the scene. He even contacted law enforcement and said, yeah, I just pew-pewed a guy. So it's not like we're going to have hours and hours about how they had to go and find evidence and stuff like that. It seems like it could be pretty simple. Well, hey, little Gianni, close your ears. Put your earmuffs on. Uncle Baker sometimes say bad words. Let's wait and see the evidence before we move for mistrial. Is he going to argue he had to use the pew-pew or lose it to the bigger guy? I couldn't get that part. I think there was just the intimidation. But we know from other cases in Florida, you don't need to be on the ground being stomped on. You can get self-defense in other ways. Yeah, he knew exactly who he was because he sold him a car. But that's not the question. The question is, when AP showed up, did he do something he wasn't supposed to do? No, they were coming home from a party, and apparently there was, as I got it, there was a row between this guy and his girlfriend, and the girlfriend called for backup.
Any objection from this defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, what's been marked
Stop.
as State's Exhibit E for identification will be received.
Always
into
jinxing my
evidence as
cases.
State's 1 without objection.
It does have some resemblance to the Travis Rudolph case. And Marissa, it's going to be a 14-week trial.
And Your Honor, if you could publish the.
You're lucky that there's a kid watching, or I would be pulling out a certain bird from South Carolina.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what is in evidence now is State's Exhibit 1 is a stipulation of the victim's identification. It indicates that the Assistant State Attorney, Michael Joseph Smith, and the defendant, Lawrence Alexander Dority, as well as his lawyer, Harold Dion Thompson, stipulate that the identity of the deceased in this case is Adreian D'Angelo Payne, and it is signed by all three parties. Okay? So that is a stipulated fact that you all can consider. All right, State.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the state calls Garrett Morris.
Let's move to the first witness. And for anyone who asked me questions about the background, I saw this case 20 seconds before I put it up on stream. I know nothing other than what I read in the beginning. We're doing the full jury inception. None of us know anything. It seems that Kathy Sousa knows a little bit more about it. The rest of us are just going in, just like jurors. We will rely only on what is said in court. So maybe Kathy can fill some of the blank holes now and again. But we are now the jury. So sit in your most uncomfortable chair. Don't take any notes, and don't have any food or beverages until we go on break. We're giving you the full jury experience on this channel.
You solemnly swear or affirm testimony shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, go ahead and have a seat for me once you get situated. And state your full name for me and spell your first and last name for the court reporter.
Garrett Morris, GarrettMorris.
Have to
State
alert
your
the court.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
If you could just introduce yourself to the jury.
Yes, my name is Corporal Garrett Morris. I'm with Orange County Sheriff's Office
And how long have you been with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
for 5 years and total time in law enforcement, almost 13.
Where did you work in law enforcement before the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Volusia County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your current job duty?
Currently, I'm a patrol supervisor in our Sector 3, west side of the county.
And what shift are you on?
Midnight shift.
And did you work last night?
I did.
So have you just come straight through from that?
Yes, I did.
I want to take you back to May 9th of 2022. Were you working at that time?
Yes, I was.
What was your position then?
At that time, I was a patrol deputy in Sector 2, which is the east side of the county. And I was on midnights as well then.
And did you have occasion on that day around 1:30 a.m. to respond to 2529 Shores Drive in Orlando?
Yes, I did.
And when you responded to the scene, were you able to locate a victim on scene?
Yes, I did.
Where was he located?
So the victim, when I located him, he was in the driver's seat of I believe, a silver vehicle, and he was with his left foot outside of the vehicle and his right foot inside the vehicle.
Did he appear to be injured?
Yes, he had a gunshot wound to his chest, and he was unresponsive.
Was anyone else near the victim when you arrived?
Yes, the defendant's father was near the victim, and so was the victim's girlfriend.
And what happened from there once you arrived, located the victim, and realized he had a gunshot wound? What did you do?
At that point, I put on my gloves and I got him out of the vehicle. The defendant's father assisted a little bit, and then I started CPR.
And you started CPR once he was out of the vehicle on the ground?
Yes, I pulled him out of the vehicle into a flat, hard surface, and that's when I began CPR.
Now, as part of anytime you're going to perform CPR and walking into an unusual situation, is it part of your protocol to check for weapons?
Generally speaking, yes. Whenever, if I were to respond to a call where maybe there was somebody who was maybe just overdosed or something like a natural causes, I may not always check for weapons. But whenever, in this case, there's obvious that he had been shot, I check for weapons on whoever I'm in contact with, and in that case, it was the victim.
And did you locate any weapons on or about the victim's person?
No, I did not.
Now, at some point, did fire rescue arrive and take over, I guess, the CPR and life-saving measures from law enforcement?
Yes.
And what happened from there as far as your involvement?
After that, I just assisted in maintaining the crime scene. I put up crime scene tape, and held that area around the car until our homicide and forensic units get there.
Now, during this encounter that you've just described, were you equipped with body-worn camera?
Yes, I was.
And was that activated?
Yes, it was.
Have you had a chance to review that body-worn camera prior to today?
I have.
Can I just tell you how glad I am we are back in a state where the cops are not trying to cover everything. I'm not saying all the cops are good guys, but body-worn cameras and evidence tape, and it's not a slog to just get them to remember what their own name is. I'm glad.
First, I want to show you what's been marked for identification as states composite D. It's 3 photos or still photos from your body-worn camera. Let the record reflect I'm showing opposing counsel with the marked for identification as states D. Permission to approach?
You may.
Let the record reflect I'm showing the witness what the marked for identification as states D. If you could just look through these and let me know if you recognize them.
Yes, I do recognize them.
Are these still images from your body-worn camera?
Yes, they are.
Are they fair and accurate depiction of the full camera for your body-worn camera?
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state offers into evidence what has been previously marked for identification.
Objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
What's been marked as State's Exhibit D for identification without objection will proceed into evidence as States 2.
Commissioner Public Report.
You may.
States Exhibit 2. All right, what are we looking at here?
That's the victim on the ground with a gunshot wound to his chest. I don't know at which point that was during the CPR, but that was those gloves are me checking his fanny pack for any weapons.
I know you have a screen in front of you. Are you able to look sort of behind and see behind you? Is that the gunshot wound that you observed?
Yes.
And then this here, is this a fanny pack that he's wearing?
Yes, it was.
And you went inside that fanny pack?
I did.
And did you locate any weapons or anything?
No, I did not.
And then I know it's a little bit blurry, but what are we looking at here in this film?
That's the victim as I first found and observed him in his car.
Would this be like his leg here?
Yes.
This is inside the driver's compartment.
Yes, that's him sitting in the driver's seat, and I believe his left leg was out of the vehicle, and he was slumped backwards, unresponsive.
And finally, this still image, dark on the screen. In evidence, I don't know if you can actually see it here, but again, just to orient, this here area is the driver's seat.
Mhm. I can see the steering wheel and the victim's shirt.
And there's another individual, this picture here, you can see it here, actually holding the photograph. Is that the person that you understood to be the victim's girlfriend?
The female that was there was the victim's girlfriend.
You guys also had an opportunity to review a clip of your body-worn camera from responding to this incident. Right?
Yes, yes, I have.
Let the record reflect I'm showing the counsel has been marked for identification as states C.
Yeah, but the court probably can't accept them because that would be probably fudging with some things. But yeah, they should offer them.
Mr. Approach.
You may.
Let the record reflect I'm showing the witness what the marked for identification as states C. Which state was that? You recommend?
Yes, I do.
Is that a disc of your body-worn camera that we reviewed together back in June?
Yes.
Is it fair and accurate?
Yes.
At this time, state offers and evidence will previously marked for identification as state C.
Any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
What's been marked as State's Exhibit C for identification will be received into evidence as States 3 without objection.
Your Honor, permission to publish once marked.
You may.
Now publishing State's Exhibit 3.
Have mercy. Oh, Jesus. When they have Alright, back up. Yes, sir. Back up. Oh, Lord, have mercy. Oh, Lord, have mercy. Oh, Lord. Lock me up, just to the chest, unresponsive, no pulse. I'm going to try to get him out of the car, start CPR. Yes, ma'am. No, man. Guys, grab his legs. Let me get him out. Yeah? Yep. Come on. He's not breathing no more. He was on his chest. Okay. I got his head. Just pull him away from the car. All right, there we go. Give me light. I got you. So we're gonna try and do member. Right now, you just need to run side of the box, right?
They got really loud because I had the handset on too. The girlfriend.
Wow. Nothing. There's no guns. Oh my God. 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 That's actually coming out.
Include State's Exhibit. Corporal, did all the events we've just discussed, including your response, occur in Orange County, Florida?
Yes, it did.
I don't have a further question.
Ross?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. How are you doing?
Good morning, sir. Good, thank you.
I'll just try to piggyback briefly off what you just testified to.
Mhm.
Isn't it true you did not search the vehicle for weapons?
Yes, sir, it is. I did not search the vehicle.
And you just saw the video yourself, obviously. Isn't it true the right side passenger door was open?
I believe the girlfriend was standing on the right side passenger door. Yes,
So it's fair to say, well, you didn't open the right side passenger door, right?
I didn't go to the right side passenger.
So it's as far as you believe it was the Mr. Payne's girlfriend who opened that door?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
You have no idea who opened that passenger side door and opened that door?
I do not know who opened that door.
All you know is by the time you arrived, that passenger side door was open, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Payne was seated in the driver's side, correct?
Correct.
There was no other person inside that vehicle at that time, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't search that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You didn't search Tara Walker's, the victim's girlfriend's car either, did you?
No, sir, I did not.
I have no further questions.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
May the witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You can step down. Thank you, sir.
I like the speed they're moving with.
And then
H-M-I-N-E-R.
name for the court reporter, please.
Hannah Miner, H-A-N-N-A-H-M-I-N-E-R.
All right, state your main inquiry.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Morning.
If you could just introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Hannah Miner. I'm a crime scene investigator with the Orange County Sheriff's Office
And how long have you been a crime scene investigator with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
since January of 2022.
And if you could just give the jury a little bit of your background as far as training experience that enables you to hold that position.
I have a bachelor's degree in forensic science from the University of Central Florida. I also have a master's in pharmacy with a concentration in forensic science from the University of Florida. And I'm currently working on a doctorate in forensic science from Oklahoma State University. In addition to that, I am a certified crime scene analyst with the International Association for Identification.
What is the role, if you could just explain to the jury, what is the role of a crime scene investigator?
We are notified to respond out to crime scenes. We document those crime scenes with photos, notes, sometimes measurements. We'll document evidence, collect evidence, process that evidence, package that evidence, forward the evidence to its final location, whether that's a laboratory or our evidence unit, and then we will write report.
This must be some of her first work as a crime scene investigator. And I also think I've seen this lady before. Am I having a stroke?
On our involvement for those cases.
And do you work in conjunction with law enforcement like detectives and things like that?
Yes, we do.
So I want to take you back to May 9th of 2022. Were you working in your capacity as a crime scene investigator at that time?
I was the on-call crime scene investigator, yes.
So it might seem self-explanatory, but if you could just sort of describe, what does it mean to be the on-call crime scene investigator?
Our office is staffed until midnight, so any calls that come in after midnight, it goes to the on-call crime scene investigator, where they will take calls from home.
And were you directed as part of your job as the on-call CSI to respond to a location at 2529 Egret Shores Drive in Orlando?
Yes, it was.
And was part of your job to document that scene?
Yes, it was.
At what time, if you recall, was it that you responded to that scene?
I arrived on scene at approximately 5 o'clock that morning.
Was it still dark outside, or had it begun to be light yet?
It was still dark outside.
Were you able to take some photos outside that scene before, I guess, the sun ultimately came up?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I've previously shown photos in mark for identification as states composite H. That's going to be photos. Commercial approach.
Yep.
Let the record reflect I'm showing witness with the mark for identification as states H composite of 6 photos. Which could have taken with that. And are these photos that you yourself took as part of your duties on the unit?
Yes.
Are they accurate?
Yes.
At this time, the state offers the evidence of the proof of identification as the H.
Any objections?
No objection.
It's been marked as States Exhibit H for identification. We'll receive the evidence as States 4 without objection.
And Your Honor, permission to publish once marked.
Okay.
Now publishing with there that the state exhibit 4.
Does this woman do contact merkins? Can just leave the woman of the night without a pancreas? Are you in the market for a pancreas? I think you have to reach out to Vice Baby or maybe yeah, that's probably the best connection. I've heard that North Korea has a thriving market for human body parts. So, and he's part Korean. I never asked which part. So he'll probably get you a good pancreas. Well, talk to T-Rex. He's roaming the high streets of the highways. Illegal mindset.
What are we looking at this one?
That's the front door of the residence.
When you say the residence, is that what you understood to be the defense purpose?
That is correct.
And then this photo?
It's essentially the same photo, just zoomed out a little bit to show more of the surrounding area.
And you got a white truck in this photo?
Yes.
There's a stop sign. You see that, any of us in front of you, here's on certain the laser pointer. This is documented the location for the intersection of the area where this happened.
Yes.
And that's this white aisle, is a little bit here, is that correct?
Yes.
And where's this in location to the defendant's road? We just saw the photo.
If you were standing facing the residence, this is to the left.
I know it's dark. Obviously, you took some photos of the daylight as well, right?
That is correct.
Dark in this photo, what we're looking at here.
That is the victim's car.
Can't see anything. It's too dark. Well, we'll get right on it, Brandon.
This is another
Of course not.
dark photo of
It wouldn't do anything illegal.
That is correct.
Now, after the sun did come up that morning, did you document the scene with some daylight photos of capturing different items' location to each other?
Yes, I did.
Let the record reflect, previously shown opposing counsel what's been marked for identification as state's composite I-14 photographs. Permission to approach the witness?
You may.
Let the record reflect, showing the witness what's been marked for identification as state's composite I-14 photographs. You just look through these and let me have it.
Well, 50% bad audio.
So during the daylight on May 9th.
Yes.
Are they clear and accurate?
Yes.
Hey, prosecutor guy, do you see her leaning forward and talking into that little black thing in front of her all the time? You should try doing the same.
Any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
It's been marked as State's Exhibit I for identification. Will be received into evidence as State's 5 without objection.
Public one for.
You may.
This is either someone who unalived someone in an argument or someone who defended him against someone who came to his house, starting something. It's just started. This is the second witness. The first witness just said, I was out there and I found him lying dead on the street. This is the crime scene investigator. The audio must be better in the courtroom. That's the only thing I can say. I didn't catch the name of the prosecutor, no. And this is Florida. If you look at the ticker at the bottom, I put it in there because I had the Karen Thaler thing.
So where was the this photo?
That is the white vehicle that was parked in front of the residence.
When you say the resident, you mean the resident you understood it as?
That is correct.
And as we're looking forward in this photograph, what's the picture? Is this a stop sign that you've seen the earlier photo at night of?
Yes.
And then this vehicle, is that the vehicle?
Yes.
screen in this photo, but like if we were to go over into this area, would that be essentially where the defendant's door would be located?
Yes.
So this would be sort of perspective if you're standing in the defendant's car.
Objection as to leading.
Sustained.
What would this be a perspective of where you're standing?
Could you clarify the question?
Right. So where were you standing when you took this photo?
On the right side or the driver's side of the vehicle.
And does this capture the distance between the defendant's residence?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading, this evidence will. Let me approach.
No, overruled.
Does this capture the distance between the defendant's residence and the victim's vehicle?
It documents it, yes.
What are we looking at here?
That's the passenger side of the victim's vehicle?
And obviously the door is open.
Correct.
Was the door open when you arrived, or did you open the door?
Can I refer to my report? The front passenger door was open.
Now we're looking at, is this the back passenger door?
The rear passenger, yes.
Now did you open this door for this photograph?
Yes.
What are we looking at here?
Thanks for the
The
watch
front
time.
quarter panel of the victim's vehicle.
And then this is a different view of directly into the driver's side of the vehicle.
Yes.
Now, this residence back here, this is not the residence in which this vehicle is.
That is correct.
And then it's just another photograph with both front doors open.
That is correct.
What were you documenting with this photo?
That's the driver's seat. There are some red stains on the piece of paper that's on the floorboard.
We said red stain, is that you with that line person was not a big one there?
That is correct.
What are we looking depicted here?
That's the cup holder area of the victim's vehicle. There's additional red staining near the shifter.
This area here on anything.
That is correct.
Just a closer view of that.
That is correct.
And what are we looking here?
That's the passenger side of the victim's vehicle.
And what's depicted in this photo?
That was a knife that was on the floorboard, kind of near the end of the seat.
What seat was that?
The passenger seat, the front passenger seat.
And what are we looking at here?
Another overall of the scene of the front of the residence and the two vehicles in the daylight.
So the front resident, if you look at this right here, if you just take the laser pointer, if you point out where you're understanding where the defense residence was. And then if you could point out with the laser pointer on the location of the vehicle. Now, in this photograph, is this here on the bottom left side of the vehicle?
Yes, it is.
So then if you could take a laser pointer and point out the location of the defense residence.
This is the white car that was in front of the residence.
Would it be the other side, far side of the white car?
That is correct.
And then again, this shows the white car from the previous photo,
That is correct.
and then on the right side of the photo is that the door is open.
Yes.
Did you actually enter the defendant's residence and document the interior of that location as well?
I did.
And let the record reflect, I've previously shown opposing counsel what's been marked for identification as states composite J. Permission to approach the witness?
You may.
Shake it, shake it, shake it like a Polaroid picture.
You just look through those and let me know. Are these photographs that you took by entering or inside of your defendant's residence?
Yes.
Are they very accurate?
Yes.
At this time, the state offers the evidence of the previously marked identification as states composite J.
Any objections? No objection, Your Honor. It's been marked as State's Exhibit J for identification. Without objection, will proceed into evidence as State 6.
There's no public one more.
You may.
What are we looking at in total?
That's the entryway to the residence.
Then in this photo, have you stepped inside the room?
Yes.
In this photo, are you just a little bit further inside the room?
Yes.
What are we looking at here?
Another photo photographing the entryway. So the way I had just come through the residence from the sliding glass door from the previous photo.
So this would be you come in, then you turn around, I guess, looking back out. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What are we looking at here?
It's another overall photo, just panning from that same location back toward where I just walked through the residence.
Now, in your documentation of the residence, was a firearm located?
Yes.
What are we looking at here?
It's a photo of the kitchen area where the firearm was located inside of that drawer that's open in the photo.
Can you just take a laser pointer and through the where you're referring to? And then is this photograph, I'm just looking at the door inside showing the firearm?
That is correct.
And then what is the picture here?
That is the firearm once I rendered it safe and placed it in a firearm box.
What does it mean to render a firearm safe?
In the original photo, the slide was forward, so there's no way for me to know if the firearm was loaded or not. So in order to render it safe, I take the magazine out, which is the item on the right, and then lock the slide back to make sure that the chamber is empty so that it's safe to handle.
Or say previous to this photo, the magazine inside the firearm?
That is correct.
Now, that firearm that we just saw the photographs of, was it ultimately collected and placed into evidence?
Yes, it was.
Let the record reflect, I'm showing opposing counsel was the mark for identification as state B. B. Commissioner approach the witness.
Go ahead.
Let the record reflect, I'm showing the witness what the mark for identification as state B. If you could just take a look at it and let me know if you recognize that the firearm that you collected.
Yes, it is.
And that was placed in evidence by you.
Yes, it was.
At this time, the state offers the evidence of the mark for identification as state B.
Any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
It's been marked as State's for identification. Without objection, will be received into evidence as State 7.
Your Honor. permission to have the witness get off the stand and publish the jury.
You may.
The matter can step off the stand and have you, later in the course of your duties as a CSI in this case, were you tasked with collecting from the medical examiner a projectile or bullet recovered from the victim in this case?
Yes.
Let the record reflect I'm showing opposing counsel what's been marked for identification as states A.
That's something they have told them to tell because they're talking to the jury, but it looks stupid.
Approach.
You may.
We know if you can tell.
We haven't heard yet.
Showing the witness what's been marked for identification as state A. Do you recognize this?
No, Jemima said no.
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
The label has the case number, the location collected, a description that says sealed container labeled bullet from right abdomen. It has my name and EID on it and my initials and date that I sealed the item on the tape.
And is that the bullet or projectile that was recovered from the autopsy?
Yes.
And at this time, the state offers the evidence which was previously marked for identification and states A.
Any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
What's been previously marked as States Exhibit A for identification without objection will be received into evidence as States 8.
Beyond what we discussed, did you document any further scenes in this case?
No.
Did you have any further involvement?
Just my response to the medical examiner's office.
And did all the events, all your investigation occur at the residence located in Orange County?
The initial call out response, yes, was only at the residence.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
All right, Cross.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning. How you doing, Investigator Minor? How you doing today? Just briefly, I want to ask you some follow-up questions. How long you said you've been a crime scene investigator?
Since January of 2022.
January of 2022.
Correct.
And this incident occurred May 2022, correct?
Correct.
So about 4 months. At the time of this incident, you had been a crime scene investigator for 4 months, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say this was your close to like your first actual one in the field solo?
No, it was not.
Okay. Were you supervised by anyone?
Yes, I was.
Okay. When you obviously crime scene investigate, do you guys wear body camera footage? You don't do stuff like that, do you?
We do not.
And you arrived at this scene about 4 hours after the incident actually happened, correct?
I don't know what time the initial incident was reported.
Is that not something you would put in your report or something you think relevant for crime scene documentation?
I document the time I was notified that my response was required, the time that I arrived on scene, and the time that I cleared the scene.
Okay, what time were you notified?
Approximately 4 o'clock in the morning.
4 in the morning. And what time did you arrive? 5 in the morning?
Correct.
Yeah, we did that the first time as well.
And as a part of your documentation, can you tell me again what your functions are? You say you document, but just walk me back through it briefly.
We respond to the scenes. We document them with notes, photography, any other processing methods that are deemed necessary for this specific case. We collect the evidence once it's been documented. We'll process that evidence. We will send the evidence to their final destinations, whether that's a lab or our evidence unit. And then we will write reports on essentially what is our involvement with each case.
Perfect, perfect. So I noticed you said you collect evidence, correct?
That is correct.
Isn't it true it was also a knife in the car that was not taken into evidence by you?
Yes.
When you arrive on the scene, is that a part of your duties to dust for prints or try to obtain DNA? Is that part of your job?
It can be.
When you say it can be, meaning that's something that you usually would.
No, this is it's his defense attorney on the stand right now. Well, we'll figure it out together. Wasn't he part of Sarah Boone? I think you're a little behind. The prosecutor, I don't think, was Sarah Boone Orange County? Hey, Celestial.
You do?
It's a case-by-case circumstance.
So in a case where someone is alleged to have been murdered or shot, you notice this blood spatter in the car. Is that not a case where you would dust for prints or dust for DNA if a weapon is located in the car?
It depends on the case circumstances.
Would you consider a knife a weapon?
It can be.
So I noticed you took a lot of pictures of Mr. Payne's vehicle. Let me go back a little bit. Are you aware of the vehicle, the owners or the persons that are said to be the owners or operators of the vehicles that you took picture of?
No.
So the black vehicle, the Chevy Malibu, you don't know who owned that car or drove that car?
It was my understanding that it was being operated by Mr. Payne.
Okay. Were you aware that Mr. Payne's girlfriend had a vehicle that was on the scene as well?
No.
Isn't it true you didn't take a picture of that vehicle?
I don't know what vehicle it is, so I don't know if it's in my photos.
Not even aware of it at all, correct?
Correct.
So it's fair to say you didn't take a photo of it.
I don't know what the car is. It could be in the background of one of my photos, so I don't know.
Okay. Did you take a photo of a white Audi truck SUV?
Not to my recollection.
You took a photo of a white truck, correct?
Yes.
You took a photo of a white Mercedes Benz, correct?
Yes.
You took photos of a black Chevy Malibu, correct?
Yes.
So if you were to learn that Tara Walker, Mr. Payne's girlfriend, drove a white.
Thank you, Isabel Park, for becoming a member. You get access to the Zoo Bird and nothing else really, because I'm a bad host.
Audi vehicle, and it was on the scene of this incident, you would agree that you did not document that vehicle?
Not to the same extent that I did the others.
Did you document a white Audi in your report at all?
In my report, no.
Had you knew of a white Audi vehicle being on the scene, would you have done that?
Depends on the case circumstances.
Okay, I want to make sure I ask you this clear because I'm not trying to trip you up. As far as your records and your reports, did you document a white Audi vehicle on the scene?
In my report, no.
Okay, thank you. So it's fair to say you don't know what was inside of that vehicle.
If I did not document it, I would not know what is inside of it.
Thank you.
Just to be clear, part of your duties are to collect evidence, correct?
That is
You
correct.
asked and answered.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Your Honor.
May the witness be excused.
No, I think the white Audi is the girlfriend's car. I don't know where he's going with it, and I was impressed with his opening. I wasn't impressed with these questions.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, you can step down. All right, let's take about a 5 or 10 minute recess and then we'll pick up with the.
Do we hear why they go to sidebar?
All right, we're in recess for about 5, 10 minutes.
No, we don't hear why he's called to sidebar. They are called to sidebar. So, if you have snuck in within the last hour or so, instead of the Karen Tyler case, we switched it over to the Lawrence Dority case. I don't know why StreamYard hasn't updated the name. This is a case where the defendant says, yes, I did pew him once because I was afraid of him. We had been out somewhere for Mother's Day, came home, and we arrived at the scene where there was a black SUV that rolled down. It's a black car where the window got rolled down, and then I couldn't hear what he claimed, the defense lawyer, because the audio was really bad. But apparently he got so scared of the deceased person in this case that he had to run into the house and get his wireless hole puncher and put one in him. It went through his arm into the chest cavity and he expired quite quickly. The defendant called 911 and said, I've done this. He stayed at the scene when the police arrived, said, I was afraid for my life. I was protecting myself and my family. I had to do it. The state claims that the defendant was arguing with his girlfriend. The victim tried to break it up, and then he pew-pewed him with no reason other than that. So far, we have had the first arriving officer. He didn't have anything to say other than, I didn't see a weapon in the car with the deceased person, and a crime scene investigator who took some pictures and didn't see other weapons than a knife. So far, I'm a little confused already where we are going, but we will probably be calling both females who was at the scene, and they will be most likely pivotal to the self-defense claim, because was there a fight where he could have been afraid of his or family's life, or was he just overreacting? That's what we're waiting for. And of course, as always, anyone is innocent in Baker's court until proven guilty by the evidence. I have a feeling that we'll find out more about the white car as the case goes on. He, at this point, building a foundation about that car. Yeah, but it seems like he want to go with the you didn't collect all the evidence kind of route, and it's going to be interesting to see. That's where I'm thinking they're going as well. He claims not that Payne threatened, but he said that he reached for his waistband, and that's why he had to do it, because he was afraid he was going to pull out a hole puncher. Well, you could have, but Florida doesn't have a retreat. They have stand of ground in Florida, so he could be alive to do it. Is Fifi short for feelings. No, Fifi is short for the front pocket of a woman, but we use it as a word for feelings. Yeah, according to some of the reports, but I read the news article. I read again. I didn't know about this case till 10 minutes before it started. So I read one news report that said he reached for something in his waistband, and the police said we didn't find anything at the scene. So we'll have to wait and see. Well, he doesn't have a duty to retreat. That's the word I was looking for. So he could go back out again. That's the same in the Travis Rudolph case. The Travis Rudolph case, they followed them down the road and started pewing them. And that was deemed self-defense. So we never know. Juries are juries. Yeah, no duty to retreat. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. He was a big dude. I can see how he was scared. Apparently, he's 6'10" himself. That's a pretty big guy. So I don't know. I don't know what position Payne played on the court. But 6'10", that's almost NBA level of height. Well, let me know if you figure it out, because right now I'm a little confused with it. The front pocket baker really knows how to talk to the ladies. I do. I know what makes them tick. Apparently, that's something you should do as a streamer. Try to hook up with people from your audience. I heard that on another stream. Don't do that. I would be nervous for sure if someone was waiting for me and my family to get home. Well, there's different stories about that, because were they home and then called them over to? Did the girlfriend call his girlfriend to have them come over and help with a domestic incident, or was he just sitting outside saying, "Hey, buddy"? We don't really. That's why I'm saying that the two female who were at the scene will be pivotal. I speak really bad English today. Pivotal to the defense, because if they both come and say, "Yeah, she called us because she was afraid he was going to knock her teeth out, and we drove over there to try and save her, and he wouldn't let her go, and he ran into the house and said, 'Well, you better let me, or I'll do something.'" That's one story. If the other story was, well, she had talked about she was a little scared to go home that night, so we drove over there and waited, and when they arrived, we got out of the car and said, "Hey, let her go." And then he did it. There's two different stories, and we haven't heard anything so far. Apparently, a 4-day trial, which will now be turned into a 2-month trial because I said those words. Blame Jemima. But we will have to. I think this case will come down to the girlfriends. The evidence can only show so much, and having the crime scene investigator on as number 2, and she had nothing. There won't be a lot of hard evidence in this case, other than, well, we did an autopsy, and yes, he had it through and through the bicep into the chest cavity that most likely nicked an artery or went to his heart, and that's why he died so fast. Boom. That's the evidence in that one. They can't tell us what happened. And that's why self-defense cases are really dependent on the type of witnesses and the corroborability of the witnesses in cases. Yeah, but the defense claims something else, and we'll have to see what the witnesses say on the stand. No, it's Dority. Both of them have female names. But yeah, we'll have to just do the jury thing. The only one who really knows a lot about the case is Kathy Souza, because she knew the deceased, and that's always kind of weird when you have people who have connections to the crime, either the one or the other side. Remember back when the Treehouse case came out, and the former wife of I can't remember his name now. She was in chat. That was kind of weird, and she went on. She went on with RA and talked about the case. That was such a weird case. Yeah. I like all the extra info. Well, I don't have any extra info. I'm just giving you what I've heard so far. At least we aren't looking at a fan. No, we're looking at only boob. The light. 11-1 guilty on the rest. I can understand the retrial, maybe overcharged them as usual. Oh, you're talking about the Valley case.
All right, we're back on the record. We're going to go ahead
Yes,
and bring the
it looks
jury
like a
back in.
boob.
Defense counsel, you had a matter you wanted to address?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the defense would like to invoke the rule pursuant to Florida Rule Criminal Procedure 90.616, sequestration.
All right, the rule of sequestration has been invoked. At this point, I've noted that none of those witnesses have been in the courtroom. You've discussed that with them, Mr. Smith.
I have, Your Honor, and I just emailed my victim witness coordinator because in a previous conversation with the bench, we were informed that it's being live streamed. So I've informed him to let any future witnesses know not to watch the live stream as well.
Got it. Thank you.
I covered this morning on my Baker at Night. It's
All right, then MC.
technically her second attorney because this is her appellant attorney.
And state, you can call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the state calls Marco Quintanar.
A little late to put a sequestration order in, but yeah. Oh, sexier. Yeah, he could sound a little like Will Riker. Number 2. No, number 1. Who's number 1?
Here's telling the story of friend kissing me, shall give, shall be the truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
That's right. All right, have a seat for me. And then, sir, go ahead and state your full name and spell your first and your last name for me.
Marco Antonio Quintanar Gonzalez. Quintanar is Quintanar. Marco M.
That's because they are counting the 9 attorneys she had in her first trial. But this is her appeal, so this is her second appeal attorney who quits on her.
ARCO.
State your name, inquiry.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
If you could just introduce yourself to the jury.
I'm Marco. I live in the corner of where the incident happened. Just a neighbor.
And you live in the city of Orlando?
Correct.
Okay. Now I want to take you back to May 9th of 2022. Did you have surveillance cameras at your home?
Correct. I had one at the garage.
And what type of surveillance system did you use?
It's a Nest camera by Google.
Nest by Google?
Yep.
And if you could just give the jurors a sort of specific location of where that camera is located.
So basically in the entrance of the garage, just in the middle of the garage, it's pointing to the driveway towards the street.
Now, does that camera have both video and audio capacity?
Correct.
And did it capture the audio of an incident that occurred in the early morning hours of May 9th of 2022?
Yeah, that's correct.
And were you able to provide that footage to law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
How is it that you were able to access that footage?
So basically through my phone in an app, I just selected the time and hit download and provided that to the law enforcement.
Now, for that app, do you have like a secure login that you're able to go in and locate footage from your camera?
Yeah, I mean, you have to log in with your email and password. Yeah, to do that.
And you were able to access the footage and then provide that footage to law enforcement?
Yeah, that's correct.
Before you provided the footage to law enforcement, did you, other than selecting specific, time frame, did you edit the footage or change it in any way?
No, not at all. I just selected it and downloaded it.
Who all has access to that footage? Does anybody else have that app?
My wife.
And again, you or your wife didn't tamper with or edit the footage you provided to law enforcement in any way?
No, not at all.
Let the record reflect I've previously shown opposing counsel what's been marked for identification as states F. Permission to approach the witness?
You may.
Let the record show that I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification as states F. Do you recommend it?
Yeah, it's the video footage recorded in CD.
And we reviewed this footage together back in June.
Correct.
Is it fair and accurate?
Yes.
At this time, the state offers an evidence of previously marked for identification as states F.
Any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
What's been marked as previously as States Exhibit F for identification were received into evidence without objection as States 9.
Again, he went up and clarified this was the Google Nest footage he gave police.
Now, you yourself weren't a witness to any incident, right? You just located the footage.
Yeah, no. At that time, we were up because I have a son that at that time was 4 months old. He wake up to be fed. So basically, we were about to get back to sleep, and we hear the gunshots. And I wasn't really sure, so I have to open the app and hear that. So yeah, and then the next morning, an officer knocked at my door. He asked if the camera captured the moment. So I said yes, and he requested that video.
So hearing the shot is what caused you to go and look at your camera to see if it captured anything. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, correct.
All right. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Ross?
Yes, briefly, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. How are you doing today?
Morning.
You stated, so isn't it true you didn't actually see the verbal altercation that transpired outside?
Yeah, that's correct.
Could you hear the altercation?
No, I mean, I just hear the gunshots, and then when I open the app, I could hear the altercation through the video.
So you were able to hear the altercation when you looked at your video, correct?
Correct.
So you agree it was an actual verbal altercation prior to a shooting, correct?
Correct.
All right. And the videos that you provided to law enforcement, how many videos were there?
Just one.
Just one. Was it one long video, or was it like, do you recall?
No, probably it was about a minute long.
10 minutes long?
1 minute.
1 minute long?
Yeah.
Okay. And isn't it true the video that you provided to law enforcement doesn't actually capture Mr. Lawrence Dority and Mr. Payne in any frame of the video?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't show that.
So essentially, it just shows a headlight illuminating in the area, an argument occurring, and then a gunshot, correct?
Yeah, but it's basically the audio what the police was interested in.
Thank you. No further questions.
You redirect?
No, Your Honor.
The witness step down?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir.
So let's hear it, because apparently we can hear the altercation on that video. Yes, only one, but that he could have said wrong or something. That doesn't really do anything. Yeah, let's see the video, hear the altercation. No, he was a neighbor who had a Ring camera or a Nest Cam.
You solemnly swear affirm this and shall give shall be the truth, no truth, nothing but truth, so help you God.
Have a seat for me. You can state your full name for me and spell your first and last name for the full report.
Tara Helena Walker, Tara. Last name is Walker, Walker.
I just need you to speak up a little bit.
Okay.
Thanks. You may inquire.
Thank you, Judge. If you could just introduce yourself to the jury.
Hi, I'm Tara Walker. I'm Adrian's girlfriend.
And what city do you currently live?
So this is going to be the evidence that we really need, because this is an eyewitness who was at the scene when the incident happened and who can tell us the lead in to this.
Orlando.
Now, are you currently employed?
Yes. I work at Baptiste Dentistry.
Now, I want to take you back. Do you know a person named Lawrence Dority?
Yes.
How do you know that person?
He was my best friend's boyfriend.
And who is your best friend, or who was your best friend that you're referring to?
Tatiana Mesa.
Now, over the years, first of all, how long have you known Lawrence Dority?
At that time, 15 years. About.
At that time, I assume, are you talking about the time of the incident back in?
Correct. Yes.
2022.
Yeah, because now it would probably be around like 18 years.
So going back to 2022, how long had you known Lawrence Dority?
15 years.
And over the years, would you say that you maybe encountered Mr. Dority 100 times more?
Yes, more.
Would you recognize him if you were to see him today?
Yes.
Is he in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you point him out and describe something he's wearing for the record?
He's right there and he's wearing gray.
Let the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
So noted.
Now, going back to May of 2022, did you know a person named Adreian Payne?
Yes.
How did you know Mr. Payne?
I was in a relationship with him.
How long had you been in a relationship with him?
5 years.
And did you have any children in common?
Yes.
How many?
1.
So I want to take you back to the early morning hours, sort of after midnight on May 9th of 2022. Did you ever go to the defendant's neighborhood in the early morning hours of May 9th, 2022?
Yes.
When you arrived in that area, where did you go specifically?
In the middle of the street.
What vehicle were you in?
My car. I was in an Audi Q5.
And was the area you went to, was that Egret Shores Drive area?
Yes.
And is that in Orange County?
Yes.
Now, why is it that you decided to go to that area?
Tatiana had texted me and asked me to meet her at her house in 15 minutes.
Okay. And so did you agree to do that?
Yes.
And was your understanding that she had been in an argument?
Objection as to leading.
Your Honor, can we approach?
That is legal. So they were called to the scene. They didn't just sneak up upon them, according to this witness. And I don't understand that axe is, it must be a certain demographic who use the axe instead of ask, but it always weirds me out when people are axing people. Don't be going axing people unless they have a spare pancreas that you can give to Brandon. I will only take a 10% finder's fee for Brandon's new pancreas. I don't think the defendant was there. She was there by herself. That's what it sounds like to me. But I think they came home, but that's the thing. We couldn't really hear the opening statement from the defense either. So we will now be told hopefully what had happened was, and then hopefully we will get the defendant's girlfriend to come in and cooperate or disprove it, to see what's up, what's down in this story. It's a southern thing. Street can be pronounced screed. Yeah, we always have to, again, we've only had the case presented by the lawyers so far. This is the first, and as I said just before she came up, this is the pivotal evidence in this case. It'll be the people who were there at the scene telling us what happened at the scene and why did, oh, wrong finger, why did they even go to the scene? Was it to help her in a domestic, or did they just go and butt in to something they should have kept their noses out of? We never know. There's always two sides to a story, and somewhere between those two sides is the truth.
So you said you had received a call from your friend Tatiana Mesa.
A text message, yes.
And your understanding was that she had some sort of argument with the defendant? Correct. And so you agreed to meet her at the residence?
Correct.
So at some point after speaking with Tatiana, did you have any kind of contact with Adreian Payne?
I did, yes.
Can you describe that contact?
He was on his way back to my house. It's Mother's Day night. He had left and he was coming back. And I told him that I was going to go to Tatiana's house to see what was going on, that she had asked me to come to her house and that she had called the police.
Your Honor, hearsay, your approach.
Yeah, they really have to be sure not to let her say too much from the defense's side, because this can be devastating. I can deal with X better than car and bar. Yeah, that long AH sound in Baston, that's weird. My dad said crick instead of creek yesterday, and I'm about Danny T, be good to your dad. What's happening with the dirty? This is why I love being a YouTube streamer. I'm sitting here watching unaliving trial, trying to figure out who did what to whom. And Chad is talking about dirty sand. I don't know what dirty sand is. Is it frisky? Is that why it's a little dirty? Or you always surprise me, Chad. Thank you. It's a gaillasse. You spelled it completely wrong. As Officer Deaver told us, in the gaillasse.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, there has been an objection to the last comment that was made by the witness as it relates to the police being called. I have sustained that objection. It is not relevant to these proceedings, and you are to disregard any reference to that comment, and you are not to consider it in any way, shape, or form in reaching a verdict in this case. Understood? All right. If I could have you all step out into the hallway or into the jury room just for a brief minute so that I can have another issue dissolved or resolved with the parties, okay?
All right.
Well, I have a very strong, well, you can't tell it in English because I barely have a Danish accent in English, but if I am when I'm speaking Danish, I have a very strong local accent from where I'm living as well. And it sounds a little stoop. But
All right, go and have a seat.
we all have our accents.
All right, Mr. Smith, you have a few minutes.
It's never the
Ma'am, if you
nudes you
step
want to
down, you and
see.
Mr. Smith are going to have a conversation. That's fine. If she wants to stay there, that's fine too.
What's happening? What's going on?
That was in the text message. She said that she called the person. Okay. Okay.
All right, and we can go ahead and bring the jurors back in.
Go to them, Bernice. No, she got a text from the other girlfriend. She talked about the text messages, what it said.
All right, everybody have a seat. You may resume.
Thank you, Your Honor. So after receiving the text from Tatiana Mesa, you had communication with Adreian Payne, is that right?
Correct, yes.
And did you inform him of what you were doing?
Yes.
I guess, did he decide to come to that area as well?
Correct. He said he was coming off the highway and that he would meet me there.
So what happens when you first arrive at the area of the defendant's residence?
Larry, his father, is parked in the middle of the street near the stop sign, and Adrian's car is about 7 houses down, and Lawrence and him are outside of the car having a conversation.
Okay. And so you witnessed them having a conversation. What did you do from there?
I stopped in the middle of the street. Larry was standing outside of his vehicle. I rolled down my window. I lowered my phone down because I was on the phone with Adreian. And he told me to get back, that he was going to get his gun. And I was like, you know, what?
So let me stop you. Who told you to get back? He was going to get his gun.
Larry.
Larry said he was going to.
Larry did, yes, correct.
Okay.
And I was like, what are you talking about, Larry? That's Adreian. That's Harmoni's dad. That's my boyfriend. And then he said, oh, that's a big fella. I'd never seen him before. And I was like, yeah.
And this is Larry, again, this is your understanding of Lawrence, the defendant's dad.
Correct.
So then what happened from there?
So I put the phone back to my ear. I was looking straight. I see that Adreian has his arm on top of the car. And he has one arm over the door. He's in between the crease of the door. Lawrence is standing on the side of here, the side of him. And I heard him say something like, get on, Lawrence, I'm not worried about you. Lawrence backed up. Adreian closed the door. Lawrence walked to the house, and Adreian walked over to me.
Okay. So at this point, the defendant has gone back inside the house?
Yeah, so we were about 7 houses down from his house, so he walked through the back, like on the grass, maybe around his backyard.
Okay. And then you have a conversation with Adreian?
Correct. He walks over to me. He walks in the middle. Larry is still there. He's getting into his car. They kind of just like nod heads. He gets in his car. He reverses and he pulls to the front of the driveway. Adrian's talking to me. I asked him, are you okay, babe? He said, yeah. Are you okay? And I said, yeah. Go back to your car and just pull up, and I'm going to park right here, which was like guest parking on the side of the house.
And did he go back to his car?
He did, yes.
Now, in that interaction that you had with him, did you observe him to be armed with any firearm?
No.
Did you observe him to be armed with any other weapons, like a knife or anything like
No.
that? And so does Adrian actually go back to his vehicle?
Correct. He walks back to his car. I park my car where I say I'm going to park it. He pulls up to the spot where we were originally at, where Larry and myself was located.
So he pulled the car up to that spot.
Correct.
Now, that spot, where was that in location to the defendant's residence?
So we were in front of someone's house and across the street, and then there's it's a townhome. So there's one house and then their house.
Okay.
So stop sign, their house, and then his house. I don't.
And so at some point, did the defendant come back outside of his residence?
Correct.
Are you able to estimate about how long that was? Obviously, I know you didn't have a stopwatch on you.
I know it wasn't less than 30 seconds. I mean, it had to have been like a minute and a half, maybe. It was somewhere.
At some point, did the defendant come back outside of his house?
He did.
When did you first notice that he had come back outside of his house?
So I parked my car. I walked over to Adrian. He opened his car door. He stuck his left leg out. I thought he was getting out the car. He had his hand on the steering wheel. And I said, babe, don't get out the car. I'm going to go see what's going on with Tatiana. And I turned around. I probably took about 5 steps. And then I seen Lawrence coming from in between the cars. Like there was another car and then a Mercedes, which is his car. And he had his arm under his shirt. And he came to the edge of it. I stopped. I asked him not to draw his weapon. What was he doing? His dad was asking, what was he doing, son?
Hearsay. Sustain.
Without getting into what anybody else was saying, what did you observe?
He came down to the end with a gun under his shirt. He took the gun out of his shirt. I asked him not to raise his weapon. I started to yell his name, Lawrence. And then from there, he asked us he asked, why are you here? He asked a couple times, maybe like 2 to 3 times. And I tried to explain to him, Tatiana asked me to be here.
Okay. And so at some point after he's walked out, he's now taken his firearm out.
Yeah.
And where was he when he had the firearm out?
Yeah. Tell me if I have gotten this correctly, because I'm not sure I have, but I think I might have, because she kind of confuses me. This is the defendant's house. They pull up and park across the street where Adrian gets out of the passenger side, walks around, and gets into the driver's side. No, then the car must have been the other way around. Lawrence is in the house, comes out between the 2 cars, and she says, what are you doing? And she's somewhere 5 steps away from the car. But she said he pulled up and parked where they were parked, but she also said that his car and another car was parked, and he came out between them. But didn't she say she was on the other side of the road? Am I wrong? I might. This is what I thought, but didn't she say they moved up and parked on another side of the house? I thought the Mercedes was in his driveway, based on the pictures. Yeah, but I also think she said that when Lawrence came, he parked in the spot they had been in. So I'm not sure. I hope they'll do I really wish they did some visual aids sometimes.
How far was he from Adrian's vehicle?
Not far. He was at the end of their street. I mean, at the end of the grass, the neighbors. So I don't know how to explain it unless I show you.
Walked down. Let me.
Please give us an overhead. She said that she had gotten a text from Lawrence's girlfriend to come over. And there had been an argument. She wasn't allowed to say the argument, but she did slip that in there. There had been an argument. Can you be here in 15 minutes? So they were there when Lawrence and his girlfriend arrived.
In evidence, the state
Could be why. Maybe this will help us understand everything. I like visuals. Oh, so she said she was parked across the street, so they must have been over here. And then she was started walking this way, and Lawrence had been in the house and must have been walking this way. And because she said she took like 5 steps, so that's probably somewhere like this. And then he walks out, and the car must be placed somewhere over here.
Are you able to see my laser pointer on the screen? Yeah. So I'm going to have you take the laser pointer if you could, and you hit this button here, and then just point at the screen where Adrian's vehicle is located.
Right here.
Okay. Now, with the laser pointer, if you could.
What? So she pointed to this vehicle right here. So what? And he was at the, so he came out between cars somewhere over here, and then she talked to him at this grass. Huh.
Just sort of circle an area where the defendant was when he fired the shot. So he had walked a few places down from his residence. Is that fair to say?
Objection as to leading, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Move a strike.
Well, no answer has been given. You can rephrase.
So if you could just with that laser pointer, can you circle where the defendant's residence was? Okay. And then if you could just sort of walk down with a laser pointer showing the jury where the defendant had walked to at the time he fired the shot.
Here, off of here, around.
And is he on the grass area?
Correct, yes.
I just did all that work for nothing. Thank you, a-hole. No, because he had been arguing and then he came out again.
Okay. Now, you had some interaction, you said, with the defendant as he came back out?
Correct.
And were you able to observe his demeanor?
Yes.
What was his demeanor like? Was he even keeled? Was he upset?
It seemed like he was intoxicated.
Objection as to speculation, Your Honor.
Overruled.
He appeared to be intoxicated to you?
Correct, yes.
Now, after the defendant shot Mr. Payne, what happened from there?
I turned around to run towards Adreian or, get to him. His dad grabbed me and spun me around and told me that I needed to run.
Or it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted, it's direct.
We're not going to have the arguments in front of the jury either, so let's come on up.
That would be hearsay, and you want it in as the truth of the matter asserted.
To run.
So that's a sneaky prosecution thing.
Okay, so after the shooting, you were saying what happened next? You can continue.
I spun around, turned around to get to Adreian. Lawrence's father grabbed me, spun me around, and told me I needed to run, to grab Havian and run.
Did you do that?
I did. I walked over. I tried to run. My legs felt like bricks. I went to him. I opened the car door. He jumped into my arms. He was already crying. I put him down because I couldn't carry him, and I told him to run. So we started to run. Larry ran over to Adrian.
Okay, now let me stop you there. So you run after this, and you run, a few houses down. Is that fair?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to see some surveillance footage that shows you after sort of running down, also that captures the audio of the shooting?
Did she have her baby with her? Was that who she put down? You don't take your kid to a night brawl. Come on, live chat. Catch up with the gifted memberships. My chat is so far behind. Thank you, Diane G, for 5 gifted membership to Tash, Southern Red Sox Girl, Blow Mold OP, Claire Brown, and True Crime Fan 329. Always run for the Swedish people. But thank you so much, Diane G. You're a real G. Well, they had a kid. She and the victim had a kid. So I think it was that kid, but it couldn't have been that old. They only been together for 5 years. Oh, it's the defendant's kid. But why is she carrying around the defendant's kid? And you don't bring your baby to a 1:30 beef match. That's, as everyone says, nothing good happens after midnight. Well, they never had the trips I had into town, but don't bring your kids after midnight.
Yes.
Let the record reflect on showing opposing counsel with the mark for identification as Dave G. Commissioner approach. Let the record reflect on showing witness with the mark for identification as
Yeah. Bed by 7, lights out by 8.
Yes. My initials.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of
Yes.
at this time, the state offers the evidence with the previously marked for identification.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, what's been marked as State's Exhibit G for identification without objection will be received into evidence as State's 10.
And Your Honor, if I could just have a moment to set up the player.
Player. That was loud.
All right, so I want to go back through that and ask you a few questions about some of the voices and things that we're hearing on the video.
Okay.
That voice that we hear there, is that your voice?
Correct. Yes.
And what are you saying there?
Do not pull your gun out.
Now I want to stop there. You said something after do not pull your gun out. What was it that you said?
Lawrence? I didn't.
I hear some yelling there. Who is yelling?
Larry.
Larry would be
His his father.
Father. So, are these two individuals? And I'll look at the screen behind.
Because this is what was on the video. There was nothing more. This apparently was all the argument that was.
Who is this? And then who is this person? You hear a person saying, "Get in the house." Whose voice is that?
Lawrence.
Defendant.
Correct.
I'm going to pause here. If you could look at the screen behind you. You see my laser pointer? Who is this person? That's the defendant.
Correct.
Is this at his house?
That is.
So the pew-pewing must have happened up here with the headlights, right? So she ran down. So this must be where he lived.
Is state 10, state was now published, authority been entered into evidence of state 9.
Yeah, but that must be the next door neighbor right next. I thought he was down the street somewhat. He will most likely be called, but I don't know if he'll testify.
So the voice that we hear sort of at the beginning of that, I'm going to turn it back up, but as much as I can. Is that your voice again?
Correct. Yes.
No, victim and this girl rolled up. Defendant and dad and girlfriend was there, I think.
And is that sort of a different camera that caught sort of the same audio or similar audio to the other surveillance that we just reviewed?
Yes.
Now, obviously, on the video,
Yes, the victim got pewed through the bicep into the chest cavity.
on the video that we just watched, we saw you sort of run by to that neighbor's residence.
Yes.
After that video ends, what do?
I run down a little further and I'm banging on doors.
At any point, did you go back to, how long after that would you estimate that law enforcement arrived?
Oh, I don't know. It felt like forever.
At any point, did you go back to the area where Adreian was located, where his vehicle was located?
Yes, I heard Larry.
I don't want you to get into anything that anybody else said. I just want you to tell me what you did.
I ran back.
Okay, so you went back to that vehicle?
I did.
Okay. And then what did you do when you got back to the vehicle?
I went to the driver's side. I put my keys on top of the car and I looked to see if he was alive.
Okay. Did he appear to you to be alive?
No. So
What did you do from there?
I ran around to the passenger side. I tried to readjust his head because he was leaning over into the middle with his head up, and I needed to fix him so I could try to do compressions because I couldn't get him out the car.
Okay, and then so you go around the passenger, you open the passenger side door.
I do.
And then what happens from there after you try to reposition his head?
I start the compressions. I'm telling Larry
Trying to do, sorry to stop you. You're trying to do the compressions in the vehicle?
in the vehicle. We can't get him out.
Then what happens?
I tell Larry, you have to help me. He's not breathing no more. And he starts screaming. He leans down and he starts doing them with me. So we're both pushing on his chest.
And then, so you're there with Larry. Are y'all there with the vehicle and with Adreian trying to render aid to him?
Yes.
Until law enforcement arrives?
Yes.
At any point, did you observe a firearm in the vehicle?
No.
Overruled. Calls for a yes or no answer.
No.
Now, let me show you a photo. Again, in evidence and deposit 5. You recognize that?
Yes.
What is this a photo of?
My kitchen knife.
And is this from Adrian's vehicle?
Yes.
Why, if you know, was this knife there?
Objection is speculation, Your Honor, and lack of foundation.
Overruled. The question was why, if you know.
You can answer.
I put it there.
And,
I'm sorry, what was the answer?
I put it there.
and why was the knife there?
We had went to dinner before he left overseas.
Okay, so you had put the knife there previously?
Correct. Yes.
And you, from dinner?
Yes. Correct.
And you, had you left the knife in the vehicle?
Overruled.
Had you?
Yeah, I find it interesting. Why are you bringing a kitchen knife to dinner? Doesn't people have their own utensils? This is weird. Hey, Cheryl, I'm sorry. Yeah, I could understand it when she said he was standing outside and said, "Go away, Lawrence, I'm not scared of you," with his arms up. That's where I thought he pew-pewed him, but apparently he pew-pewed him behind the wheel. Yeah, that could look a little bad for them, but yes, I will play Swayzer on a break. But why are you bringing a knife out to dinner? And is it a steak knife? It looks like it covers the most of the front of the seat. This looks like a kitchen knife. It doesn't look like a utensil, like an eating knife. It looks like something you'll use. So are they using it in case of problems? Again, I don't know.
Who left the knife in the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
About how long before this incident was it?
Maybe 4 months. He went overseas. I was driving his car. He was only home for. Okay.
So about 4 months?
Yes.
And then he had been obviously
Yes.
not around his vehicle.
No, this is deceased girlfriend.
Fine, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You had stated that shortly after this, he was away. Is that right?
Correct.
And then how long before this incident had he been back?
19 days.
All right. So that knife that we just saw the picture of, at any point during this incident, did you see Adreian with that knife on his person?
No.
Did you ever see him threaten anybody with that knife?
No.
Now, you previously said that you didn't observe a firearm on Adreian.
Well, if she has issues with a knife at a restaurant, wouldn't she have an issue with a knife on the floorboard? It's a really weird place to, because if you needed to bring to, I know there's some people who are really anal about dirt and stuff like that and won't use restaurant utensils. You should do that. You need a little dirt in your life. You need at least a ton of dirt every year. Just ask about dirty sand. But if that was true, that they brought it because they were going to dinner, you would have it packed up. Because you would take it into a restaurant and out on a restaurant, and you had used it to so you wouldn't leave it on the floorboard to get it all greasy and stuff. This sounds like this was an anti-theft device.
In the vehicle, is that right?
Correct.
Did you? And I know this is going to seem like
Yes, that's when you're a little
but
too
did you take a
preoccupied.
firearm and hide it at some point during this incident?
Overruled. It's a yes or no answer.
No.
And you remained? Did you remain in the area of the vehicle until law enforcement arrived on scene?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't catch that because she said she took him when they went to dinner, right? But now overseas. Okay.
And at some point in the early morning of May 9th, did you ultimately speak with law enforcement?
Yes.
And did you remain on scene to do that?
Yes.
All right, I don't have any further questions at this time.
Cross.
Yes, Your Honor, briefly, if I may.
Good.
Good morning. How you doing, Ms. Walker?
Good morning.
I'm just trying to follow up with some things that you're just saying on direct. I'm not trying to trip you up. I know this is a very sensitive situation for you. Isn't it true that when the initial verbal altercation occurred between Mr. Dority and your boyfriend, Adreian Payne, you were not present at the scene physically?
I pulled up. I was driving up.
Isn't it true Mr. Payne was on the scene before you were, correct?
Correct.
Right. And by the time you were pulling up, you had began to hear communication that you believe was the voice of Mr. Dority, correct?
Correct. I believe him.
Okay.
During the conversation.
Isn't it true you had actually told Adreian Payne not to come to that house, correct?
Correct.
And the type of vehicle you were driving was an Audi Q5, right?
Correct.
After you told Adreian not to come, he told you, no, I'm on my way. I'm already there. I'm on the I-4, getting off the I-4. I'm on my way. I'm almost there, right?
He said he was coming off of the 408
408, I'm sorry.
and that he would meet me there.
Okay.
Oh,
But
so
didn't
he
in
was in
fact
his
meet you
own
there.
car.
He was already there when you arrived, correct?
Correct.
What? So they didn't ride there
At some
together.
point, when you pulled up, you previously testified that you saw Mr. Doherty's father present at the scene as well, right?
Correct.
And when you saw Larry Doherty, he told you, watch out, Tara, I'm about to get my gun, correct?
Correct.
This is Mr. Doherty's father telling you he's about to get his gun, correct? Not Lawrence, right? And that was based off what he had observed prior to you arriving, correct?
Correct.
You've known Larry Doherty for a while, right?
Yes.
Lawrence's dad, right?
Yes.
You're aware he's former military, right?
Yes.
So at some point during this verbal altercation, Mr. Doherty walks away into his home, right?
Yes.
But before he did that, he actually asked Adreian Payne, why are you here? Right?
I can't recall, but I've said it.
You were on the scene, right?
Correct.
Are you saying you can hear it or you just don't remember?
He's asked him that he asked that question when he was sitting in the car behind me.
You said we were sitting
When
in,
he was sitting in the car behind me, he asked that question.
who was sitting in the car behind you?
Adreian.
Behind your car?
No, I was standing in front of his doorway when he got shot. I didn't know if he was talking to me or Adreian.
Isn't it true that instead of Mr. Payne leaving, when Mr. Doherty went in the house, Lawrence Doherty, he moved his car up closer to the home, correct?
I asked him to.
You asked him to do that.
Yes.
But it's correct. He did, in fact, move his car closer to the home, correct?
Correct.
This is 1:30 in the morning, at least, correct?
Correct.
How tall was Mr. Payne? About five? No, he was 6'10", right? 247 pounds, correct?
I can't say 240.
Big guy. Is it fair to say he's a big guy? Okay. You're aware of how tall Mr. Doherty is? Lawrence, he's about 5'8", right? Right.
I thought they said in the article we read he was 6'10". So that must be the deceased who was 6'10". 6'10", 240. Is that a lot? I don't do American.
But you also told Mr. Payne to get back in the car, right? You actually verbalized to him to get back in the car.
I asked him to go to his car and pull his car up.
So after Mr. Dority, Lawrence Dority, fired one shot in the direction of Mr. Payne, it's your testimony that Larry Dority, Lawrence's father, told you to run, right?
Yes, sir.
And we previously saw that video that was just showed, it wasn't just you running, right? It was a little 10-year-old boy running as well, right?
Correct.
So it's fair to say it was Mr. Doherty's, Lawrence's son was outside during this incident, right?
He was inside of the vehicle.
He was outside the house, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And let's get this straight. Did Mr. Adreian Payne live there
Where?
at the location he was supposed to meet you at?
No.
Did he live there? Okay. Did Tatiana Mesa, Mr. Doherty's girlfriend, did she invite him over there?
She invited me.
Did she invite Adreian Payne there?
No, she invited me.
Thank you. You stated that it took some time for law enforcement to arrive at the scene, right? It felt like forever.
Correct.
At some point, you walked over to the passenger side of this Chevy Malibu and entered the vehicle, right?
Correct.
And it's your testimony that you entered it to straighten up Mr. Payne's head.
Correct.
Not that we have heard anything about. Apparently, it was some kind of domestic incident that went awry. What we read in the articles before. From this lady, we just heard that that the defendant and his girlfriend had been fighting, and she was asked to come over there, and then her boyfriend rolls up before she's there, and the other guy just goes and pick up a pew pew. That's what we have heard so far.
You said you started compressions as well?
With Larry, yes.
At some point, isn't it true that you left the scene at some point, but your brother picked you up, right?
I left around 7 a.m.
Defendant.
after they told me I could leave.
Before 7 a.m., you had left the scene too, correct?
No,
You never went to Mr. Larry Doherty's house?
I was after 7 a.m.
That was after 7 a.m.?
Yes.
Your car was still at the scene?
Correct.
Your brother came and picked you up, right?
At 7 a.m.?
That's how you left the scene. Your brother came to pick you up?
Yeah, he came at 2 o'clock in the morning.
He came at what time?
2 a.m.
He came at 2 o'clock in the morning?
Mhm.
And you didn't leave till 7?
Correct.
So your brother was on the scene for 5 hours with you?
Correct.
What kind of car did your brother drive?
At that time,
Yes, ma'am.
BMW?
Wasn't it true someone else came to the scene as well? Was it your father?
Correct.
Around what time did he arrive?
3, maybe?
This was after you had entered the vehicle to straighten Mr. Payne's head, correct?
Correct.
And although you had a vehicle, an Audi, right? You left with your brother, right?
Correct.
And this kitchen knife that was in the car, it was in that vehicle for 4 months, you said?
Yes, roughly.
Because you used to drive that vehicle, right?
Correct.
So that would explain how Mr. Doherty may have been somewhat familiar with the vehicle at some point.
Correct.
Let's try and do the timeline as I have had it. I got it. We start 15 minutes before. There's a text from the defendant's girlfriend to this lady, who is the victim's girlfriend, saying something about an argument that got cut off. We don't know more. Then, around the time of the pew-pewing, or just before pew pew. She arrives at the scene, and the victim is there. And the defendant either arrives at the same time or around the same time. She goes to the victim's car. And tell him, what are you doing here? Leave. While the defendant goes inside. Maybe they have a small verbal altercation saying, go away, Lawrence, I'm not afraid of you. And then she walks 5 steps towards the defendant's house. To try and talk to him, and the defendant comes out and pews him one time. This is my timeline as I have it right now. That she got contacted by the defendant's girlfriend 15 minutes before. She's not with the victim, but she apparently contacts the victim because when she arrives, the victim is already at the scene. And the defendant's dad, the defendant's girlfriend, and the defendant's kid is also at the scene. And they get into some kind of argument. The defendant says, leave them. She then goes back to the defendant's car and to the victim's car and talks to him, say, leave. And the defendant goes into his house. She then goes towards the defendant's house, makes it 5 steps. He comes back out with something tucked under his shirt, and then pew. Well, pews one time. And then we hear the rest on the video. This is the timeline I have built so far. I might be wrong. I don't know. No, the guy is not pro se. He is represented by counsel who I like the opening, but I don't like the questions. So she had no idea what was said before she arrived. I don't think that... I think the defendant arrived at the same time as she did. That's the thing. Yeah, Dutch people are the tallest people in the world, I believe. No, there's an African tribe that's taller, but you're the tallest people in Europe. Valhalla, I'm going to tell Mrs. Valhalla that you're looking at boobs. Because of the argument. Because she got a text from the girlfriend saying something that we don't know about. We need to get the defendant's girlfriend to come and tell what she told, because it would be hearsay if she told you what is in the text. But apparently she then contacts the victim and says, hey, I'm going over here because there's trouble brewing. And he then thinks, I better go self-insert into a domestic incident, because there's never any trouble if someone tries to interfere in a domestic incident. As Mrs. Valhalla can attest after she ratted out that girl who was about to beat her mom in Dollywood.
No, this sounds like a very ignorant question. And pardon my ignorance, but it was fair to say you love Mr. Payne, right?
Correct.
You wouldn't want him to have a bad name, would you?
No.
It's true, you would do anything to protect his name, right?
What do you mean by anything?
Is that fair? Would you?
No, not necessarily.
No further questions, John.
You redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. So at any point from when you first arrived on scene and you saw Adrian's
Yeah, but I'm single. I can look at all the boobs I like.
vehicle up until the moment he was shot, did you ever observe Adrian set foot on the defendant's property?
No.
Now, by the time the defendant came back out with the firearm in this case, was Adrian already back
No, she told her boyfriend not to come over there, and he then drove over there anyway.
In his car?
Correct.
And at the time, in the moments before Adreian was shot, did he have a weapon?
No.
And did you witness him make any threats
Mm.
to the defendant at that time?
No.
And were you in a position that if he would have made such threats, you would have heard them?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions.
All right, step down.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're just a little bit past noon, so we're going to take our break for lunch. You're free to go about your business for lunch. Just same rules apply. Please don't do any research, looking up any names, maps, any investigation on your own. Also, if you happen to see myself or any of the parties or anybody else involved in the case and we don't pay attention to you, that's because they've been instructed not to have any contact with you since you are the members of the jury. And we want to make sure that there's no appearance of any impropriety, okay? I'm going to have you all come back at 1:30. That'll give you a little time to get out of the building, try and find some place to eat, and then get back in to the building. We'll be ready to go sharply at 1:30. So once you all are assembled in the jury room, we'll bring you back in and get started.
Jury
Okay?
room?
Enjoy your lunch.
All right.
Lies. Well, I'm going to talk about the low-hanging fruits.
All right, seat. Before we adjourn for lunch, anything from the state?
Nothing mistaken.
Defense? Just for planning purposes, roughly how many more witnesses this afternoon?
I plan on calling 2 witnesses this afternoon, the medical examiner and a firearms expert. And then from there, I plan to rest.
Okay.
And then,
Did you hear that, Marissa? Boo, 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 boo. 2 more witnesses, and then I plan to rest. Was that what he just said? Did he say he plans to rest or just for the day? Because it sounded to me like he said 2 more witnesses, he's planned to rest.
I plan on calling 2 witnesses this afternoon, the medical examiner and a firearms expert. And then from there, I plan to rest.
Okay.
And then, defense case.
All right. And we will be in recess till 1:30.
Marissa, what's so wrong? I am so good at this. Marissa is so wrong.
All right, we're going to go back on the record because there were a couple of cases for arraignments this morning. This doesn't have to do with the trial.
Thank you. Calling case number 2025CF00202880.
Oh, arraignments. We don't care about arraignments. So, Marissa, now I won over you again. Are you getting Plevin booked for a show? Let's test if it works today. Why don't they call the defendant's girlfriend and get them to testify? I have a perfect record as far as I remember. Yeah, this is... Spire, go get some sleep. See you later. No talking to Plevin. You're so mean. Well, this... I don't know what to make of. If they're going to call the medical examiner. The medical examiner is just going to say, yeah, there was a hole in his bicep and in his chest cavity, and he died. That's not going to prove if it's self-defense or not. And then you have a gun expert who's going to say, well, he was X feet away when he pulled the trigger. They must be really, really sure that that girlfriend's statement persuaded the jury that there was no reasonable self-defense in this one. If the defense is going to call his girlfriend and his dad, and they're going to sit there and say, yeah, the other guy told him that he was going to split him open and knock him down, they're going to have a problem. They can then impeach them and say, well, you didn't say that at that time. But again, seems very, 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 very light on evidence. Yeah, the other guy will say, yeah, that's the pew-pew. Sue, be good to Marissa. That's. Come on now. Come on. Why did you do that? Why did you get stuck on one? Looks like we're stuck. I'm just gonna refresh it, and we're back. Yeah, they bring more witnesses for an OUI. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I did pull this one off so people can see it. If you're new to the channel or you're on Rumble, on lunch break sometimes, instead of closing down and opening up again, I'll go make my dinner and you can play words on screen, or you can go frolic on the beats, whatever you feel for. If you follow me on the Twitch chat or on Discord, I will notify when we go back to the courtroom. It's 1:30, so be back here if you leave. If you want to just hang out and play the game, feel free to that. If you are on Rumble, you'll have to scan the QR code because it doesn't work with the Rumble chat. It only works with the YouTube chat, but you can play it on your phone. Yeah, I'm surprised they don't have more witnesses than that. That is really, really light. And that video doesn't tell us anything other than her saying, put your pew-pew away. Well, we don't know what was at the other end of the pew-pew. Now we go into the speculating if the defendant is going to talk in this case. He probably will. I think he will talk. I feel this is a weird presentation by the state. I'll have to go and consider this. Please follow me on the Twitch chat or join the Discord so you can get the notification when we go back live, because this is a Baker stream. We don't stop. We just let Sue play her game so she's not as mean to Marissa after. And I will find some musica you can all listen to while I am making my dinner and emptying my trash cans, because tomorrow is trash day. No, because it's through the biceps and into the chest cavity. So it's a side on. I think it was in the other car. You're right? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Welcome, Mo Raiders, to the Lawrence Dority trial. They are on break till 1:30. This is a murder or self-defense case. It's going to be a short one. That's what she said yesterday. Jamie, stop me from saying stuff like that. We started this morning at 9:45. We had opening statements for about an hour. Then we had the first arriving police officer, a crime scene investigator, a neighbor who had a ring video who picked something up, the girlfriend of the deceased, and then we went to lunch, and they are saying they are going to call a medical examiner and a weapons expert. That's all they're going to call in this case. The defendant claims he did it, but he did it in self-defense or defense of others. Apparently, his girlfriend had texted the deceased girlfriend because of some domestic trouble. She then tells her boyfriend not to come over, but she's going over there. And when she arrives at the scene 15 minutes or so later, her boyfriend is at the scene. And words were had. The defendant goes into his house, comes back out, screaming, pew, pew, well, just one pew, and the victim is dead. The victim is a former NBA player who was kind of a journeyman. Got a high draft pick, but didn't really get much playing time. He was drafted number 15 in the first round, so he must have been really good in college, but didn't make the transition that well, apparently. It seems like he had just been in Europe playing, is kind of what I got out of his girlfriend. And yeah, we have to find out if it's self-defense or if it's just a cold-blooded unaliving. I'm surprised they're not going to call more witnesses. But while we are waiting, people are trying to knock Sue off the pinnacle as the leader of the Words on Stream. Because Sue is on a roll as always. I think. I didn't check. But I always just make fun of Sue. Because she makes fun of me. Oh, and one more time. Thank you to Danny T for giving me a headless chicken. And a new t-shirt. Free clothes is my favorite type of clothes. It's kind of like dinner. This is the headless chicken mic. Oh, it's Betsy. Betsy's running. Sue is number. Sue, you're number 4. Come on, Sue. I can't see RJ in chat. Maybe I'm blocked, but she keeps guessing the same words as me, but faster. Well, they're not blocked on my end. Maybe you blocked them. I feel beef. Now we're going to have Sue crying all afternoon. Oh, they cheated. I was the best. They stole all the words. They have a faster internet connection. I think the A is the fake word. Or fake letter, sorry. Yeah, A is the wrong letter. But it's kind of interesting that they're going to rest after like 4 hours of testimony. and they know they're going up against a self-defense claim, and they're not trying to. I haven't really heard them dismantle the self-defense, other than did he say something to the defendant? Yeah, something like "Get away from here! I'm not afraid of you," or something like that. That's well, maybe they're strong on the cross. Remember the Sarah Boone case? I was very disappointed with with the state's performance on direct, but then when we got to rebuttal, they were really good. So maybe it could be something like that in this case, but I just don't see much fire from this prosecution team. Oh, soon moved up. I'm apparently not allowed to say that word. So, Danny, please consider it. Oh, and good old Krusty Pandies is trying to get into a fight with David Yannetti. She put out that email she had access to where Karen said that David is over his head on this one, which he probably would have been alone. Actually, buddy, Karen Reed regards Boston defender as out of his league. I wonder what she'll have to say about you behind your back. Optimistically, I hope she just assumed he had more morals and ethics than Jackson. But if so, he gleefully proved her wrong there. Krusty, even with the worst people on her corner, in her corner, they still beat Hank Breeden, Adam Lally, and your crusty old ass. So does that say something about how good the lawyers are, or how the case was that you have been fighting for so long? I will take answer B, Alex. Alex is not on that show. He's on that show where you ask for, I'll take things that didn't happen for 500, Alex. So, but good old Krusty. Thank you for all the money you have made me making fun of you. RJ won the last round, and Betsy won in total. Sue, you didn't win. But now you can retire and say, well, I did win, but Baker took it down. So I am the bestest. Was it Alex Trebek? I didn't watch it. That's an aggravating game. I type and nope, someone else. Yep. Yeah. It has to do with how fast the internet and everything. So, and Sue is often cheating. Well, she has an app that'll descramble it, so she'll get. That's why it always takes her a few seconds when it comes up. That's because she has to punch it into her app, and it'll scramble words, and she'll then just write it down. See, so that's why she wins so much. I use my phone because it tells me when I can hit enter for my words. Oh. Just keep typing stuff out and think I just got it wrong. Yeah, I had because I have a little bit of dyslexia, and English isn't my first language. So when I get the red lines, I know, oh, I can't say that. It shows a lock on the phone when you can't enter stuff. It gives you the send symbol when you can. Oh, I didn't know that. You sent me the app and said, "Hey, have you tried this? It'll make you better, you dumb F." And I said, "Isn't that cheating?" And she said, "It's only cheating if you get caught." And thought, yeah, that's what my dad said all the time too. So I listened to Sue. She's full of knowledge. Or you have to do it on the QR to get the cheater hack. Sorry, I just read someone saying something really dumb about that pew-pewing in New York. That it was good that he didn't get to the NFL. He still killed people. What the hell's good about that? Say, "Oh my God," like Sue does in her accent. I don't know Sue's accent. I never heard she had an accent. We need a live stream from Sue's office, otherwise we cannot verify the non-cheating. Exactly. She, her office is in her pool because that's where she spent all her day playing b-ball outside of the school. When a couple of guys, they were up to no good, started making trouble in my neighborhood. Got in one little fight and my mom got scared. She said, "You're moving with your auntie and uncle in Bel Air." Hopped on the hopped. No, I can't remember that one. Well, still saying it was a good thing. Someone still passed away. I find that's a little. Yeah, me rapping to Fresh Prince of Bel Air. God blimey. Oh my God. Yeah, and an officer. Yeah. I whistled for a cab, and when and it came near the license plate fresh, it had a Dyson in its mirror. And it said, "Yo home to Bel Air." Cab pulled about 7 or 8, and I yelled to the cabbie, "Yo home, smell you later." Looked at my kingdom, I was finally here. So at the Prince of Bel Air. Say yo homie, smell you later. Yeah, and that's why you can think it's good he didn't get to a more public area or more crowded area, but saying it was a good thing, I don't know. Me and Valhalla will be making a crisscross tribute band, so look out for us in our inverted pants singing jump around, jump up, and get down. I never was a rapper. I never was a graffiti artist. I rolled along on my skateboard, and that was about that. Played a little basketball. Chilling out, mixing, relaxing, all cool. Shooting some people outside the school. When some couple of guys who were up to no good started making trouble in my neighborhood. What size is this jut rope? He's a big fella. He's a portly man. But he has a deceptively small head for such a big body. It was 6 p.m. local. Would have been much worse earlier in the day. Yeah, that's a weird time to go to a workplace and try and do something. I read about one guy that was there who was also at 9/11. Oh my God, yeah. Yeah. I've never seen a skeleton with broad bones. So I still think it's just fat. But hey, it's not like I'm a paleontologist or anything. I am an amateur but enthusiastic OBGYN. Tell me you are at least in your 40s without telling me you're in your 40s if you know that song word for word. It was actually one of the few. When I was born, we had what's called Denmark Radio. And that's the only Danish TV channel that was, I think the second one opened up when I was like 8 or 10 years old. So we had one Danish TV channel, and they didn't have any series like that. Then we started, well, we also had three German channels. And I think they kind of started playing some of these series, but I think, no, it wasn't until we got satellite TV that I saw Fresh Prince of Bel-Air and stuff like that. Then we had the first commercial channel with advertising. I think it was 84, 86 or something that came into reality. And they were like for the young people because they showed like 90210 and stuff like that. And then then the TV market opened up, and then we got all the American series like Fresh Prince and all of that. So I probably watched it 5 years after the rest of you did it because it wasn't around back then. Who was it that said Broadbone in one of the trials we watched? Was it the Black Swan case? Wasn't it how she described, because she had that inclusive ballet school, that there was also room for broad-boned people or something? Wasn't there someone who said that? Maybe it was there. With everything, I could see that Cap was rare. Man, thought, man, forget it. Go home to Bel Air. Think the members only should see a picture of me as a baby. I don't have a picture of me as a baby. I have a picture of me at 5 years old or something. No, I don't know, because I think we saw it on RTL. So I think the song was the song, but the rest was dubbed. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, every movie and series in Germany is dubbed into German. In Denmark, we just put subtitles on it. But that's why we learned German early on, because that's where Mads lived. They got Swedish TV. We got German TV. So too bad for him. But because listening to German, listening to Swedish, it will attack your mental faculties. You will believe things like surströmming and stuff like that is okay. But everything we watched was in German. So I spoke German before I went to school, because we always watched TV, because they had all the new movies from America. So that'll mean like 6 months after they finished in the theaters. In the Danish TV, you were lucky if they had 1 or 2 new movies every year. It would normally be like 5-10 years old movies. I am 27 years old, yes. Well, I Google a lot. I think it was the Black Swan case. Yeah, John Wayne says Henderhawk. That's true. And 007, when he's in Las Vegas and lies about when he goes into the place where they built the satellite with the diamonds, he says, I think he says Hans something, Sector 7G. The Swedes dub Winnie the Pooh very well. It's hilarious. Oh, the Cosby Show. Yeah, we had that on Danish television. We saw the Cosby Show. Oh, you had it fancy then. 99 Luftballons unterm Weg zum Horizont. Hast du etwas Zeit für mich? Singe ich ein Lied für dich von 99 Luftballon. Und von was für sowas kommst. I think that's how it begins. So that person imitated John Wayne's voice. His voice is half the experience of listening to him. Well, that's the weird thing because in Denmark, Disney have these awards every year. Who does the best interpretation? Because it's kids movies.
Both parties every.
It's kids movies, so they will make it in Danish so kids can watch it. And Denmark often wins the best dubbing, so it's closest to the original. But in German movies, sometimes you will have a man like John Wayne who's slow and deep and down here, who has a voice up here, and it seems really, really weird when you see your first real John Wayne movie. Hey, Pilgrim.
Returned. Been informed all jurors are present. Did
That's
we have
det er altid.
anything that I need to address
Det er
before we bring them back in?
No, det er altid is a woman.
All right, let's
No, it's
bring
the
the jurors
alte.
back
Det
in
er
and we'll
alte.
resume the trial.
Ren and Stimpy. Don't pee on the electrical fence. Det er alte. De alte. Now I have to Google that. Yeah, Der Alte. Der Alte was a German crime show we watched back in the 80s. About an old fat man who was the lead detective. Great show. Yeah. If you got a role like a Sean Connery or Sean Connery's James Bond, you would get all the Sean Connery movies. So people would, oh, this is how he sounds.
Seat. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I trust you had enough time for lunch and that you all complied with the instructions of the court. You didn't do any research, looking up of anything, didn't do any investigation of your own, correct? All right. And did anybody associated with this case have any contact with you during the lunch break? No? All right. Then we are ready to resume. State, you may call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the state calls Dr. Marie Hansen.
I'm 90% sure I've heard half the names who are witnesses. Am I having a stroke or is this Groundhog Day? I'm pretty sure Marie Hansen has been a witness in another trial as well.
Summon Sora, Frank, Destiny, Shaggy, Truth, the one truth, and nothing but truth, so help God.
All right, can you go ahead and state your full name for me and spell your first and last name for the court reporter, please?
Dr. Marie H. Hansen, Mariehansen.
State, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you could just introduce yourself to the jurors.
I'm Dr. Hansen. I'm an associate medical examiner at the District 9 and 25 Medical Examiner's Office. And I'm a forensic pathologist, which means I'm a medical doctor. I'm a pathologist. I did 4 years of anatomic and clinical pathology residency. And then I did a forensic subspecialty residency and have passed the national board exams and thus am board certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
Thank you, Doctor. And if you could just give the jurors a little bit of your educational background to hold your current position.
I have a BS in chemistry from the University of Wisconsin-La Crosse. I have a medical degree from the University of Minnesota. I have an anatomic and clinical pathology residency in St. Paul, Ramsey, and I have a forensic.
If she has a medical degree from Minnesota, she knows all the kind of cheeses because she has examined a lot of colons with a lot of cheese in them.
Forensic pathology residency in Miami, and I've been a practicing medical examiner since 1990.
Now, your current position in Orange County, how long have you had that position?
Since November of 2002.
And in that position, do you have to undergo
It's a Danish name.
periodic continuing education?
It
Yes.
means the son of Hans.
And are you up to date with all the required continuing education?
Yes.
Now, as part of your work as associate medical examiner, is part of your job to perform autopsies?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury what an autopsy is?
An autopsy is a gathering of history and then looking at a person, documenting the external surfaces of the body, looking for evidence of injury, evidence of natural disease, and evidence of medical intervention, and then continuing internally to look at the organs, looking for evidence of natural disease, evidence of injury, and taking specimens as appropriate for potential chemical analysis to help determine the cause and manner of death.
Now, in what circumstances is an autopsy conducted?
Under state statute 407, any unattended death or any potential trauma, accident, suicide, or homicide, or an undetermined death would be reviewed. If somebody has been in an accident and has been in the hospital for a week, week and a half, they may have done enough documentation that we can tell why they died, and they may not need an autopsy. But in cases of homicide, almost everybody gets an autopsy.
And are you able to provide a rough estimate? I mean, a rough estimate, I know you don't have the exact number, of how many autopsies you've conducted in your career?
Roughly an average of 250 to 300 a year since I've been practicing.
And that's going back to 1990?
Yes.
All right. I think you mentioned autopsies are a tool to determine the cause and manner of death. Can you just explain to the jury the difference between a cause of death and a manner of death?
A cause of death is a physical disease or a physical injury that causes a person to die. Manners of death are natural, due to natural disease, accident, most often car accidents or drug overdoses or drownings. Suicide, again, that can be drugs, that can be hanging, it can be shooting yourself, other inventive means as people invent, and homicide, deaths due to actions of another, as well as undetermined based on the information we have, we can't tell.
Now, when you conduct an autopsy, are they assigned specific case numbers?
Yeah, that's why I said they are the bad ones. We don't like the hands-ons. Yeah, man. Stupid hands-ons. Sweets. Ugh. So if there's no head, may not need an autopsy. No, because then the cause of death is pretty clear.
Yes, they are.
And as part of your job duties, did you conduct an autopsy in case number ME 2022-909 on a person identified as Adreian Payne?
Yes, I did.
When was that autopsy conducted?
That was conducted May 10th, 2022, beginning at 9:15 in the morning.
Now, was that autopsy documented with photographs?
Yes, it was.
Have you had a chance to review your photographs or the photographs from that autopsy prior to today?
Yes, I have.
Let the record reflect I'm showing opposing counsel with the mark for identification. Okay.
You said K?
Yes, Your Honor. Now, as part of the documentation of an autopsy, is there typically a photo of just the deceased's face it's taken? It's like an identification photo?
Yes. A cleaned up picture of the face straight on for possible use in identification if it's necessary.
You may.
Let the record reflect I'm showing the witness with the mark for identification as states A. And is that the identification photo that was taken in this case?
Yes, it was.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the deceased as he appeared at autopsy?
Yes, it is.
At this time, the state offers into evidence what was previously marked for identification as state A.
Any objection?
No objection.
What's been marked as State's Exhibit K for identifications received into evidence without objection as State's 11.
Well, if how some of these people are so desensitized, they'll eat at the body.
Exhibit 11. And this, as we discussed, the identification photograph taken of Adreian Payne in this case.
Yes, it is.
Is he covering his eyes?
Now, were there other photos taken during the course of the
It's
autopsy,
the autopsy photos.
showing wounds suffered by Mr. Payne?
Yes, there were.
Let the record reflect, I'm showing a photo of the counsel with the mark for identification of State's composite L. Permission to approach?
You may.
Let the record reflect, I'm showing with the mark for identification of State's composite L.
I if I turn it up, I have it at a medium, but I can put it up, but the zzz will just get louder. This idiot always asks questions when he's nowhere near a microphone. And I have a chair envy for the court reporter. I need a new chair. This looked good.
Recognize those as photos taken during the autopsy conducted,
Yes, these are a selection of the photos.
and are they fair and accurate?
Yes.
At this time, the state offers what was previously marked for
And she had nude photos before she became a singer. She was risque.
identification as L and
Any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
What's been marked as State's Exhibit L for identification without objection from the defense is received into evidence as State's 12.
Commissioner Public.
May.
Please find a microphone so I don't have to hear that zzz all the time.
Give you a laser pointer so you can walk us through.
That was before she had her breast enhancements. Yeah, that's why it's really hard to finagle there, because you will have your ear holes blown. Have any of you watched Sinners? That it's on Prime or HBO with the vampires things. He looks like the lead in that. Is that Michael B. Jordan, or who is it that's the lead in that movie? He looks like him.
What are we looking at in this photo?
This is a photo of a front-on photo
Now we can't hear her.
of Mr. Payne. You can see the head, the chest, and the upper arm. And in this particular picture, you can see the nipples are right and left, and he has a defect in his arm and a defect in his chest. And he has some abrasions from the resuscitation artifact.
So you circled with your laser pointer in the middle of his chest. So that would not be something from the incident, something from attempted resuscitation.
Yes, this would be consistent with doing CPR.
And can you just point out in this photograph for the juror what you believe to be the wounds sustained in this case?
Somewhat in the shadows, but you have 2 wounds on the arm and 1 on the left chest.
describe what we're looking at here?
This is the entrance wound
Thank you, Big
in the
Dog.
arm, the exit wound in the arm, and the re-entry into the chest.
So what he just testified was that there is an entry wound on the outside of the arm and exit wound on the inside of the arm, and then entry wound in the chest.
This is just the same wounds, but now with measure for scale.
Yes, we're measuring it to scale.
This is again a closer view.
Yes, this is a closer view of the wound through the arm.
What are we looking at here?
In this particular case, when we examined him in standard autopsy position with his hands at his side and his palms up, the wounds do not align, but if you lift the arm and turn it slightly, then the wound through the arm continues into the chest and continues down in through the body.
Something like that, I think.
And this is just a photo of the left hand of the victim.
Yes.
Did you observe anything of note on the left hand?
No. We are looking for contusions, lacerations, chipping of the fingernail.
Is this the right hand?
Yes, this is one of the set of 4 for the right hand.
Did you observe anything of note regarding the right hand?
No.
Well, if he was found halfway in, halfway out his car, and he was sitting, he must have been sitting, or yeah, his girlfriend said he was sitting in the car seat. So maybe he was putting his arm out to get to the door to get out, especially when he's a big fella. He could try and use the leverage, and that's why his arm is elevated, or his hand could have been on the steering wheel, maybe. I don't know.
What are we looking at in this photo?
This is a photograph of the projectile that we recovered from the right abdomen.
So during the autopsy, while you're performing the autopsy, is it correct that you actually withdrew this projectile from the body?
Yes, I did. And we're looking at a sort of cleaned up, this is the top. You can see that it has gotten into a star shape instead of, so it's a deformed tip. And you can see it has a little bit of a copper backing. And we have it from different angles. You can see the deformity of the tip, the core, and then the jacket.
I wouldn't say it goes bad for the defense because they haven't really put anything in, but he is probably trying not to show anything because they're looking at autopsy photos right now.
In the back, you can see that it's a yellow metal colored jacket.
Now, the photos that we just saw of the projectile, did you actually package the projectile up for evidentiary purposes?
Yes, we would package it place it in a small vial and put a label on it from the case, and then I'd seal it and sign the sealing of that.
Would you be able to recognize that from just the packaging, or would you need to open it?
Not from the outside packaging, because then it gets to law enforcement and they put it in multiple manila envelopes and
You may.
Showing the witness was prepared in evidence as it escaped. You just take your time and let me know when you've been able to get to a point where you can recognize that.
No. Unless she can tell something. No, she can't tell anything about the distance. That's going to be the gun expert who's going to talk about the distance away. She's just there to confirm that what they already stated. Yeah, he got shot.
I can see and recognize what I signed.
Is this in fact the projectile that was removed from Mr. Payne during the autopsy by you?
Yes, it was.
You can remove it.
Yeah, she was handling the package. She can just look at the package and
Now,
recognize
as
it.
part of your work conducting autopsies, is it helpful for you to use diagrams? And would that be helpful in describing the autopsy to the jury?
I believe it would.
Let the record reflect I'm showing opposing counsel the mark for identification as states M. Would you approach?
You may.
Let the record reflect I'm showing the witness the mark for identification as states M. Yeah. Let me know. Are those diagrams done part of the autopsy in this case?
Yes, they are.
At the time the state offers an evidence of previously marked for identification as state M.
That's M as in like Mary.
M is in, no.
Okay. Just want to make, all right. What's been marked as State's Exhibit M for identification without objection from the defense is received into evidence as States 13.
Haven't talked about it yet, no.
Mr. Cullen,
You may.
what are we looking at here?
This is a diagrammatic representation of what you saw in the photographs. And I used a clear circle for the entrance and solid circle for an exit. And so the wound went from the arm, through the arm, misses the humerus. So it just goes through the soft tissue. Then it goes into the chest, so that's a circle. And it goes diagonally, it goes through the lung, through the aorta, through the heart, in the other lung, and through the diaphragm, and we recover the projectile. That's the X. Just on the between the liver and the side of the abdomen.
And you have a second diagram. Would you describe this for the jury?
And in the standardized options that are available for me for the diagram, when you raise the arm, you can see that you can make it in an alignment so that it goes.
Yeah, that position, if he was seated in the car and then grabbed hold of the roof in the car to try and leverage himself out, I could see that could be the direction. Wouldn't that make sense if he was seated in the car like this? The other guy was up on a curb. and then you get a downward. Yeah, I think that just instead of him standing, he has his legs like this in a car seat, and then he puts his hand on the top of the roof. How I don't draw comics professionally, I don't know. I need to get in on that grift.
In a straight line, through the arm, through the chest, and into the body.
Based on your experience as a medical examiner, with the positioning of the victim's arm, based on the trajectory you were able to determine be consistent, having your hand on a steering wheel?
It's been too long.
It could be anything that puts the arm anterior and a little bit above. So it's in a line with the wound through the chest.
Would that also be potentially consistent with having your arm on like a window of a car or, window of a driver's side door?
Any position that's going to, any potential scenario that's going to get your arm up and a little bit anterior to the chest.
Yeah.
Now, based on your autopsy, were you able to determine a range of fire?
It appears to be a distant gunshot wound that's more than 2 to 3 feet away because there's no soot, there's no powder tattooing,
Yeah.
and there's no
Some of them were fun.
gunpowder that's coming out of the end of the gun to cause the explosion, to cause the bullet to go down the gun, comes out in a cloud with the gun, with the bullet. When it gets out of the gun, if you're close enough, it lands on the environment. And it was not on him.
So you're able to tell based on certain things like soot and other things if it's a close range gunshot. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
But if it's beyond 2 to 3 feet, is that all just sort of the same category?
Yes. Once you get distant, once you have none of that, then it's at least 2 to 3 feet, and exactly how far may be determined by other investigational factors.
Now, as part of an autopsy, is a toxicology or drug screen run?
Yes.
Did the victim in this case have any drugs or alcohol in his system?
No, he did not.
And as part of your autopsy, do you weigh and measure the deceased?
Yes.
What was the weight of the deceased?
He was 247 pounds.
And how tall was he?
He was 80 inches or 6 feet 8 inches.
Now, in your autopsy in this case, were you able to determine a cause of death?
Yes.
What was the cause of death?
A gunshot wound of the arm and chest.
And were you able to determine a manner of death?
The manner of death is homicide.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Ross.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. How you doing, Doctor? How you doing today?
Good afternoon.
Very good. Just briefly, you stated that this trajectory of the bullet wound was consistent with an arm being kind of raised in this type of manner?
Raised and a little bit anterior.
Okay. Something like, if I was to try to give you an example, can you see me? Would this be consistent?
Yeah, it's potentially consistent, yes.
Thank you. So could this type of bullet wound be the result of someone attempting to raise their arm up potentially? You know what I'm saying? Someone potentially raising their arm up, this type of interior.
If they're raising their arm up as the gun is fired, it potentially could already have the arm up, or it could be in the process of raising it up. And when the bullet goes through the arm, that's.
Thank you. No further questions.
You redirect?
Brief what? So if an arm was raised, as counsel just demonstrated. Where would the hand be positioned based on the trajectory you were able to do in the autopsy?
Well, can be a number of potential. All I can tell you is the position of the upper arm relative
the
to
rest
the
is
chest.
speculation.
The hand would be out in front if you don't have, if somebody has their palm up, you could have your palm up, have your palm down, you could have your hands. In this particular case, it's a little bit better if it's twisted so that the thumb is down. Twist the arm to get in the in and out hole in the right line.
So obviously, just sort of anatomically, a person, when they have their arm up, they can only extend out this far, right? They can't
Not
go
a pro
backwards
se.
at the elbow.
No, you can only go as far as your elbow will go.
So to be in the position that you were able to determine from the autopsy, if the arm was up, it couldn't be going back this way. It would be just facing this way or in this way, as I'm demonstrating.
Yeah, the arm would be in front because you can't make the.
I know it's the wrong arm, but it reminds me a lot about documentaries I've seen about Nuremberg.
You can go back without the arm being in a different position.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
All right, may the witness step down?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, Chad. Am I totally wrong here? Are we putting on a case and a defense? I don't feel we have learned anything other than, well, his arm could have been in this position, most likely this position. How was his body situated? Was he sitting in the car? Was he getting out of the car? Was he walking towards him? Wouldn't you, if you're trying to disprove self-defense, wouldn't you say, when he asked about could he potentially have had his arm at the windowsill, that would align with the, I don't know how you us tough guys, when we roll down the window and put our arm, you sit like this. So that could align perfectly. If he was sitting in the car, he would have his arm up, and he's way taller than me, so it would probably be like this. So that would align perfectly. Wouldn't you say that? Well, he was sitting in the car with the door locked or the door closed, so there's no self-defense in that. Why don't you go and try to get that testimony out instead of saying, was he supporting the Austrian painter, or was he doing the Roman salute? What? Why don't you try as the defense and say, well, could it have been he was preparing to punch someone or positioning himself? Just what is this case? Yeah, that could be what he was trying to say, but the question was weird. Maybe, but he didn't get. So if he had done this, could that be in just at that time? He yes, that could align with it, but still, if he's doing this, then he couldn't get because it went across his body. It didn't went in through the front of his body.
All right, go ahead and state your full name for me and spell your first and last name for me.
Oh my.
My name is Kristen Killinger, KRISTEN, KILLINGER.
You know where the mic is.
State your name for.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
If you could just introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Kristen Killinger, and I am employed by the Florida Department of Law.
We are very happy that we picked this case up, but I'm just wondering the tactics from both sides. I like the opening from the defense. I think the defense had a great opening. And they are just not trying to knock down any of the pins on cross.
Enforcement in the Orlando Regional Operations Center.
And what is your position with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
I am a crime laboratory analyst in the firearms section.
How long have you held that role?
I have been a crime laboratory analyst for about 5 years.
And have you had any other job titles, or have you had the same job title throughout your time there?
I have been at FDLE for 7 years. I was a forensic technologist in the trace materials section and also in the firearms section, and then I was promoted to crime laboratory analyst.
And in your current role, what are your job duties?
As a crime laboratory analyst, I primarily test firearms to see if they're functional or not. I will also do microscopic comparisons with fired ammunition components, such as bullets and cartridge cases.
If you could just give the jury your educational background to hold the current position.
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in forensic science from the University of Central Florida. I also completed a 2-year training program in firearms identification.
Now, as part of your job with FDLE, do you have to have ongoing training to keep up to date?
Yes, I complete continuing education.
And are you up to date with all of the necessary continuing education to this point?
Yes.
Now, I want to take you back to January of 2023. Were you still employed with FDLE at that time?
Yes, I was a crime laboratory analyst then.
Did you become assigned to be the analyst in this case involving defendant Lawrence Dority, FDLE case number 2022-0506229?
Yes, I was.
So what were you asked to do in this case?
For this case, I received a firearm and a projectile, and I was asked to compare the projectile to the firearm if possible.
Were you also able to test the firearm to determine if it was functional?
Yes, I also did a functionality test on the firearm.
Can you describe to the jury what a functionality test is?
Yes, so when I receive the firearm, I will kind of look it over, document it, take notes on what I have, such as the make, the model, the caliber, the features that the firearm has. I will examine the firearm to make sure that it's safe for me to test fire. And then when I do feel like it's safe, I will take it onto our laboratory range. And in this case, I test fired it into our water tank, which is just a tank full of water. That way I could recover both the cartridge case and the projectile from the firing process.
Hey, not sure.
And in this case, you yourself actually fired the firearm?
Yes.
This one is the final witness from the state, and she will be there to testify the distance. Because he said it's a gun expert, so she's going to come in and say there was no stippling, so it must have been over 3, I believe it's 3 feet, the stippling is. But what does that prove? He could still be scared out of his mind. I just don't understand how they haven't attacked the self-defense angle so far. Well, because he did shoot him. So he has to come up with some reason why he clipped him. This is how I understood. They said we're gonna call the ME and the firearms or the weapons expert, firearms expert, I think they said, and then we're gonna rest, and then maybe the defense. Said it just before lunch.
Yes, I did.
Was it functional?
Yes, it was found to be functional.
Closing isn't
now regarding the projectile
evidence
that you were sent. What were you tasked to do regarding the projectile?
Maybe.
For the projectile, I was asked to compare it to the firearm if possible to see if the projectile was fired from this firearm.
Yeah, I went back and listened to it, and he said, we're going to call the ME and the firearms expert, and then we're going to rest, and then maybe. And then he looked at the defense. Is this Judge Kranick's courtroom? No, this judge is called Peter something. But hey, Flash fan. Hey, Christina, how are you doing?
How was that done?
So I use a comparison microscope, which is just a microscope that has 2 stages, so I can view 2 things at the same time in the same field of view. So in this case, when I opened up the projectile, I documented what I had, and when I felt like I can move forward with a comparison, I took the bullet that I test fired into the water tank, and I compared it using my comparison microscope I looked at the microscopic imperfections that are present from the firing process, and I compared the bullet that I received as evidence to the test fired bullet that I fired into the water tank.
Now, these microscopic impressions, are they unique to each individual firearm? Is like a fingerprint is unique to an individual?
Yes, the firearm during the manufacturing process, the process of cutting the firearm to make it the shape that it is, there's rifling in the barrel that imparts the spin on the bullet for when it's traveling to spiral kind of like a football so it travels straight. The process of putting the rifling into the barrel is like cutting metal. And so there's microscopic burrs, and inside of the barrel, there's little metal burrs and flakes that are inside that will leave microscopic imperfections on the bullet during the firing process.
Your Honor, permission to approach with what's already in evidence as State 7 and State 8.
Okay. Okay.
Is that you have in front of you the firearm that you were sent to do the analysis on in this case?
Yes, it is.
And is in the manila package, is that the projectile that you did the analysis on?
Yes, it is.
And were you able to make any associations with that firearm and that projectile?
The projectile was identified to the firearm.
Now, when you say identified to, does that mean that that projectile that was removed?
Yes,
from the
we always
case
do a
was
poll
fired
after
by,
state.
The firearm that you have in front of you?
Yes, it was.
2022, March 2022, I believe it was. We haven't heard anything. I was doing the Karen Tala, and we didn't start, and then Jemima came in and said, hey, stop it. We're going to do this case instead.
I don't have any further questions.
What?
With that firearm and that projectile?
The projectile was identified to the firearm.
Now, when you say identified to, does that mean that that projectile that was removed from the victim in this case was fired by the firearm that you have in front of you?
Yes, it was.
I don't have any further questions.
So she was there to say the bullet they agreed was fired from the gun was indeed fired from the gun. As Sue says, they stipulated to this. If this is this their last witness? I can't even surmise, or I can't give you a breakdown of this case, because I hope he misstated that was their last witness.
Ross?
I have no question for this witness.
All right, may the witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, man. You can step down.
Are they resting now? That can't be real.
All right, state your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state rests.
We have had an hour and a half of lunch break. We had about 45 minutes lead in. They have put a case on for a murder / self-defense that has lasted less than 4 hours. The only person who have said anything about what happened out there was the deceased person's girlfriend. And she didn't really say anything other than they had been arguing. Yeah, you missed the Emmy. She said he had his arm in kind of this position when he got shot. That's all she said. I've seen it with stronger evidence, but when you're up against a self-defense claim, well, maybe the self-defense claim is just ridiculously weak. But I can't even ask you if they proved he did it because they stipulated to that. What should my poll be? Because we know he did it, because he admitted he did it, because he's doing it in self-defense. I can say, did state prove it wasn't self-defense? I don't know if you can ask that question. Self-defense. No, because that's the state is the only one. But if he goes up there now and starts crying and say, I was so afraid all the time. They haven't put anyone. The only word we know from the scene was the deceased person told him, Lawrence, go away. No, he said to Lawrence, you're a big no, he said to the victim, you're a big guy. And he said, Lawrence, go away. I'm not going to do anything or something like that. That's all we heard from the scene.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the state has rested its case. There are those to the state resting its case.
Yes, Your Honor. If I may have a moment. At this time, the defense would like to move for judgment of acquittal, and this is the basis for that. As relates to the charge, it appears.
No, the state side of the case. Maybe they come back on rebuttal. We saw that in not Karen Reed, sorry, Sarah Boone. Sarah Boone's prosecution direct wasn't good at all, and then they came back and hammered it home on rebuttal.
That the state has charged my client, Mr. Lawrence Dority, with second-degree murder with a firearm. Okay, carries a 25 life minimum mandatory, and as a necessary element, the state is required to prove.
Self-defense claims was presented in opening statements.
An element that by an act imminently dangerous to another and evincing a depraved mind, regardless of human life, Lawrence Dority did kill Adreian Payne. And during the commission of said offense, Lawrence Dority did carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm. And Lawrence Dority actually possessed a firearm with destructive device. Lawrence Dority actually discharged a firearm with destructive device. As a result of the discharge of the firearm with destructive device, death or great bodily harm is inflicted upon Adreian Payne. And viewing the facts in the light most favorable to the state of Florida, Your Honor, I believe the state has failed to establish by competent and substantial evidence in regards to the necessary element of an act being imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind. The reason why I make this position, Your Honor, is that by definition, just going to the jury instruction, an act is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that, number one, a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and, not or, and, meaning they have to also establish and is done from ill will or hatred or spite or an evil intent, and, not or, and, is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. In order to convict of second-degree murder, although it's not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had intent to cause death, the issue in this case is whether as it relates, if you're viewing the facts of this case in the light most favorable to the state, obviously we're raising self-defense, we haven't got to that point, but if you're viewing it in the light most favorable to the state, alternatively, the state would have to still establish during their case in chief that Mr. Lawrence Dority acted with depraved mind, right? And absent in this situation.
Yeah. They haven't proven depraved mind or anything. They haven't talked about this guy at all. I know the judge wouldn't do it, but kind of if they go by the book, they should throw this out.
Only alternative that would seem to support the facts as we are listed, or as we stand right now. The issue is whether Lawrence Dority did not have a depraved mind without regard to human life because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation. That's an issue in this case, Your Honor. So in order to find that he did not have a depraved mind without regard to human life because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation, there must have been a sudden event that would have suspended the exercise of judgment in an ordinary reasonable person. And a reasonable person would have lost normal self-control and would have been driven by blind and unreasoning fury. And there was no reasonable amount of time for a reasonable person to cool off. And a reasonable person would not have cooled off before committing the act that caused death. And that Mr. Lawrence Dority was in fact so provoked and did not cool off before he committed the act that caused the death of Mr. Adreian Payne. And that's what I believe the facts, at best, if we're looking at the facts of this case in the light most favorable to the state of Florida, they have not established a second-degree murder with a firearm, at best, in doing the light most favorable to the state. What we have, because the facts support that this was a heat of passion, if reviewing it in the light most favorable to the state, right? This is manslaughter. At best. Mr. Dority didn't have a relationship with Mr. Payne. He only knew of the man's name through his association with his girlfriend over the years. There was no evidence that he had a prior incident with him, any rift, any text, any call, any exchange, any prior situation. All you know, he's coming home and he's surprised by a person he doesn't have any affiliation with, and he have an altercation of words. He's feeling threatened. Well, from my position, we're saying he's feeling threatened. I know you haven't heard from my client yet, but the evidence still supports there was an argument. And he went into his home. This is at 1:30 in the morning outside his house. And even by testimony of Ms. Tara Walker, she states that Mr. Dority asked, "Why are you here?" So what we have here is a spontaneous situation. But he didn't have time to cool off because whatever the exchange was, it immediately resorted to Mr. Dority having to go back into his home and come back out and ask again, "Why are you here?" While his son is outside, his dad is outside, and they haven't made it safely into the home yet. So at best, Your Honor, this is not second degree, at this phase, this is not even second degree murder with firearm. I would submit to the court. This is overcharged to begin with. Based on that, I believe that element, based on that lack of sufficient establishment of that necessary element, that you must give us a judgment of acquittal as it relates to second degree murder with a firearm.
Motion to dismiss.
Okay.
Your Honor, the defendant's actions in this case speak for themselves. He went after someone was not on his property but was parked down the street. He engaged that person in words. He then stormed into his house, armed himself with a firearm. During this time, he didn't, cool off, or he had certainly had time to do that. He then armed himself with a firearm. He came out. You heard the video of Tara Walker screaming for him, "Don't take your gun out. Don't do this, Lawrence." And then he still, after all of that, in that circumstance, aims his firearm at the victim in this case and shoots and kills him. This certainly meets the elements of second degree murder. It doesn't require an intent to kill, but a depraved mind. Certainly, anytime you point a firearm and discharge it at a person in this circumstance, that shows ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent. And again, that portion of the depraved mind is or. So it could be an ill will or a hatred or spite or evil intent. And then obviously shooting a firearm at another person is clearly indifferent to human life. So we've met the elements of second degree murder and ask that you deny the JOA.
Your Honor, may I add something briefly?
Good.
And regardless of what the state just mentioned, still sufficient facts that gives the fact finder a reasonable understanding of what Mr. Dority was placed in at that time, that situation. You heard from an expert that the trajectory of how the bullet went through his bicep to go into his chest cavity is consistent and could be because he was raising his hand, arm up. Now, the issue is, why was he raising his hand up? In the direction of where, if his thumb is down, Your Honor, he could have been holding his gun like this, or trying to. That's enough right there to.
Yeah, but you should have the experts, you should have asked that. Could it be because he was, could it have looked like he was pulling something up? You asked it in a weird way.
Not allow second degree murder with a firearm to proceed. Yeah. If you're viewing the facts in the light most favorable to the state court.
Wasn't there testimony that from one witness that his arms were up and he was in between the driver's door and the driver or the hood of the car?
Nope.
And that's a fact that is in the light most favorable to the state, that the arm is already up?
That doesn't negate that his hands up. He could have had a weapon.
No, that was before he went to the car. That's what she said when he was talking to his girlfriend before she got out of the car. He walked back and got into his driver's seat. So that's not true, Your Honor.
In his arm, in his hand as well. I understand Your Honor's position. regardless of the fact there was no rift between previous at the time of the situation.
Get me a
This is
Zoom
not
link.
something where he intended. I know he doesn't have to intend the outcome of death, but this is literally a heat of passion moment.
Could also be that,
It can
yeah.
be no other thing. And a heat of the passion killing by law is manslaughter. He didn't have time to cool off. Even the same witness that said Mr. Payne had his hands up also testified that Mr. Dority was in his house less than a minute. Minute at best. Minute and a half at best. That's not time to cool off when someone's outside your house at 1:30 in the morning threatening you while your child and your father's outside. You just got to finish celebrating Mother's Day. You're on your way home, and unknown to you, someone's lying in wait for you. And when you ask why you're here, you get a threatening posturing response. 6'8", 247 pounds. That's adequate provocation. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to take the matter under advisement. There's one thing that I want to check on, and then I'll be able to rule on that issue. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, does the defense wish to present a case?
Yes, Your Honor. The defense would like to call Mr. Lawrence Dority.
Oh, he's taking the
And
stand.
any other witnesses?
With all candor to the court, I don't believe another witness is necessary. No.
Okay. All right, so a couple of things then, Mr. Dority. Your attorney has indicated that he's going to call you to testify. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and he's indicated that he's making the decision not to call any other witnesses other than you for purposes of your case. You understand that? All right, have you discussed that strategy with him?
Dave, can he can't continue the case before he had made a ruling on. Oh, well, he could say, I'm going to go out for 5 minutes or something. But, well, don't put the girlfriend up there because the girlfriend will also have to be there for cross-examination. Remember that. But what if he goes up and testifies and then the judge then says, well, I'll dismiss it. But he should not be considering anything testifying during the defensive case. Yeah. No, this is a very, very short case. And actually, even though I believe he did it and might even have done it very intentionally, you have to give Mr. Defense his due. They never proved that he wanted to unalive him. It's not like he came running out and said, F you, blah, 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 blah. They haven't really proven all what's necessary for a second degree. Normally, the judges will just say, yeah, I listened to you, see you later. But, yeah, I don't know.
And are you in agreement with that strategy? Okay. So you understand that after you testify, there will be no other witnesses or no other evidence presented on your behalf. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Then the jury will have to make its decision based upon the state's evidence and testimony from their witnesses and from your testimony. You understand? Okay. Now, have you had a discussion with your attorney about the pros and cons of testifying?
Yes,
Have you had a discussion with your attorney about the pros and cons of not testifying? Okay. You understand that if you take the witness stand and you testify, that you're going to be treated just as anybody else who takes the witness stand, meaning that the jury is going to get to assess your credibility just like they did everybody else's, and the same rules that apply to their testimony will apply to yours. All right. And you understand that you have an absolute right to remain silent if you want to. Okay. And that if you were to exercise your right to remain silent, I would instruct the jury, as I did during the jury selection, that they are not to consider your decision not to testify against you in any way, shape, or form. You understand that? All right. Do you have any questions about your right to testify or your right to exercise your right to remain silent?
No, but is there a way that I can talk to my lawyer?
Certainly. Go ahead and talk to him, and then I'll follow up. To consult with your attorney?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you need any more time to do so with him?
Sir, is there a way I can take a bathroom break before?
Oh, we're going to do that. Don't worry. And so do you have any questions for your attorney or for the court about your right to testify?
No, sir.
you have any questions for me or your attorney about your right to remain silent? All right. And you've indicated to me that you've had the opportunity to discuss the pros and cons of testifying and the pros and cons of exercising your right to remain silent, correct? All right. After having considered those, have you reached a decision in this case as to what you want to do?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you tell me what decision you've reached?
I want the people to hear my story.
All right, so you want to exercise your right to testify.
Yes, Your Honor.
Has anybody forced you, threatened you, or coerced you in any way to make that decision?
No, sir.
Has anyone promised you anything to make you make that decision?
No, Your Honor.
And are you making that decision because you believe it's in your best interest and you want to? Okay. And is there any other witnesses or any other evidence that you want presented to the jury other than your testimony?
There is one thing that I would like to show.
All right, have you discussed that with your attorney?
Shouldn't do this at this point in the trial. You should have discussed this.
It's okay, Your Honor.
All right, so after consulting with your attorney about the issue that you were considering, you're advising me that you no longer wish to have any witnesses or evidence other than yourself testify, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Evidence can testify.
All right, then what we will do is take about a 5 or 10 minute recess for everybody to use the restroom.
So he's going to take the stand. I think that's necessary, especially because the state hasn't really put anyone on the stand. Maybe they'll do it on rebuttal. They'll bring in the dad and the girlfriend and who else. I'm just surprised that they didn't have more than this. They didn't elicit from the girlfriend that Lawrence was yelling, "I'm going to go grab my pew-pew and I'm going to unalive you, you effing," or something like that. And why won't he call his dad and girlfriend and whatever? Because they also have to be there for cross-examination. Remember, all of you saw the Karen Reed case. Just think about how well Jen hold up under cross-examination. Remember Carrie admitting to lying to the FBI. Maybe you don't want witnesses who potentially could have misremembered a few basic facts in the trial. It just popped up today. I don't know anything about it. He took it under consideration. Well, if he presents a good case, he doesn't have to argue. They agree. I went in, I took my wireless hole puncher, and I put a hole in him. I wanted to scare him by clipping him in the arm, and sadly, it went wrong. That's what I did. I didn't go in there to pick it up because I wanted him off the planet. It's a second-degree homicide case. So he must have wanted to do it. As his defense attorney argued in the motion to dismiss, they haven't proved, because normally you would hear from the girlfriend that he was standing out there and he said, "I'm gonna effing unalive you," or you would have heard they had beef for weeks before this, and then he pulled up pew pew. There's been nothing really other than, yeah, they had words. He went to his house. He came out with a wireless hole puncher, and he put a hole in him. That's all we have had of evidence. Could be consequences of some pretrial motions. Maybe certain witnesses weren't able to testify about certain things unless the defendant brought them up himself in the state is anticipating that. We have one witness who was at the scene, and there's supposed to be the defendant's girlfriend and the defendant's dad. Maybe the dad had pled, I don't know, do you have spousal privilege for the entire family? Because I think, yeah, a parent can't be forced to testify against a kid in Denmark. So I don't know if you have the same rule in America. Well, guilty or not guilty defendants, it's probably the best shot they have. It's self-defense. I would say in self-defense cases, defendants almost always need to take the stand. Because, yes, we did unalive him, but I did it for this reason. So you do need it in a self-defense case. But again, still, probably 90% of all self-defense cases, more or less, end in a guilty conviction. I don't have the math for the data for it. I'm just making up like I'm another crusty panties. It's just spouse. You don't have that rule. Just spouse. Only in Alabama because their families are so interconnected. Yeah, dad can be your little brother as well. We haven't had anything presented. We don't even know that there was a DV incident because his girlfriend wasn't allowed to talk about what was in the text message. And that's why I don't understand, why didn't the state call the defendant's girlfriend to testify about why she had reached out to the other girl that brought the victim over there? That's the thing I don't understand. We have spousal immunity, but not child-parent immunity. Over here, it's a lot like the Austrian artist. The states encourage children to tell on their parents. Yeah, and if the children does something bad, they go to prison as well. I remember that case now. This is the problem. Right now, we are all just dancing around. Where was Kathy Sousa? Kathy Sousa, who knew him. She must know if there has been anything out there that had precluded these witnesses from being called from the state. I don't know. Because that's still his. If the woman who sent the text say, yeah, I texted her because we have been fighting all night, would that be hearsay? Oh yeah, the Wanderleaf. Mo is actually doing a rerun of that case right now. Well, not right now. She took her afternoon off because of her kids, but she's looking into that. That woman is now trying to get a new trial because she wasn't corpus mentis when she did the first trial, even though she stated she was. And apparently because the kid, the first thing mentioned on the coroner report was he died from dehydration, and she never denied him water, so it couldn't be her fault. That woman should be put this way into Lord Chippy. Oh, and I promised something earlier today. Let's do it while we have a break. Where do we have it? Oh, we have this one as well.
Honey, I'm taking you to Paris and I'm gonna get you a Louis Vuitton bag for God only knows how many thousands of dollars, because we have somebody else's money to live high on a hog, right? He's not.
To live high on a hog. I love this guy.
I'm Jimmy. How y'all doing?
Okay. Do you remember any description as far as the size of these men?
Yeah, I remember the size of them. I know, I could tell by the Swayzer who that one was, by meeting him different times up there at Paula's. I knew the Swayzer is, get that word right, Swayzer? Uh-huh.
Okay. I don't know what that word means, so I'm sorry.
Oh, his style, his walk, his talk.
Okay.
No, but they can still get her to say, yeah, we were fighting that night, and that's why I texted her to come over. She doesn't have to say, well, I wrote, hey, girlfriend, you know that big old dum-dum I'm dating? He just did this. Could you come over? But she can still say, yeah, I texted him, and that's why they came over, because I was afraid of her, or we had a fight, or what if any things happened. Hi, on a hawk.
All right, we're back on the record. I did go back and look at this issue on the judgment of acquittal argument based upon the evidence and the standard that applies at the end of the state's case. Court does find that there is sufficient evidence to allow the case to continue, and I'm going to deny the motion for judgment of acquittal. All right, anything else we need to address before we bring the jury in and start with the defense case?
Nothing to mistake.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring in the jurors.
Yes, I hope.
My first reaction would be, what on earth are you doing, woman? Or whatever he calls her. What are you doing?
That's what I say to Jamie every day. And the poll was, did the state prove it wasn't self-defense? No, 47%. Baker, are you okay? Stroke, 38%. 14% says yes.
I'm going to have a seat.
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
All right, does the defense wish to present a case?
Yes, Your Honor. May it please the court?
All right, you may call your first witness.
I would like to call Mr. Lawrence Dority.
All right, Mr. Doherty, if you'll make your way over to the witness box for me, please.
Nikki, if you're new to trials, when the state rests, there will almost always, it is the rule, the defense will make a motion to dismiss and say, well, the state didn't prove, they need to prove these 10 factors to make it at this and that, and they didn't do that. You'll see that in most of the cases we cover, there will always be made a motion to dismiss. Sometimes they will even do the motion to dismiss again after the defense rest. So it's a standard, and in 99.999999999% of every case, they will get it denied because the bar is so low, because the judge must view it in the most favorable light to the state that they proved their case, so a jury could potentially find them guilty. So the only case I know of in the 3 years I've been covering cases is a case that Nick Starrow had about a missing girl. Can't remember, that got kicked out. And then we, of course, had the Alec Baldwin, but that was because of Brady violations. That wasn't because of motions to dismiss per se. Yeah, it would be malpractice not to make it. The motion to dismiss, it's just, hey, guys, you didn't prove... First-degree murder, you must prove that he had intent to do it, that he went into the house, came out again, he set up that this guy would be there so he could unalive him. Well, they didn't prove that. Well, then the judge should toss the case. It's just, did they meet the criteria to prove what they charged them with?
Does somebody swear or affirm to tell the truth, no proof, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Just have a seat. And state your full name and spell your first and your last name for the court reporter.
My name is Lawrence Doherty.
Spell the first name and the last name.
Lawrence, Lawrence. Last name Doherty, Dority.
Mr. Thompson, you may inquire.
Mr. Doherty, how old are you?
I am 32.
You have any children?
Yes, I have 3.
What are their ages?
13, 8, and 2.
What do you do for a living?
I am a barber.
Have you lived in Orange County all your life?
Yes, sir.
Are you married?
I'm engaged.
I'm sorry?
Engaged.
Let's get right into it. Let's switch gears a little bit. You obviously been here and sat through this trial so far. You've heard a lot of things. And you actually live in this situation. You recall what happened on May 9th, 2022?
Yes, I do.
Did you explain to the court and the jury what happened?
Well, around 1:30 in the morning, me, my son, and my dad went to my house. My father was taking me and my son home. And as we arrived, I see the car parked at the corner of my home, and I automatically assumed it was Tara. So I thought it was weird that she was parked right there, because she would typically park in the driveway or in front of the house. And so I walk over there to greet her to say, hey, you know, why are you parked here? And Mr. Payne gets out of the car. And when he gets out of the car, he's looking down at me. He has his hand in his waistband, and I can see like something silver sticking out on the side of his hip with his hand on it. And I asked him, what are you doing here? And he said, I'm not playing with you. I'll smoke you. I said, what? I threw my hands in the air and I started freaking out. My dad rolls down the window and asked me, is everything okay? And I told him, I don't know. So I go inside of my home. I retrieve my firearm so I could safely get my son in the house. And so as I return back outside, I see Mr. Payne has moved his car up even more. He's gotten out of his car again. And so I'm standing in my driveway and I'm asking him, why are you here? What are you doing here? Why are you here? Can you please leave? Can you please leave? And he's just staring at me.
Okay. How tall are you, Mr. Doherty?
5'8",
How much do you weigh?
145 pounds.
Did you have a relationship with Mr. Payne? Had he ever been to your home before? Did you invite him? I need you to make an audible.
No, sir.
Did you have a relationship with him at all?
No, sir.
Did you invite him to your home? I'm sorry?
No, sir.
Out of all the years that you knew Miss Tara Walker, had you ever actually met Mr. Payne?
Like twice.
Was there any situation where you guys had a issue?
No. I just seen him one time. He showed up to my girlfriend's mother's Thanksgiving or something like that. He showed up unannounced. And I don't even recall the other time.
So like getting back to May 9th, 2022, when you came, why did you go back in the house? Why did you go in the house?
Because I thought
Today, Junior.
I thought I was gonna die.
Why'd you feel that way though?
He's outside my house. He's telling me he's gonna smoke me. I have my son outside. I have my father outside. He's there by himself. Nobody. I didn't.
How many shots did you fire? A moment.
Go home.
Mr. Doherty, when you speak into the microphone, let's just slow down a little bit. Let's try to take your time and make sure you speak into the microphone, okay?
What was the question?
At some point, you felt you went in the home and obtained your firearm. What were you thinking at that time?
I have to get my son safe. I didn't know. I just thought he was gonna kill me and my son and my father, and I didn't know. I didn't know what was gonna happen.
When you came back outside.
Sorry, this is really, really dangerous because on the rebuttal, then I called the dad and said, did you hear him say that?
You had this firearm. First of all, did you have a concealed weapon permit?
Yes, sir.
So had you taken self-defense classes before?
Yes, sir.
when you came out, did you have any additional words or anything was said by you at that time?
Yes.
What was that, if anything?
I said, can you please leave? Why are you here? Can you please leave? What are you here for?
And what was the response that you got?
He didn't say anything. He was just staring at me.
And then at some point, you felt the need to discharge your weapon. How many shots did you take?
One. I saw him. I was saying, why are you here? You need to leave. You need to leave. You need to leave. Why are you here?
How were you saying it? Were you saying it softly, or how did you say it?
Like, why are you here? What are you here for?
Were you talking to him?
I don't know.
Could he hear you?
Yes,
How do you know he could hear you?
because he was staring at me and it wasn't far. It's like from here to the end of the courtroom. Like, it wasn't far.
When you came out the house, or at the time when you took a shot?
I mean, I was in my driveway the whole time.
Did Mr. Payne appear to reach for something, or
Yes. When I was saying, why are you here? You need to leave. You need to leave. Why are you here? I seen him going like this, pulling his hand up, like he's raising a gun towards me. And I shot one time and I called the police and I put my son in the house.
before we get to that point, at some point, you stated when you went in the house and came back out that his vehicle was even closer than it was at first when you first encountered him. Is that true? Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
So after the fire, after you discharged your weapon, you called 911? I need you to speak into the microphone.
Yes, sir.
Did you
There was no beef. His girlfriend had called her girlfriend to come over because apparently something, we don't know what, was going on. They had this guy, his girlfriend, his dad, and his son had been out celebrating Mother's Day, I think it was. Came home, and then the girlfriend's girlfriend was there, and so were her boyfriend. And then it escalated. We don't know what was said because no one has said anything about what was said. Just that they didn't really know each other to begin with. But he apparently had bought a car from him at some point.
remain at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Did you cooperate with law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
Did you provide a statement to law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
I'm not one to
Miranda
judge
warnings,
people's
you gave a
tears.
statement, right?
I was never read any Miranda rights.
You provided a statement, right?
Yes, I did.
Is there anything else you want the jury to know that you hadn't said?
Is this going to be all he testifies? Oh my freaking! What is this case? Jemima, you're doing this to make me stroke out on screen. Jemima, for God's sake.
You know, before I got up here, I thought I knew what to say exactly. You know, but I don't. It's just no.
I don't think I asked you this, but at that time, how old was your father?
60, 62.
And how old was your son at that time?
9.
How old? I'm sorry.
8 or 9, 8.
Were you intoxicated?
No.
Yeah.
I was with the police for 13 hours.
None of the officers assumed or speculated that you were intoxicated?
No.
Now, at the scene of this incident, Tara Walker was present, right?
Yes, sir. Afterwards.
Did you see her go into the vehicle that Mr. Payne was in?
While I was on the phone with the police, I put my son in the house. I'm on the phone with the police. And I saw my father go over to Mr. Payne to see if everything was okay. And I can hear him telling her, find a piece of plastic so I could try to stop the bleeding. And I see her go through the back seat. She goes through both of the back seats. She goes through the front seat. She goes to the glove compartment, and she just runs. She runs to the other side, and we didn't see Tara until the police arrived.
We saw the video. She didn't go running after she rummaged through the car. You pew-pewed, and then she came running 30 seconds later. As I have stated many a time in my 14 years as a juror, more mouth have landed people in prison than evidence. I just want a bicycle clown and a Portuguese snowblower, someone to upper deck Marissa and give MG an Oklahoma teapot, maybe a tongued hemorrhoid, and a new pancreas. Thank you, Brandon. We needed that today. You have been a lifesaver because this has been weird. I'm feeling like I'm on the same drugs you're on.
Do you know, or did you see anyone else that may have had any relationship or affiliation with Tara Walker arriving on the scene?
Yeah, her brother and her father came, and I was just so confused because they had my son and my father and me like chambered away, and she's just frolicking around, calling her friends and calling her family.
Sustained.
No, and I was just confused.
Mr. Dority, I'm gonna ask you this question. Did you see a firearm in the hand or in the possession of Mr.
Yes.
Do you feel like your life was in danger?
Yes, me, my son, and my father.
So now he says he did have a pew-pew.
No further questions, gentlemen.
Jeepers Christ.
Cross.
So I want to go back to several things that you said in your direct testimony, but first I want to start out with, you said in your direct examination testimony that you gave a statement to law enforcement after this, right? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you say in your testimony to this jury that you were never read your Miranda rights. Is that right? That's what you just said to your attorney?
From what I can recall.
Well, you didn't say you didn't recall, right? What you said to your attorney was that you were never read your Miranda rights. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I'm going to direct you to page 12 of the transcript of your statement that you, with the detective in this case, beginning at line 5.
Really quick, can I say something?
I'm going to approach and I'm going to show you what I'm talking about.
Okay.
I've got to lay this for the record.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to show your attorney.
Yeah, Yeah.
Permission to approach?
You may.
I might fly to New Jersey and we can do that together.
I'm going to let you read along. So this is where I read from, but I'm going to read this. You said
This is
something-
the interview?
Yes, this is the interview.
Okay. I was
I think I would go hard after him because it was a weak direct, and I don't think he elicited much sympathy.
I was in response. I was talking about when they initially arrived to my home.
Okay. But just to
Not
be
this.
clear, what this says is, okay, well, let me do this. I want to read your rights, okay? And you say, and the detective says, and then we can talk about that after, okay? And you say, okay, buddy. And then detective says, so you have the right to remain silent. You say, and then anything you say can be used against you as evidence. Yes, sir. You're entitled to talk to an attorney now and have him present now or anytime during question. Do you understand? Yes, sir. If you cannot afford an attorney, you can be provided with one without cost. Do you understand your rights? And then you said, after being read that, in the transcript of your interview with the detective, yes, sir. So you were read your Miranda rights, correct?
Yes, I was not read them initially when I was placed in handcuffs, which I was referencing to.
Okay.
Not my interview.
Your testimony to this jury not 10 minutes ago was that you were never read your Miranda rights. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Never. That's what you said.
Yeah.
That's not true, is it?
I was read my Miranda rights in the interview room.
Okay. Thank you. Now, another thing that you just said that I found to be interesting is you said that when you came back out of your house, after you'd gone in the house and armed yourself with a firearm, you said that you came back out and you said, can you please leave? And you were speaking sort of calmly to the jury in a sort of meek tone that you're speaking today. Can you please leave? And this is after you came back out, after you armed yourself with a firearm, you're asking him, can you please leave? Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Well, I want to direct you. I'll let you look at it. I'm going to read it again. I'm going to show tell your attorney to, this is your interview with Detective Gilberti. This is on page 50, beginning at line 16. This is going to be line 16 through line 23. Permission to approach.
You may.
I'll let you look at this and then I'm going to read it out loud because this is the opposite of what you just said. Starting at line 16, I'll give you a moment to read through line 23. All right, so your testimony on direct examination was that you were just asking him to please leave when you came out with the firearm, right?
Correct.
Okay. But what you said to the detective in your interview was, and I'll begin on line 16, a detective, like when you came back out with the gun and he was still in his car.
Best evidence, Your Honor.
Response.
This is impeachment.
Overruled.
Yeah. Like when you came back out with the gun and he was still in his car, did he say anything to you? No. Well, sorry, Mr. Dority, your response was no. The detective says, was there any communication? And Mr. Dority, your response was, I didn't communicate with him, I shot him. That's what you told law enforcement the day that this happened in your interview, right?
No.
You didn't say, could you please leave? You just shot him. Is that right?
That's what I had said in the interview.
Right. Okay. So I want to go back a little bit. This afternoon, the afternoon going into the early morning that this shooting happened, you were at your father's house, right?
Correct.
And you had been drinking at your father's house?
Earlier that day.
And you had been drinking some shots of Casamigos at one point in the afternoon, right?
Earlier that day.
Okay, but earlier that day, you had been drinking shots of Casamigos, correct?
Correct. Overruled.
Earlier that day, you had been drinking shots of Casamigos, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And to be clear, where was your vehicle when you came back to your house?
Parked in my driveway.
And so your father drove you to your residence from his house, right?
Right.
But it's a close distance, right?
Yeah, I could have walked.
Okay. All right. So I want to talk about some other things that you said in your direct testimony. You were very clear in your testimony 5-10 minutes ago when your attorney asked you, did you see a firearm, right? You said, yes, I saw a firearm. That was your testimony 10 minutes ago, right? Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to take you again to your interview with the detective in this case. This time I want to direct you to page 35 of the transcript of the interview. Now, on page 35, do you have the transcript or do you need to see it?
Hey, Crispy. I knew tequila would get you out of there.
Sure. I'm on 35 at line 25 and 36 at line 3.
Apparently, according to the only one who knew about this case, Kathy Souza, who knew the victim, he has changed his lawyer 2 or 3 times during the trial. So I was very positive after watching opening statements. I think he did okay. And since then, I have been in a big old what? So, but a murder case done in well, it's getting close to 4. We may be getting closing arguments tomorrow. We never know what a jury
All right,
would
so
say.
Mr. Dority, I'm going to read from this transcript, starting at line 25 on page 35. Detective Gilberti, this is his question to you. Okay, did you ever see a gun? Mr. Dority, I cannot say I necessarily saw a gun, but if you're giving me this gesture, I've taken concealed weapons classes. I've taken defense classes before. If somebody approaches me like this, and that's your answer. So you cannot definitively say and honestly say to this jury.
Objection, Your Honor. Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
Sustained.
You cannot say definitively that you saw a gun, can you?
Objection, Your Honor. Same objection. Argumentative.
Sustained.
Judge, can we approach?
Come on.
It there. Correct. It doesn't have to.
Your Honor.
There was never any threat. Okay.
I said I hadn't slept.
Today. So today in your testimony, you mentioned that you saw a shiny object when you first approached the victim's vehicle, right?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. But you never said anything at all in your initial interview with law enforcement about seeing this.
Objection
shiny
and proper
object.
impeachment.
Overruled.
You never said anything at all about the shiny object then, right?
When
When you had your interview with law enforcement at the interview.
I had been waiting and sitting in the back of a police car for 7-8 hours. I was in the interview room for 6-7 hours. I hadn't slept. I was beyond tired, and my recollection of what happened could have been maybe, I don't.
Okay, so you didn't say it then, but you're saying it now, right?
I said it.
Okay. Now, Now, you mentioned in your direct testimony that you were concerned for your son and for your father who were present at the time of the shooting, right? Is that yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I apologize.
But even by your own telling, there was never any threat by the victim made to your son, right?
Objection argumentative, Your Honor.
Overruled.
There was never any threat made by the victim to your son, right? Is
Correct.
that correct?
I said correct.
And there was never any threat made by the victim to your father, right?
Correct. It doesn't have to be made to them, though.
Okay. Now, you would also agree that where the victim was parked was not your property, right?
The neighborhood is considered my property. I don't own the neighborhood, but it's my dwelling. That's where I live.
Can we get a fact check on that one? Can you claim your entire neighborhood as your castle? Because I live in a cul-de-sac with 20 units in it. Can I go? I live in the furthest right corner. I'm far right. Can I go to the far left and pew someone and say, we have the same entry to the cul-de-sac? So I am I felt he was trespassing on my property. I need the Adreian clip from the couch case. Yeah, but yeah. Yeah, I didn't think the state was doing well. In Utah, your garage isn't even a part of your dwelling. Yeah. No, I can't unalive anyone anywhere. We are so smart. We made unalivings illegal, so it doesn't happen here. It's Florida where the very liberal stand your ground. George Zimmerman was able to pew Trayvon in his neighborhood. Oh, I don't. It just seems weird that he's in a public road and he can claim he was on his property.
Okay. But to be clear, Mr. Payne never set foot in your house, right?
No.
He never stepped foot on that piece of grass in front of your house.
He may have.
Okay. Do you remember a previous testimony?
My mom may have had a Payne, and we could call her my dad. But science will show she didn't. Yeah, this is testimony on the level of Alexis could fly into space.
Testimony in a hearing? In a courtroom like this?
Yes.
Okay. I am going to direct and show a post.
No, you didn't do that. You didn't effing do that. He just did this in court where he's accused of murder.
In a courtroom like this?
Yes.
Okay. I am going to direct and show opposing counsel.
He just took his phone out and checked his messages. Jemima. I think you hate me.
Transcript of a previous hearing.
Oh, you missed it?
I am going to direct and show opposing counsel transcript of a previous hearing.
I don't know what he did when I went in the house.
Okay, I'll direct a question to you in a moment. I'm showing opposing.
Yeah, but he could also potentially have gotten into his car, driven away, or he could potentially have been phoning up a lawyer in Michigan and said, "This guy owns a jet ski. What should I do about him?" And then he would have a lawyer's word that he could just unalive him.
Counsel, the transcript, page 156.
Yeah, check your other pocket as well. Yeah, he's out on bond.
Okay, so
I don't know.
My question was, at the time, was that area that he parked, is that your property?
No, sir.
Okay, so you're saying it was not your property. You agree?
It wasn't my. I don't own the land. I don't own it. I was a tenant there.
I understand that. But you leased the property, presumably?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And with that lease, it doesn't entitle you to the entire neighborhood, correct?
It's a private neighborhood.
It's a private, is there a gate to get in?
There was until it was destroyed.
Okay, so at the time of this, you could just drive into the neighborhood, correct?
Yes, you could.
Okay.
It's still a private
And
residence.
that area that the victim was parked, that's not included in your lease, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you went inside your home to arm yourself with a firearm, in this case, the victim didn't follow you, right?
No.
He stayed by his car.
Correct.
And so you went in, you would have had time at that point to call 911 if you deemed it necessary?
Correct.
Maybe he's two-phoning it. Maybe he has a little side business. Back in the day, they had pagers, but these days they might have. We see a lot of burner phones in some cases.
You didn't do that, did you? Did you?
I didn't think it was necessary at that moment.
What you deemed was necessary.
Yeah, he's
was to get your
engaged for her.
firearm,
He said that.
Go outside and to kill it, right?
No,
That's what you did.
it's not subsequently what happened.
So you went in the house, right?
Correct.
You armed yourself with a firearm.
Correct.
You went back outside the house.
Correct.
You aimed. Before you shot, you aimed. Yes?
Correct.
And then you shot Adreian Payne.
After I asked him to leave several times.
And again, we already went through your original transcript, but what you previously said was you didn't communicate with him, you shot him.
You have
right?
audio recording of it.
Okay. I'm asking the questions here. You said, in what we've already established in your previous transcript, you didn't communicate with him, you shot him, correct?
If you say so.
I mean, we can look at it again. Do you need to look at it?
No, I looked
Transcript
at it
of
already. You already showed me.
Okay, so you would agree. You said you did not communicate with him, you shot him, right?
Correct.
All right. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Redirect.
Yes, briefly, Your Honor.
Well, he did call 911 after.
Your interviews with law enforcement was recorded, right?
Correct.
Okay. So your conversation that you had with law enforcement that spanned over several hours could be shown to the jury, couldn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At the time when I asked you, had you been given Miranda warnings, is it your testimony that you thought when you were first encountering law enforcement, they never asked you a question as far as Miranda?
Correct.
But at some point throughout the time that you were in custody, you were at some point in the interview provided with Miranda warnings?
Yes, and I feel like, he tried to trick me with that question, which is how the answer came out like that.
Looking at the cars in that neighborhood, it looked to be a pretty well-off neighborhood. Q5s, Mercedes, Beamers. Why does he sound like someone who sells low amounts of street pharmaceuticals who try to make up that, well, they kind of forced me to say it and they didn't give me my Miranda. They gave you your Miranda before they asked questions, before the 7-hour interview. This is like watching a bad hood movies from the 90s where they were, what about my Miranda rights? You were given your Miranda rights. And now you're sitting there, you were crying 15 minutes ago. You were devastated. And now you're arguing with the prosecutor, and now you're blaming them for making a switcheroo on it. You're a self-defense defendant. Cry your fucking eyes out. Whine, cry, be on the floor, say how sorry you are, that you didn't mean to do it. You just wanted to clip his arm because you thought he had a pew-pew. Instead, you turn this into a bad movie. Well, the cops tried to set me up, man.
And again, you've seen a video of outside, right?
Correct.
Could you hear the verbal altercation that you had with Mr. Payne?
Yes.
So
yeah,
you did in fact communicate
Yes,
to
I did.
Mr. Payne. Right? In
We're
fact,
going to do
you
that
heard
later.
the testimony of Ms. Tara Walker too today, right?
Correct.
She also testified that you asked, "Why are you here?" Right?
Correct.
Maybe he wasn't looking.
So you did communicate.
Correct.
Is it that you was probably confused when law enforcement was questioning you, possibly?
Yes.
Okay.
I was beyond exhausted. I was tired. I could barely keep my eyes open.
If you're on Twitch, DM those charges to me so I can see what it is.
It was like 10 o'clock the next day. I hadn't slept.
And again, that interview was recorded, right?
Correct.
Video recorded?
Yes, sir.
Okay. No further questions, John.
All right, so you can have a seat back at council's table.
Well, let's go to closing arguments. Jury,
Defense, call your next
you heard
witness.
him.
Your Honor, defense rests.
State wish to present any rebuttal evidence?
No, Your Honor.
So state rests.
State rest.
What? It's been a 5.5-hour trial for murder.
Council approach.
Nope. I will go back and show you exactly when he pulls up his phone because you can see it. And I will embiggen it if I can just find the spot. Yeah. I'm going to embiggen this. Keep your focus in this area and you will be able to see a black phone leaving his coat pocket. I'll even slow it down to do it even more easily for you to watch.
I am.
Well, I'm trying to hit the pause game right.
I am going to direct and show opposing counsel transcript of a previous hearing.
I don't know what he did when I went in the house.
Okay, I'll direct a question to you in a moment.
And he will also go into his pocket now and look at his face, because he's reading what is on in his hand.
I'm showing opposing counsel the transcript, page 156.
And checking the other phone again because another message came in. Valhalla, if this is how you treat your tissue, I don't know what you have used your tissue for. And this is sped up.
Okay, so
and then he puts his phone down.
My
again.
question was,
unknown to him.
Oh, sorry.
Ed.
Let's go back to it. Yeah, he was clearly reading something down on the table. Yeah, he has his inside phone. He takes it out, he puts it down, he looks at it, then he puts it in his left pocket. Then he pulls out his right side phone, looks at it, puts it back, pulls out his left side phone again, puts it on the table, and starts reading it again. Because the judge maybe did like the Rittenhouse judge and was ordering Girl Scout cookies. He also he looked at the court reporter weird. He thought he had to read, so he pulled out glasses. You don't, if you keep your glasses in your inside pocket, your readers, you don't put them in your left side outer pocket after that. Anyone here who wears glasses will testify to that. Well, maybe you need a burner for illicit activities.
Their cases at this point. There are some other legal matters that I need to take up outside of your presence. And then we will have to be working on the charge conference, which is the jury instructions that will be sent to you and the verdict forms that will be sent to you. And so what I'm going to do is while we work on that, the remainder of this afternoon, I'm going to send you all home a little early. Okay?
Thank you.
When you come back tomorrow, we will have those instructions ready. There will be copies and everything ready for you all. And so that we will be ready to go when you get here. At that point, I will give you all the closing argument instruction.
Because you go back and look how it creases his jacket. It's because I'm trying to catch it on the way up. You can see there's a flat surface that hits his, and he doesn't pull the phone out like this. He just puts it down on the table.
The attorneys will make their closing arguments to you, and prior to lunch, you will then be out to deliberate. What I will ask for you all to do tonight before you leave is I'll have the court deputies give you the lunch menu for tomorrow. Make a choice of what it is that you would like for lunch so they have it, so they can order it so that it'll be available in the jury room for you around 11:45 noon tomorrow by the time you get back there or when you're out there, back there deliberating, okay? Also, make sure you get the number from the sheriff's deputies before you leave so that you can share that with your loved ones or family members who may need to get a hold of you, because you can expect that sometime mid to late morning you will be in the jury room deliberating the verdict in this case, okay? Any questions before we break for the night? All right, same rules apply. Obviously, please don't do any investigation, any looking up of anything on your own. And I'll ask you all to come back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Okay. I only have one thing else on my docket in the morning. It's a very brief matter, and I will have that done relatively shortly, so we should be able to get started right away. Okay. So I will make sure you get the menus for them. Once you get the menus, go home for the night. We'll see you back tomorrow at 9. Okay.
All right. That's for me.
He's out on bond, yeah. It's ridiculous.
All right, go to have a seat. All right, the close of all the evidence, any motions or matters that I need to address from either party?
Oh, yes, Your Honor. I would like to renew my motion for judgment on the rule as it relates to the issue of, I don't believe the state has rebutted the the defense's claim of self-defense. And so I would like to state, just as a matter of course, in viewing the facts of the case in the light most favorable to the state, they have failed to, like, once the defendant introduces any evidence of self-defense, the state bears the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act in self-defense. And that's Bozeman v. State, 714 Southern 2nd, 570, Florida First DCA case in 1998. And it's on point here. The state didn't provide any rebuttal evidence in regards to a claim of self-defense. So we would argue that at this point, the judgment of acquittal would be warranted, at least as it relates to elements of second-degree murder with a firearm. I do understand that this is a factual issue that is.
Oh, I need the poll. Sorry.
More properly presented before a jury, but pursuant to Martinez v. State, 981 Southern 2nd 449, a Florida Supreme Court case of 2008, if the state fails to carry this burden of rebuttal in regards to not proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act in self-defense, the defendant is entitled to a judgment of acquittal. It even goes so far as to a Florida Supreme Court case of 1974, Lynch v. State 293 Southern 2nd 44, to defeat a judgment of acquittal in a self-defense case, the state must present evidence from which a reasonable jury could conclude that the defendant was not in reasonable fear of imminent harm, or the force used was not necessary or was excessive, or the defendant was the aggressor, or the defendant.
I wouldn't bet on it. Bradley on took 17
Judgment
minutes.
of acquittal must be granted if the defendant presented a plausible case of self-defense and the state fails to rebut it with competent.
You can't be not guilty. He is guilty of unaliving Adreian Payne. But did he act in self-defense? So either you call him guilty but acted in self-defense, or guilty, because he didn't deny that he killed him.
Substantial evidence. That's what we have here, Your Honor. Mr. Dority is charged with.
This is really important because he is reading case law. That's why he has it on his computer.
Second-degree murder with a firearm. The defendant has presented.
He cannot be not guilty. He did kill him. He admitted. You can't have a self-defense and then claim, hey, I'm innocent. I did do it. I did kill him, but I didn't do it. He's either guilty or guilty but acted in self-defense.
Credible evidence that the defendant acted in lawful self-defense pursuant to Florida statute section 776.012 and or 776.013. Under Florida law, once a defendant introduces any evidence of self-defense, the burden shifts to the state of Florida to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act in self-defense. So with that being said, when viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, they fail to provide competent or substantial evidence from which a reasonable jury could find that the defendant was not in reasonable fear of imminent bodily harm, that the defendant's use of force was unnecessary or excessive, or the defendant was the initial aggressor, or the defendant had a legal duty to retreat and failed to do so. In this situation, therefore, no reasonable jury could lawfully reject the defendant's theory of self-defense and still find beyond a reasonable doubt him guilty. As such, pursuant to Lynch v. State, the state has failed to meet its burden under the applicable standard of law, case law precedent, and therefore judgment of acquittal is proper. Thank you.
Steve?
Judge, I think there's a misconception. Obviously, just because the defendant testified doesn't mean that I have to then put on a rebuttal case, which is sort of what it sounded like opposing counsel was saying. Obviously, the defendant's story is rebutted by the evidence that was already placed on by the state, particularly Tara Walker and the video that was presented into evidence where you can hear the encounter just before the shooting and the shooting itself. She stated that the defendant, came out and that he fired, not having been, there was no threats made in his direction. that the victim didn't have a weapon, there was no weapon found in the vehicle. All of this, a jury could find beyond a reasonable doubt that he did not act in self-defense. Further, by the defendant's own admissions in his statement, just because the defendant says it's self-defense doesn't mean it is. So while he characterized what he did on that day as self-defense, it certainly wasn't. If you look at the applicable law and the instructions that you're going to give the jury, that it has to be reasonable, and it's both an objective and a subjective standard. So the defendant himself has to reasonably believe that his actions were justified and necessary in the circumstance, and even if you found that that was met, objectively, a reasonably prudent and cautious person in the same or similar circumstances would have to feel the same. And his actions of going back in a house, arming himself, coming back and shooting somebody, that is not justified. That's not self-defense. So even if you just took his own words, he's not rebut the state's case that he was not acting in self-defense in this circumstance. I would point to, obviously, just going to the other point regarding the JOA, that I'd point to Mackey versus State. It's a first district case, 277 Southern 3rd, 762. It states a depraved mind, regardless of human life, second-degree murder may be established by competent, substantial evidence that the defendant acted with ill will, hate, and spite, and that the circumstances surrounding the fatal act can prove the ill will, hate, or spite. In this case, you have the circumstances around it that show it. You don't have to have an express testimony or express statement that there was malice or evil intent, spite. You can look at the circumstances as we have here, and we can clearly see that this defendant was not acting in self-defense. So I ask that you deny the JOA.
Your Honor, briefly, I'll just add these facts supports the judgment of acquittal. 1:30 in the morning, size difference, uninvited. You can infer that Mr. Payne wasn't coming over to wish him happy birthday. Okay. Again, had no relationship with Mr. Dority. His girlfriend told him not to come. Despite doing that, he still came. Even after Mr. Dority went into the house, let's think about that for a second. If someone is objectively questioning why you're present at a certain hour at someone's home, place of residence, your castle. No, he's not inside the home, but he's lying in wait as he comes home. Very close proximity to where he lays his head, where his child lays his head. His father is in his 60s. His son is 9 years old. He's questioning why you're here. And the threat of posturing yourself as if you have a right to be at someone's home without an explanation, that placed Mr. Dority in fear. And if Mr. Payne didn't want any problems, if he didn't want any smoke, any issues to occur, when Mr. Dority retreated into his home, because he didn't just walk up to him with a firearm. He didn't walk up to him wanting a confrontation. He thought it was Tara Walker in that vehicle. She had been driving that vehicle for several months. Unknown to him, it was someone else who rolled the window down, hopped out the car, and surprise, this is not what you want, little man. Yes, it is an issue of what was said. Nobody in this room was there other than Mr. Dority and Mr. Payne. Tara Walker wants you to believe that she was there when it initiated. She was not. She admitted he was already there. She claims to have been on the phone with him and heard some chatter, but she can't say conclusively what was said.
No, because it would be hearsay.
If you didn't want any problems, reasonable people would acknowledge the fact that when someone goes into their home and you are now on notice that you are not wanted there, he could have left. But instead of him doing that, what did he do? With his 6'8" frame, 247 pounds, he moves up closer to the man's driveway.
That places somebody in fear at 1:30 in the morning. Coming home and somebody you don't have a relationship with waiting on you. And you ask him why you're there. By the time you go in that house, he needs to be gone when you come back outside. That didn't happen here. This is common sense.
If this is common sense, I think I have a lot of uncommon sense. He's outside in a car on a public road. You retreat into your castle. You could just have told your dad and your kid, hey, get inside. We're going to close the door. Let this MFer stay out here. But you go to your house and then you go back. It was quite a ways way up the street to go back and pew him. And if your dad and your son was by your house in your driveway, they were in no imminent danger. Remember when we saw the picture of where the cars was and where he came between the cars? If they came home again, he wasn't in his driveway making a ruckus. He was up on there was a street, and then there was a cross street where he was parked up at. If
The way the legislature works with these gun laws, this is not like a random shooting that happened in New York, just shooting bystanders. Even Governor DeSantis is pro-guns. He removed the need to have a concealed weapon permit. For situations like this, he's at his home. Asked him to leave. Even Tara would agree, he asked, why are you here? All this chatter about you told law enforcement you didn't communicate. The video itself shows there was communication going on.
sorry, I'm just going to go back to this. This is where the victim was situated. This is the house. And she said he came out somewhere down here. So if they moved into the driveway and they must have been yelling out in the street, maybe, I don't know. And then he goes into the house. Why don't he just take his kid and his dad with him inside of the house and say, shut up, get out of here? He comes back out and walks to something like this and pews him. How can you claim castle doctrine on another street? Again, if the car was placed here, or even on the other side of the road, yeah, you could potentially say, well, he was just outside of my house, or he was on the curb, so yeah, I was afraid he was going to go. But if he's well, I don't know Florida law.
I will.
Let's get the ruling on this one.
You had some.
It's improper argument talking about.
Any objections?
Objection.
The video itself shows there was communication going on. Tara herself said that it was communication going on. Whether he was giving Miranda.
Yeah, but he claims he was at his home. It was on his property. I know you can self-defense everywhere if you're in fear of your own life. But he claimed he was on his property. That's what he said in his witness testimony. I just don't know how you will buy my property when it's a street over. then he can claim property in all of Florida because he's a taxpayer.
Or not doesn't matter. He gave a statement. So that don't even matter. Your Honor. At the very least, before we let this get to the jury, if you find that it needs to get to that point, which I submit to you, you should not. But if you find it that it's necessary to let the jury deliberate, they should not be deliberating over second-degree murder with firearm. That is an overcharge. That is not what we have here, by any stretch of the imagination. Not that. Maybe negligent homicide, maybe. Something definitely lesser than second degree should go to this jury. Not second degree murder. He shouldn't be facing life for that. That's not what the people of Florida support. The public would not be.
Judge, I'm going to object to the improper argument talking about what the people of Florida would support.
Staying, let's confine our argument to the facts and what the standard is for a judgment of acquittal at the close of the case.
I have nothing else, Your Honor.
All right. Based upon the evidence that's been presented to the court and the standard that applies at the close of all the evidence, the court does find that there is sufficient evidence to allow the case to continue to the jury, so the judgment of acquittal will be denied. Counsel for the state provided a copy of, or a draft of verdict forms and a draft of jury instructions to the court. Mr. Thompson, did you get a copy of those?
Yes, Your Honor, I did.
All right. And did you have a chance to review them with your client?
Not thoroughly with my client. I did not.
Do you have a copy of them on your computer that you can pull up? Okay.
While he's opening his computer, these are his new offense. His new charges that he got on January 23rd, 2021. So this is before Marissa. But he did a plea nolo contender, deal in stolen property. The crimes was committed before. I thought they were committed after. Conspiracy to commit racketeering. Not guilty, denying it. So, but he didn't know anything about the justice system and didn't know anything about Miranda.
Mr. Dority, did you get a copy of that was sent to you by your lawyer? Was that a yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you have a chance to read through it?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you and your attorney have a chance to discuss it?
Yes.
Okay. What I'm going to do is you have a copy of it now, Mr. Thompson, so you and your client can see it?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, have yours up?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
It's 1/23/2021.
So we'll just kind of go through it. I assume nobody has any objection to the caption?
No objection.
No objection from the state.
Okay. And then there's the standard instruction on final instruction or introduction to final instructions. Anybody have any objection to that? Instructions. Anybody have any objection to that?
No objection.
Okay.
All right. The next standard instruction has to do with the statement of the charge. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
Next instruction is the introduction to homicide instruction. Any objections?
No objection.
All right. The next one is justifiable homicide instruction. Any objection?
I don't have that in that order. So my page 5, it goes from excusable homicide and then into second-degree murder on page 6.
The one you sent me had an introduction to homicide instruction, then a justifiable homicide. It's probably part of the introduction to homicide.
Okay.
If you go down
Yes,
in there,
I see. Yes.
I break it out as a separate instruction.
Okay.
I have the same thing.
Okay, so, but it's part of the introduction to homicide, but it's a separate little subsection that says justifiable homicide. Nobody has any objection to that.
No objection, Your Honor.
No, that's it.
And then right under that is another subsection for excusable
The drug charge was dropped because of lack of evidence.
homicide. Any objection to that?
No objection.
No, from the state.
All right, and then the next instruction is the second degree murder instruction.
No, introduction to homicide is just introduction to the homicide charge.
Take a look at that. Tell me if anybody has any objections to the second degree murder instruction.
No objection other than what's previously been argued.
I understand that you're reserving your right on the judgment of acquittal.
No objection from the state.
All right, and then the next instruction is the standard instruction on aggravation of a felony by carrying a firearm. Any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection from the state.
Next one is the standard instruction on possession of a firearm, discharge, and causing death.
No objection.
None from the state.
All right, the next one is the standard instruction on when there are lesser included crimes.
No objection. No objection from the state.
All right, and then the lesser included crime is defined as manslaughter. Any
There was a chance for having synthetic cannabinoids within 100 feet of a school, but apparently the state dropped that.
objection to that instruction?
No objection.
No objection from the state.
All right, and then there is a repeat of the aggravation of a felony by carrying a firearm as it relates to the manslaughter. Any objection to that instruction?
No objection.
No objection from the state.
All right, and then there's the justifiable use or threatened use of deadly force instruction. Take a look at that.
I have this highlighted. I don't know. There's different language, and the defense has to affirmatively state what if they're seeking the part B, which I put in as aggravated assault, just based on prior arguments that they have made at the stand your ground hearing. That would be my anticipation of what they would be asking for regarding forcible felony. But if that's not what they're asking for, obviously we'll need to go in and change that.
That's why I'm asking the defense to take a look at it and see if they have an objection or if they're asking for any changes.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. I assume the state has no objection.
No objection.
All right, then we get to the standard instruction on plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, and burden of proof. Any objection to that?
None from the state.
I am confused as well.
Let me get to the standard weighing the evidence instruction. Paragraphs 1 through 5 were included, and then I added the 6, or there is a 6th paragraph added that included making inconsistent statements in court. Does anybody believe that the other 4 paragraphs apply? I don't think that they do, but
I believe the 6 that we have are appropriate.
defense?
I agree, Your Honor. I don't see what the other ones were. That's all I received. I didn't receive the other ones.
Well, the other ones usually have to do with reputation for dishonesty, criminal convictions. None of that kind of stuff came out.
I have no objection.
All right. And then the next standard instruction is the defendant statement instruction,
It's in the caption, I think, maybe. At the top.
where it says defendant statement.
Yes, Your Honor.
I have it on my copy.
I don't have it on mine. Well, I have it. The next page has it.
All right, there you got it. Any objection to that instruction from either party?
Not from the state.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, that gets us to the rules for deliberation, standard instruction. Any objections?
None from the state.
None from defense.
All right, and then the standard instruction for cautionary instruction, any objection?
None from the state.
None from defense.
Standard instruction on verdict, any objections?
None from the state.
No objection.
And then the standard instruction on submitting the case to the jury. Any objections?
None from the state.
No objection from defense.
All right. And Mr. Doherty, you've had a chance to go over this as we've gone through it here in court. You had a chance to go over it previously with your attorney. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And you agree with the choice of lesser included offense for being manslaughter?
Yes.
Okay. And are you in agreement with the instructions as your attorney has indicated? And then for purposes of closing, I assume, counsel, you're going to again concede elements of the offense or the lesser included offense, but as part of your self-defense claim?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And so, Mr. Doherty, as you indicated to me previously, you understand that that's the strategy that you and your attorney have agreed upon for purposes of this case? All right. So you understand that during the closing argument, as he did during the opening argument, he may be making concessions that the shooting happened, but his claim is that it was self-defense. You understand that? And you're in agreement with that strategy? All right, so the verdict forms then are finalized. I will have my assistant make multiple copies. I'll make 2 for you all, so you all each will have a hard copy. I'll make a copy for the state. Rebecca, do you need one? All right, I'll make one for the clerk, so that's 4. And then we need 8 for the jurors, so I'll make a total of 13 so that I have one to read from. I'll make those copies. I will make sure that I have them all here. We'll disseminate them for the jurors in the morning, and I'll have copies for you all ready when we come into court, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so, and then as far as the jury verdicts go, you got a copy of those, Mr. Thompson?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
And you forwarded that
go
to
back
Mr.
and
Doherty
watch
as well?
the entire stream.
All right, Mr. Doherty, did you get a chance to look at the verdict forms? Okay. All right, the verdict form as to count 1 gives the jury 3 options: second-degree murder, the lesser included offense of manslaughter, and not guilty. Any objections to that verdict form?
None from the state.
No objection.
And then there are 4 special findings based on the way that the case was charged. The first special finding has to do with possession of a firearm or no possession of a firearm. Any objection to that special finding?
None from the state.
No objection, Your Honor.
The second special finding has to do with discharge of a firearm or no discharge of a firearm. Any objection?
None from the state.
Not from defense.
Third one has to do with discharge causing death or not causing death. Any objections?
None from the state.
Not from defense.
And then the 4th special finding has to do with personally carrying, displaying, using, threatening to use, or attempting to use a firearm or not. Any objections?
None from the state.
No objection.
All right, so the verdict forms and special findings are in order, and I will have my assistant make 1 copy of those for the jurors. All right, anything else that I need to address from the state or defense before we adjourn for the evening?
Nothing else from the state. I know some judges have different, when you're saying what you're going to send back with them, the jury room, some judges will send everything back, some judges don't want to send firearm back. I don't know what you're planning to do regarding the firearm in the defense opposition.
I know that sometimes in the past they've done that where they've rendered them safe and sent them back, but if you all aren't comfortable doing that, then we'll send everything back with the exception of the firearm. I'll let the jury know if they want to see the firearm, but they can ask me with a note to see it. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else from the state?
Nothing further from the state.
Any further from the defense? All right, then we will be in recess on this case till 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
All right.
I like turtles.
The most important people in this case that everybody seems to have forgotten in this room is the jury. So we're going to take a 15-minute break and both sides take a pregnant pause and think about the jury.
Jamie, where are you? I am in fact broken today because I love that we got to cover a live trial, and I like short trials. Check, Jemima, you are a winner. And then I saw the trial, and I thought the prosecution was horrible, and the defense was worse. And tomorrow, I can't wait to hear the closing arguments. Because why didn't they call someone who could tell us about the domestic? Why didn't they call the girlfriend? Either side. To say, yeah, we've been fighting, so I called Tamra, or whatever her name was, over because I was afraid he was going to hurt me. We didn't know that Mr. Payne was going to show up. We hadn't expected that. But he was sitting in the car, or he was flying out of the car wanting to fight him, depending on which side calls her. This is the coitus interruptus of cases. I don't think any side did well. But when they agree that he did it, but they want to argue he did it in self-defense, you don't put him on the stand crying, and then as soon as Cross comes up, he starts arguing, talking about his Miranda rights and how he doesn't own the road, but he does kind of own the road, so it is his property, even though it's not his property. And court cases is not about the law. I've said this many a time. And I know all the lawyers will say, well, actually, we go to school a long time to know the law. Yeah, but the jury don't care because the jury doesn't go to court or to law school. The jury just goes to court. Imagine being a juror. We have as much knowledge. Well, we have had Cassie Sousa giving us a little more backstory. But we have had about as much knowledge as the jurors. I would be walking out of that courtroom looking to the guy next to me thinking, what did we just spend 5 hours on? Is this real life? Is this just fantasy caught in an escape from reality? No. We had a body cam of the first responding officer running up and seeing the dead person in the car. Then we had some photos of the autopsy, and we had some crime scene photos. That's all we had. I think about 2% of chat knows what coitus interruptus is. Me, Baker, fed, Zach, and Zach involuntarily. Yes. That's the next poll question will be, do you know what coitus interruptus is? One thing I know, and it's taught in gun class, drinking and pew-pews are a big no-no. Yeah, and then, well, I've seen it in gun class. Well, I saw Predator, but I still don't believe that there's aliens living in trees in the South American jungle. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Both sides have rested Boober. The defense put him on the stand. The wreck of him on the stand took like 20 minutes. During cross-examination, he checked both his phones on the stand while waiting for a question. No, and this is the problem a lot of lawyers misunderstands when they are talking about cases, because it could be that Joseph V. Alexandra out of Connecticut says this, but there's still 12 idiots going to sit up there and say, yeah, I don't care, I didn't like his tie, I think he's guilty. And then that's the law. Well, they can appeal. Yeah, good luck with that. See you later. But juries are morons who couldn't get out of jury duty. And sadly, that's how most people see it with jury duty. All of you who love watching true crime wish you could be on a jury, but most people who get elected to jury duty is just sitting there really mad that they couldn't go to the bait shop and get that new wiggler that they really want to try, because they have heard that there's some good catfishing going on down the creek. They don't want to be there. And then they are presented with this, a 5-hour murder trial. No, it was so fast. So, yeah. We didn't even have double D boobs in this trial. Oh, the girlfriend had more than double Ds. See you, Celestial. The rules for gun safety have been updated from now on. Rule number 1 is to treat all pew-pews as if they are SIG P32. Yeah, I saw that. That's quite kind of scary. Just press on it and say, go boom. Well, let's see what the poll says, and then I need to go lay down. Both sides has rested. What would you vote? Guilty second-degree manslaughter. 81%. That shouldn't have been manslaughter. It should have been murder. I'm an idiot. Guilty but acted in self-defense. 18%. That's pretty good, because before the defense started, I didn't think the state really had proven it wasn't self-defense, but after, I didn't really feel he showed any imminent danger to self or others. Who breaks the girls out for a day in court? Well, maybe she was just chest heavy and didn't have anything with a higher cut. Yeah, especially because it's so important that people know their role. We saw that in the Karen Reed case. It was so important that people didn't just do well, they are accused, they must be guilty, as we see in a lot of trials. In a lot of trials. Sadly, that's what we see in a lot of trials. I don't know. I might be mistaken a lot. But we will be back tomorrow and cover the closing arguments and what I believe will be lengthy jury deliberations. I might get half a day tomorrow. Yeah. I'll have to go read some stuff because there's been a ruling in the Brian Waltz case. So that would be something they should talk about. It's in the jury instructions. Runaway Girls is my favorite girls. Yeah, if he can convince Sue, who is notoriously always, except when I am, oh, this is clear self-defense, then Sue is always, hey, Daddy State, suppress me harder. But normally Sue is very not guilty all of the time. Couldn't vote guilty on this one. No, but we don't have to agree. No one will force you to do it. This is why you watch it with me. We don't do the echo chamber. We don't do the snowflakes. We just have our own opinions, and I will argue my opinion, and Sue will tell me I'm wrong, and the rest of you can have fun and enjoy watching in a milieu where it is absolutely acceptable to see it a different way than I do. I might argue with you. I may know speaky English. I might argue with you if you say something in chat, but it doesn't mean that I want to beat you to have the same opinion, and you won't have any mods ganging up on you and say, oh, you shouldn't be here. Because we enjoy a plethora of experiences, a plethora of opinions, and a plethora of cases, because we don't see everything the same way. Imagine if we did, the world would be horrible because we would put law and crime. Yeah, that's where I'm going with. Will we be going back to the retrial watch? Yeah, if no new cases comes up, because I thought this was going to take 4 days, as Marissa said. But Marissa, I don't want to be
I'm not crying, you're crying.
I don't want to be a drama llama, but I was right, you were wrong, as always. Oh, Marissa. Does it hurt? Does it hurt? Kimmy hasn't been here since I did a night show, or an evening show, my time, covering something in the middle of the Karen Reed 2, before the defense went on. I think maybe a week before I went to Tennessee. Kimmy was here, and I professed my undying love for her. I know she's married, and because she works for the district attorney's office in New Jersey, I think she claimed, I thought, well, she knows how to get away with it if we need to off her husband. Hopefully he has a big... no, I didn't say that. But since then, because I think I scared her away, because she has the same feelings for me, and sometimes when you love that much, it's kind of like a bonfire. If you go too close to it, you can get burned. Elvis had a song about it called Burning Love. Zach thought that Burning Love was a song about his PP after he went on shore leave back when he was in the Navy. It's not, Zach. That was an STD, and you should have backed. But me and Kimmy, I think she's afraid of our love. And it's a sad but beautiful thing. When you love that much, that you have to let it go. Just like I have to let all of you go and come back, because sometimes in a relationship, you have to release them. And if they come back, you know it's real. So please come back tomorrow. Don't leave me like Jamie and Kimmy did.
What exhibit are you referring to?
I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor.
All right.
100.
100.
Because it is 100% correct.
Check your
So you literally built a cannon
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Go
All right, I'm in love.
Go back. Please do that again. Oh, that was the cutest thing I've ever seen.
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't have cared.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.